arrive at around midnight on 13th of July. Now, on the other hand, France has gone the extra mile by inviting Prime Minister Modi as the guest of honor for this year's celebration of France's national holiday.
Well, France rarely invites a partner country on Bastille Day, making this visit particularly exceptional. A 240-member contingent from the Indian Army, Air Force and Navy will march alongside their French counterparts in Paris on 14th July. Indian Air Force Rafale jets will also perform a flypast with French Rafales during the ceremony.
Well, it's certainly a very big moment for India and France. We are celebrating 25 years of our strategic partnership. This was the first strategic partnership that India signed with any country, but it is also a time to look ahead with greater confidence, optimism and ambition to this partnership in the next 25 years and beyond. It's a very vital partnership for the Indo-Pacific region, but also has a very strong global impact, reviving, reforming and reinvigorating the multilateral system, building a more multipolar world order, or addressing some of the pressing global challenges, including of climate change, clean energy, food security, health. It's a very comprehensive partnership for the future, but it is based on a very strong bilateral relationship that is very comprehensive. Trust has become a very important determinant of cooperation, especially in sensitive areas. So given our trust, given our complementarities, sky's the limit on how much we can work together.
All right, now Prime Minister Modi also gave an interview to a French newspaper saying India a springboard for Global South. So, of course, once again, Prime Minister's push for Global South coming in during an interview to a French newspaper.
Right, and that's a grab of the French daily. The Prime Minister spoke about how India plays an important role as far as the South is concerned and said for the Global South, India is a springboard. Remember, the Prime Minister there in France will also be meeting CEOs, and the Indian diaspora will also be addressed. Ahead of his two-day visit to France, this is a very, very important interview given to a French daily in which Prime Minister talks about the bigger role of India and calls India a springboard for Global South.
Now, after US, India is lining up big-ticket defense deals with France. On the agenda are a deal to procure 26 naval versions of the Rafale M fighter jets, 3 additional Scorpene submarines, and a possible partnership for 100% technology transfer for combat jet engine technology.
The repeat order for 3 Scorpene-class submarines through the government-to-government route will not only add muscle to the Indian Navy to take up the challenge of PLA expansion in the Indian Ocean. On the business side, if you talk about those interactions, the top businessmen of France are excited to welcome Prime Minister Modi. Listen into some reactions.
The relationship between India and France is today, 25 years after the beginning of the strategic partnership, at an unprecedented level and density. Building on common values of independence, democracy, solidarity and sustainability, this partnership is expanding in all fields, from politics and military to business and culture. It's a great honor for France to welcome Honorable Prime Minister Modi as the guest of honor of the Bastille Day, as a testimony of the strength and our commitment to this bilateral and long-standing partnership.
France and India share a common understanding and mutual appreciation of strategic autonomy and self-reliance. This is being celebrated today in frame of 25 years of strategic partnership between our two countries. For more than a decade, Naval Group and its Indian subsidiary have been empowering this partnership through fruitful cooperation with Indian Industry Institute and the Indian Navy in the field of indigenous submarine construction and technology development. As part of French industry, we join our President Emmanuel Macron in welcoming the Indian Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi as guest of honor to France for the Fête Nationale 2023.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Amita Badwa. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिखा मल्होत्रा and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now I'm just few meters away from Pakistani post which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
and Pranesh
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
In fact, she also called the BJP's committee a provocation committee and not a fact-finding team. Listen into all these voices coming in.
মণিপুর চলছে আজকে 2 মাস ধরে কত লোক মারা গেছে আমি জানি না কোথায় ফ্যাক্ট ফাইন্ডিং কমিটি এনআরসি নিয়ে আসামে এত লোক খুন হয়ে গেল কাউকে যেতে দেওয়া হলো না কোথায় ফ্যাক্ট ফাইন্ডিং কমিটি রেস্টলাররা বসেছিল দিল্লিতে অত্যাচার হলো কটা কমিশন গেছে 154টা সেন্ট্রাল কমিশন এসছে এখানে, ইনক্লুডিং ফ্যাক্ট ফাইন্ডিং, আরো বেশি করে প্রভোকেশন কমিটি। এটাকে আমি ফ্যাক্ট ফাইন্ডিং কমিটি বলি না। যারা মারা গিয়েছেন তাদের সকলের জন্য আমি দুঃখী, সমব্যথী, তাদের পরিবারের সকলকে সমবেদনা জানাই। দে আর দ্য ভিকটিমস অফ দ্য সার্কামস্ট্যান্সেস। পুলিশ যথারীতি পুলিশকে ফ্রি হ্যান্ড দিচ্ছি।
Let's now listen into BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad, who alleged that the situation in Bengal is worse than what it was during the left rule.
And launching a scathing attack on Mamata Banerjee, he said democracy has been shamed in Bengal. Well, those are the kind of attacks that are being launched by the opposition in the state, isn't it?
Today I would like to gently remind Mamata ji about her own evolution in the polity of Bengal, in the politics of India. Left के खिलाफ आपने fight किया था ना? 34 years of left misrule, arrogance, despotic, ugly, cruel. उसको आप हरा के आए? Mamata ji, why your politics has become uglier than the politics of left? Mamata ji, you have shamed the democracy in Bengal. ममता जी, आपने लोकतंत्र को शर्मसार किया है बंगाल में। मैं ममता जी की इज्जत करता हूं एज ए पॉलिटिकल फाइटर, आई मस्ट टेल यू वेरी ऑनेस्टली। वो संघर्ष करके आगे आई तो मेरी बड़ी इच्छा थी कि ममता जी क्या टिप्पणी करती है। ममता जी, आपको फेसबुक पर क्यों अपना कमेंट देना पड़ा? वाई यू आर नॉट इन ए पोजिशन टू फेस द मीडिया? ममता जी, हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि हम चारों एमपीज को आप क्षेत्रों में घूमने देंगी। ममता जी, I repeat, your democratic credentials are further on test. We are senior members of parliament. We have a right to visit these areas to see for ourselves. And we hope and expect that we will be allowed to visit.
Right, so Ravi Shankar Prasad, the BJP committee calls Mamata Banerjee's Bengal a place where there is no democracy. Mamata Banerjee hits back, says this is not a fact-finding committee, this is a provocation committee. With that, we slip into a short break.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Mamita Wadhwa. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिखा मल्होत्रा and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders.
Let's talk about the crucial meetings which have been lined up, because even as we speak about the political season, every move by the parties is interpreted in the context of its impact on general elections, which is scheduled to happen next year.
Well, every huddle, every switch, every statement is fodder for analysts to go over with a fine-tooth comb. And 6 days from now, the observers will be keenly watching two very crucial meetings of the NDA in Delhi and the anti-BJP bloc, now referred to as PDA, in Bengaluru.
Now, as far as these meetings are concerned, ahead of July 18th, simultaneous show and test of strength, we get you exclusive details of what is on the agenda as far as the opposition is concerned, because this time Congress is steering the meet, taking over from Nitish Kumar last time in Patna, and the number of invites has gone up from 16 to 24.
Well, Sonia Gandhi herself will be hosting a dinner a day before the meeting. The idea is to brainstorm over political strategy, public outreach, blueprint, and perhaps the most contentious one, the seat sharing formula. And here are signs of what could make things difficult.
Because already at least 3 parties are trying to claim credit for this mission unity. So now all eyes will be on these 2 crucial meetings which are going to happen in the weeks to come.
Bengaluru opposition leaders meeting is going to be a historic meeting, and the Congress party has been working and coordinating with all the like-minded parties inside the parliament for the past 2 years, and this meeting will have more opposition parties. We are all united against the authoritarian rule of Mr. Modi, and we all hope that this meeting will evolve a better coordination and a better opposition in the days to come.
वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट मीटिंग है। देश के तमाम विपक्षी दलों को एकत्र करने की योजना में ये दूसरा कदम है जो बेंगलोर में बैठक हो रही है, और लालू जी ने तो कहा है कि हम सबको एकत्र करके एक नया चीज़ वहाँ से बना के आएंगे, और नया गठबंधन जो होगा वो बहुत ही वायबल होगा और बहुत सशक्त होगा। ये सब वहाँ पर कुछ तय होगा, सीट शेयरिंग तो उसके बाद प्रोसेस में तय होता रहेगा, लेकिन एक सहमति का बिंदु और एक एजेंडा, इस पर तो सहमति हो जानी चाहिए।
And in the further nitty-gritty and the tidbits and the fine-tuning of the opposition meet will be worked out in the meeting to be held in Bangalore, where actually who will fight where, what are the things, who will be where. But one thing is very sure, that opposition unity is a reality, and the kind of a frustration that BJP top leadership has about the opposition unity obviously reflects that they also feel threatened that they will be ousted out of power because of opposition unity, of which Honorable Nitish Kumar is a pivot, fulcrum, sutradhar or malakar.
Well, fresh support for this opposition unity meet. According to sources, 8 new parties have extended their support to the opposition parties' efforts to present a united front against the BJP.
And this also includes KDMK and MDMK, who were previously the allies of the BJP during the 2014 Lok Sabha elections. However, the BJP refuses to see this as a challenge to their prospects.
While the opposition parties are claiming that there is a so-called unity amongst them, the fundamental question that needs to be answered is, what is their positive agenda? What will be, who will be that leader? In terms of that agenda, it cannot be an agenda of only opposing Prime Minister Modi's leadership and opposing the BJP. An anti-BJP or an anti-Prime Minister Modi agenda is not an alternative to governance. So that is a fundamental issue that the opposition is silent about.
Congress is trying to dominate their alliance parties. After winning Karnataka, they want to ensure that all the regional parties should follow them. That is what their plan is. And as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, we strongly condemn this DMK, Vidudalai Siruthaigal and other MDMK and other political parties for accepting to going to Bengaluru for want of power politics. DMK and their allies are doing it. We strongly oppose this, but I don't think this is going to be of any use.
So 2 crucial meetings lined up in the days to come. One where the BJP is going to hold the meeting and other hand, the opposition parties are going to hold a crucial meeting. We'll keep tracking all the political developments. Time for a break.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Amita Badwa. I'm Pratibha Tehushiga Malhotra and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event. We are situation analysts, raw, live and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now I'm just few meters away from Pakistani post which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
and Pranesh
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Times Now. I'm Meenakshi Upreti, starting the bulletin with today's headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi departs for his landmark 2-day France visit, where the Prime Minister is set to preside over the Bastille Day celebrations as the guest of honor. From a deal to procure 26 naval versions of the Rafale M fighter jets to 3 additional Scorpion submarines and more big-ticket defence deals with France on cards. Blame game over overflowing Yamuna simmers while the Chief Minister Kejriwal slams Haryana. BJP blames Aam Aadmi Party for mismanagement. As water from overflown Yamuna reaches key roads in Delhi, traffic police issues an advisory, asks people to avoid the ISBD monastery stretch. No respite from rain fury for North India as yet, because the IMD now has issued an orange alert for Bihar, Assam and Meghalaya. BJP takes a swipe at the opposition leaders who are set to meet in Bengaluru, says and slams the opposition for being at each other's throat in Bengal while trying to unite before 2024. Blame game over West Bengal violence continues and this is day 2 of BJP's fact-finding committee's visit. The party slammed Didi's ugly rule while TMC calls it provocation. Tug of war for portfolios in Maharashtra escalates while Ajit meets Home Minister Shah reportedly on portfolio allocation. Sources say Shinde seeks a fresh hand and a free-handed allocations. Countdown to the 3rd chapter for India's moon mission set to begin today. Chandrayaan 3 to put India in an elite group of nations capable of landing on lunar surface safely. Welcome back. The Yamuna in Delhi is flowing at its all-time high. On Wednesday, the river now swelled to a staggering 208.08 meters. That's well over the danger mark and above the previous all-time high of 45 years ago. While the low-lying areas in Delhi along the Yamuna are severely affected and are being moved to safer places, a blame game has also broken out.
We are right now reporting from near Yamuna Bank metro station, and you can see that how the water has now entered the main road which leads to the Yamuna Bank metro station. Now there has been an increase in the level of Yamuna water from past few days, given the fact there has been severe rainfall in the northern part of the country. But look at these visuals. These are shocking visuals where a man is bringing his household items. His house has been submerged in water. He's half submerged in water. He is walking with a rickshaw in his hand, and all his household items in that particular rickshaw, and he's walking in that particular water. You can see that how shocking the situation has now become for people of Delhi. These are the visuals that everybody needs to see, that shows the reality of the floods in Delhi. Now these people have their houses on that particular area which has been submerged in water completely, and now they are coming out with all their items which were there in their houses, and whatever they can carry from their houses, their food, their clothes, their everything that they could carry, they are carrying it now towards this particular side. So they have come from very danger area over there. They're almost submerged till the level of their chest over there in water, and now they're slowly and steadily coming out. So these are the shocking visuals that are coming in from various parts of Delhi. Right now we are reporting from Yamuna Bank, and it's also being reported that new levels of water has been reached in Yamuna, and it's also expected to rise in coming days, given the fact that how there has been severe rainfall in various parts of northern India.
The situation in the national capital is now getting out of hand. Behind me you can see how because of the flooding in Yamuna, now the water is entering into the roads of the central Delhi. Near this area is Rajghat. Behind me is Indira Gandhi Stadium, and as you can see people here are facing a lot of issues. भैया क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे, कितने टाइम से हो रहा है?
कल से सुबह से ज्यादा तेजी होगा.
अच्छा.
हाँ,
यमुना में फ्लड की वजह
जमुना बैक मार गई है तो नाला ओवरफ्लो हो गया.
अच्छा.
हाँ,
7 बजे से हो रहा है मैडम जी, 7 बजे से.
बताइए ये एरिया क्या है हमारे दर्शकों के लिए?
यहाँ का राजघाट लगता है, और इंदिरा स्टेडियम का 11 नंबर गेट के सामने. हाँ,
और राजघाट का वो है ये.
कब से हो रहा है
मैडम? परसों से हो रहा. और लेटरिन बाथरूम के लिए परेशान है हम सब.
पानी पीने के लिए परेशान हर एक जगह. देखो बच्चे लोग सारे हैं, खाना बना.
प्रशासन अभी आके कोई आश्वासन?
नहीं कोई नहीं.
अच्छा.
नहीं कोई नहीं.
पास में एक PWD का भी ऑफिस है.
जी।
वहाँ से कोई आया?
कोई नहीं आया।
जड़े रोड पड़ा रे कल के मच्छर चिथरा मोड़ी मोड़न को सब करा।
पानी का स्तर बढ़ता जा रहा है यहाँ पे। पानी
बहुत बढ़ता जा रहा। कल बंद था, अब फिर बहुत हो गया रात से। वो हमने उधर
सामान वे किया दीदी,
हमारा सामान सब डूब चुका है सारा।
प्रशासन से कोई नहीं आया?
नहीं आया मैम जी, कोई नहीं आया है मैम जी। PWC से
खाना पानी कैसे कर रहे हैं?
कैसे खा पानी में खा,
दुकान से भी ले रहे हैं, क्या करें, दुकान से भी ले रहे हैं।
Heard people here facing a lot of issue now. I must mention that earlier, till yesterday, only low-lying area of the national capital got flooded because overflowing Yamuna. But today, you can see this area here in central Delhi. In and around this area, I would again mention there's Rajghat, Indira Gandhi Stadium. Not too far is the Supreme Court, High Court, and the residences of parliamentarian. It appears that the situation now is getting out of hand, and this is very, very serious.
All right, so breaking news coming in. This is related to the Yamuna deluge which has inundated the national capital. Arvind Kejriwal has now tweeted on the same. The Chief Minister said, and I quote, that all government and private schools are being closed in the area of Delhi where water is filling up. That's the latest news coming in. So that's a big breaking news coming in. As far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, now the Aam Aadmi Party government has declared that schools are going to remain closed. This is going to cover all government and private schools in the national capital. This information, of course, of immense value to the people residing in Delhi. Now, the Chief Minister has said that the schools are being closed due to waterlogging in the national capital. Remember, Yamuna water has flown on the roads of the national capital from ISBT to ITO area, that's central Delhi, to the northern side of the national capital. Yamuna water has now reached on the roads. The Chief Minister had also chaired a key meeting, and also there's a big announcement coming in from the side of the Aam Aadmi Party government. Niyamika, my colleague, joining us live on the broadcast. Niyamika, as far as the waterlogging in the national capital due to the overflowing Yamuna is concerned, there's been a big statement by Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party, now saying that all schools in the national capital are going to be closed for the day today because of waterlogging due to Yamuna flooding.
Well, absolutely, as you can see in the visuals as well, that the situation here in the national capital has been completely out of control. We are standing here at a location at the road which comes from ITO and moves towards Rajghat, and you can see in the visuals as well that this entire road has been completely submerged into water. You can see that the water has been coming on this road, and this is the bus stop which you can see in the visuals as well, and it is being this road is being completely flooded by water because of the rise in the water level of river Yamuna, and even the traffic movement is also being affected due to this rise in the water levels in the national capital, and even the Delhi police teams are also being deployed here so that there can be a smooth movement of traffic, so that the common man doesn't face any problem. That is the reason why these Delhi police personnel are also keep on announcing that they don't need to get panic. They can move from here slowly, and they can move from here in a queue, and that is the reason why barricades are also being put up here, and many of the Delhi police personnel are also personally helping people so that they can move from this road in a smooth manner. There can be no issue that can be faced by these people, and let us try and go across to these people that is there any problem what they are facing, and as this is basically an office and at the point of which they are moving towards Rajghat. यहाँ पर इतना पानी भरा हुआ है, आप ऑफिस जा रहे हैं, दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ा है आपको पीछे भी?
बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है, यहाँ पे पानी हुआ है बहुत है।
आप लोगों को उम्मीद थी कि इस तरीके से आपको देखने को मिलेगी?
ये उम्मीद नहीं थी। यहाँ पे सचिवालय भी है, ऐसे ऑफिस के इलाके में जगह पे दिक्कत हो रही है, उनको जल्दी ठीक करना चाहिए। यहाँ पे सरकार को बहुत दिक्कत, मतलब पब्लिक को दिक्कत हो रही है, सरकार को देखना चाहिए यहाँ पे जल्दी, मतलब जो भी दिक्कत हो रही है फटाफट ठीक होना चाहिए। पब्लिक को बड़ा दिक्कत हो रही है यहाँ पे।
So as you have listened to the voices from the ground, as these are the people who are facing problem crossing this road, and that is the reason why Delhi police is also being trying so that they can help out people, and so that they don't face any kind of problem. But they are also saying that they are trying to go towards their office, and they are getting late because of this, as they are also asking the government of the national capital to resolve this entire problem, because this was not expected from the national capital that such kind of scenes will be emerged from the national capital. And you can see because this entire road which is moving towards Rajghat has been completely flooded with water because of the rise in the water level of Yamuna. As it has crossed the danger mark, it has reached 208 mark, and that is the reason why people are also facing problem here.
Well, absolutely, and who would believe, as you rightly said, that the visuals which you were showing us was an arterial road in the national capital, ITO, and of course not the banks of the Yamuna river. Stay with us. We're also being joined by Akansha. She's joining us from Civil Line. She'll give us a ground report from there. But before that, let's listen in to what the DG of the NDRF had to say about the Delhi deluge.
We are in touch with the Delhi government, one-to-one with the Chief Secretary also. Yes, so whatever teams they need, we are deploying them in adequate numbers. And we are supervising that wherever the operations are going on, they are going on smoothly. There is no issue in coordination. The boys are well equipped. So it's just a question of officers being on ground with the rescuers who are working hands-on to ensure that things are working smoothly. Areas which are low-lying, as you mentioned, a lot of evacuation has already taken place, and we are supervising to ensure that there is no loss of life because of this. And team have already been sent there to see what we can do to ensure that the water supply and the water pumping station doesn't get harmed. My suggestion to all the people is that when the authorities request them to evacuate, they should not hang back in the low-lying areas because of any reason. We are here to evacuate the livestock as well.
All right, Akansha is also joining us live from Civil Lines. Akansha, over to you. Take us through the latest as far as the Civil Line area is concerned. What's the ground situation like? And also, if possible, speak to some residents. Help us understand the type of difficulties they are facing because of the Yamuna river water literally spilling onto the streets of the national capital.
Well, absolutely, and that is quite worrying. Not just the low-lying area that we were reporting from yesterday, but now the posh and organized area. This area where I'm currently standing is the VVIP area, where Chief Minister lives, Lieutenant Governor lives. He just lives hardly 500 meters away from this place, and this entire area you can see is now flooded in water. I would like to specifically show here that I'm currently standing outside the Delhi government officers' flat, and just I request my camera person to just zoom inside and show how the ground floor of these officer flats are completely in water. On my right hand side you can see there's a car and a scooty completely partially submerged in water, and people here are quite scared. They just spoke to us and told us that the authorities did not inform them on time. This is the same thing that the people living in low areas told us yesterday, that they were not informed on time, otherwise they would have taken their essentials out of their home. Now, just a while earlier we spoke to a few people who were going inside these officers' flat, and they told us that they have now shifted their luggages, every essential things to the first floor, and now they are scared for their life because of the electricity. I would request my camera person to just come a little ahead, and I want to show that there's also this electricity pole with live wires coming out of it. So, and that's very significant. You know, all the things you are highlighting, and you're also telling us really what's the condition like in posher areas where you know you're present, where Akansha is present. That's the area where the Chief Minister, the LG, also lives, and the visuals really tell the exact story. Mohit is also joining us live from the national capital. Mohit is live from Geeta Colony. Mohit, over to you. We've taken a report really from the banks of Yamuna to the ITO road, from Civil Lines, etc. But also take us through what's happening when we speak of East Delhi low-lying areas.
Well, the situation over here is becoming dangerous day by day. Right now we are reporting from Geeta Colony cremation ground, and you can see how serious the situation over here is. Every single ghat over here where the cremation takes place is submerged in water to the level of 4 to 5 feet. Now the water from Yamuna has completely entered here. Not a single cremation is taking place over here, and these log of woods which were here for the cremation, they are completely submerged in water. They are wet over here, and hence the situation is very, very alarming in terms of the areas which are near to Yamuna river, specifically in East Delhi. We have few people over here. Sir, ये नज़ारा पहले कभी देखा था आपने? शमशान घाट पूरा हुआ?
मेरी आज 47 साल की उम्र है। सन 76 में पहले 78 में बाढ़ आई थी, उसके बाद ये पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है कि ये शमशान घाट पूरा पानी में डूब गया है। और जो सरकार हमारी कह रही है केजरीवाल जी और अतिशी जी कि हाथ खड़े कर दिया, ये हमारे दिल्ली वासियों के लिए बड़े शर्म की बात है कि वो हमारी मदद करने के बजाय हमें डरा के ये कहा जा रहा है कि आप अपने घरों को छोड़कर आप दूसरे स्थान पर चले जाओ। ये हम ऐसी सरकार से हम क्या कहते हैं, क्या कोई शर्त ही नहीं इनके लिए।
सर कभी ऐसे नज़ारे नहीं देखे आपने कि क्रिमेशन ग्राउंड शमशान घाट पे पूरा पानी आ जाता है?
नहीं, पहले आता था। हाँ। पर इतना नहीं आता था कि संस्कार ना हो पाए।
अभी संस्कार हो रहे हैं यहाँ पे?
अभी संस्कार नहीं हो रहे हैं।
पूरे सारे घाट बंद है सर अभी?
घाट तो सारे नहीं, एक निगमबोध घाट बंद हुआ है।
ये वाले घाट,
ये पूरा घाट बंद है। कल यहाँ पे हमने संस्कार कराए भी थे। कल इतना पानी नहीं था, तो शाम को 6 बजे जब हमें लगा कि पानी बढ़ रहा है, हमने सबको इन्फॉर्मेशन फोन करके सबको बुलाया, सबके एसटी उठवा के दी है। और उसके बाद अब आज सुबह 6 बजे से बाहर बोर्ड लगा दिया।
सरकार की तरफ से कोई नुमाइंदा आया कि पानी के लिए क्या करना है, कुछ हुआ सर?
ना ऐसा कुछ नहीं।
यहाँ पर कई कॉलोनियाँ प्रभावित है, जैसे कि गांधीनगर, गीता कॉलोनी, चंदन नगर, सोम बाजार, अनारकली, जगतपुरी, राधेपुरी और आपका लक्ष्मी नगर, ये सारा इलाका।
एक चीज और देखिए सर कि जो पानी अब सड़क के लेवल तक बाहर भी पहुंच चुका है, जो मेन रोड है सड़क के लेवल तक भी पहुंच चुका है।
बिल्कुल। और कुछ अगर थोड़ा बहुत पानी और बढ़ गया तो शायद हो सकता है कि ये जो गीता कॉलोनी के अंदर भी पानी जा सकता है।
So there you have the locals over here. They basically say not a single cremation is taking place over here at the Gita Colony cremation ground, and they basically say that if situation remains the same and the water level rises, the water will surely come on the ground. So these are the visuals from Gita Colony.
It looks like water has literally entered their homes, roads inundated, markets submerged. Of course, visuals tell the entire story. As far as the national capital is concerned, the water of river Yamuna literally spilling onto the streets of the national capital. Chief Minister saying that schools will be shut for the day. I thank all of our colleagues who brought us all these ground reports. Shifting focus now to another big breaking news coming in. This breaking news, of course, related to the Prime Minister's visit to France. Prime Minister has now given an interview to a French daily, and we have exclusive excerpts from that interview. The Prime Minister has basically said that India is a springboard for global South, and in that interview, the Prime Minister also seems to have taken an indirect jibe at China. The Prime Minister basically has spoken about the importance and the significance of the Indo-Pacific region, highlighting how it's extremely important really to ensure that an international rules-based order is maintained. And of course, we have a picture of that daily as well. Pranesh is joining us live on the broadcast. Pranesh, over to you. Take us through some of the main takeaways as far as Prime Minister's interview to this French daily is concerned.
Without wasting time, let's have the full transcript. We have that here. This is the first question. India has become the most populous country in the world. How does that change the status of our country on the world scene? This is PM Modi's answer. India is a rich civilization that is thousands of years old. Today, India is the most youthful nation in the world. India's strongest asset is our youth. At a time when many countries in the world are aging and the populations are shrinking, India's young and skilled workforce will be an asset for the world over the decades to come. What is unique is that this workforce is steeped in openness and democratic values, eager to embrace technology and ready to adapt to the changing world. Even today, the Indian diaspora, wherever they are, contribute towards the prosperity of their adopted homeland. The progress of 1/6 of humanity will give the world a more prosperous and sustainable future. As the world's largest democracy with unparalleled social and economic diversity, our success will demonstrate that democracy delivers. This is important, Meenakshi, and I want to underline and highlight this for our viewers, because you know this answer and the comment by Prime Minister Modi comes at a time when there has been a raging debate about the democracy in India. He says, as the world's largest democracy with unparalleled social and economic diversity, our success will demonstrate that democracy delivers, that it is possible for harmony to exist amidst diversity. At the same time, there is a natural expectation of adjustments in the international system and institutions to give the rightful place to the world's largest democracy. Here's question number 2 that was asked. Could you elaborate on what you mean by saying that India is gaining its rightful position in the world? This is PM Modi's answer. I would rather term it as regaining its rightful place. Since time immemorial, India has been at the forefront of contributing to global economic growth, technological advancement and human development. Today across the world, we see a lot of problems and challenges. Recession, food security, inflation, social tensions are just some of them. In such a global backdrop, I see a renewed confidence in our people, an optimism about the future, and an eagerness to take its rightful place in the world. Our demographic dividend, our deep roots in democracy, and our civilizational spirit will guide the way as we move towards the future. We recognize our responsibility in contributing to addressing global challenges, building a more cohesive world, giving voice to the aspirations of the weak, and advancing global peace and prosperity. India brings its own unique and distinct perspective and voice to the global discourse, and it always stands in favor of peace, a fairer economic order, the concerns of the weaker nations, and global cohesion in addressing our common challenges. Then PM Modi says India's belief in multilateral action is deep-rooted. The International Solar Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, the One Sun, One World, One Grid Initiative, India's Indo-Pacific Oceans initiatives are all examples of this approach. Or our supply of COVID vaccines with over 100 countries and sharing our open source digital platform co-win freely with others. There is a global recognition today that India is a force of good in the world and indispensable for global unity, cohesion, peace, prosperity at a time of great turmoil and risks of fragmentation in the world. As India grows, our contribution towards global good will further increase, and our capabilities and resources will continue to be directed towards the larger good of humanity, not to raise claims against others or challenge the international order. Now, this is important, Meenakshi, for two reasons. One, this should be taken in the backdrop of the Ukraine-Russia conflict, war, whatever you want to call it. And the other, the Prime Minister, even in the United States, when he was addressing the US Congress, had addressed the from that platform and had underlined the message of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. He is once again underlining that message in this answer. Let me quickly read this third answer. In your view, what are the pillars of India's soft power? Prime Minister Modi says it is a civilizational ethos and heritage that provide the basis what could be termed as India's soft power. We are blessed to have this in abundance. Our exports have never been war and subjugation, but yoga, Ayurveda, spirituality, science, mathematics, astronomy, we've always been a contributor to global peace and progress. Meenakshi.
Well, absolutely, and there are very significant points which you have highlighted, Pranesh, to get a bigger perspective into the same. We're also being joined by Pragya and also being joined by Srinjoy. Srinjoy, I'll come to you first. Of course, many takeaways. One, of course, as far as democracy thriving in India is concerned, but also another takeaway, just as Pranesh was telling us about giving an indirect and strong message to China as well. The Prime Minister in that interview speaking about the significance of the Indo-Pacific region for both India and France.
Undoubtedly, China is the elephant in the room in many places, especially with the West, because there is a concern about the rise of China and the aggression that is coming out of China in the East China Sea, in the South China Sea, and worldwide. So India is seen as one of those countries that can stand up to China. India proved that in 2 years ago when the Ladakh crisis happened. The West has recognized that. India has many friends in different parts of the world, and all of them realize that India is a country and India's time has come. And that is what the Prime Minister is trying to say, that India's time has come once again. Many years ago, perhaps 250 years ago, India's economy was about 20 to 25% of the world's. Now, one day, after all these years of colonialism and socialism, and now India will get to a decent place as far as the world's economy is concerned. That is the point that the Prime Minister always makes. The other point, of course, you rightly said, soft power.
Yes.
Now, again, things like yoga, astronomy, mathematics, a lot of it has come from India. And the world has benefited from all of it. And once again, this is something that India would love to share with the rest of the world.
All right, very significant point, Srinjoy, as you are mentioning. Let's also bring in Pragya quickly into the conversation. Pragya, Srinjoy is obviously telling us about the message to China when it comes to Indo-Pacific strategic partnership with France, and also really highlighting India's soft power. But also another big takeaway really, far as the Prime Minister's interview to this French daily is concerned, the PM has also answered the democracy doomsayers and naysayers, really talking about how democracy is thriving in our country.
Absolutely, and this has been always the message that Prime Minister gave, that we are the world largest democracy in the world, and we also believe in Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is the motto. Prime Minister also emphasized that when he went to US and addressed the joint parliamentary session of US Congress as well. So, you know, this is the 25th year of the strategic partnership with France, and Prime Minister also, you know, is very cognizant of the fact that you know, France has been a very old strategic partner of India, probably the one with the most oldest ties in there are, you know, three pillars of these strategic partnership. One is defense, and second is civil nuclear partnerships, and you know, France has been a very strong pillar of support for India as well. But having said that, Prime Minister going there, you know, we will see many strategic you know, partnerships that are taking place in fields of civil, nuclear, space, and other. We have seen tri-services march as well, where they, you know, they march to the tune of Chare Jahan Se Acha. So in a way, you know, the brand India is being showcased in France as well.
Absolutely, you know, and Pragya, as you're telling us about brand India being highlighted in France, and that's something which the Prime Minister also has done in this interview, which is given to a French daily. This visit, the 2-day visit to France, obviously is going to be high, both on substance and obviously on symbolism, as all of you are highlighting. Thank you all for joining us on the broadcast and giving us a bigger perspective into the Prime Minister's visit to France, and also decoding this interview which the PM has given to a French daily. With that, we'll slip into a short commercial break. News and updates on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Amita Wadhwa. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिखा मल्होत्रा and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now I'm just few meters away from Pakistani force which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna.
And Pranesh.
At 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol.
Hello and a very good morning to you. You're watching Times Now Live. I'm Pratibha Chandran. First up, let's get you the top headlines. Prime Minister Modi leaves for his landmark two-day France visit, where the Prime Minister is set to preside over Bastille Day celebrations as the guest of honor. From a deal to procure 26 naval version of the Rafale M fighter jets to 3 additional Scorpion submarines and more, big-ticket defence deals with France on the cards. Blame game over the overflowing Yamuna simmers while Chief Minister Kejriwal slams Haryana. BJP blames the Aam Aadmi Party for mismanagement. As water from overflowing Yamuna reaches key roads in Delhi, traffic police issues advisory asking people to avoid the ISBT monastery stretch. No respite from rain fury for North India as IMD now issues an orange alert for Bihar, Assam and Meghalaya. BJP takes a swipe at the opposition leaders who are set to meet in Bengaluru, slams the opposition for being at each other's throat in Bengal while uniting for 2024. Blame game over West Bengal violence continues. On day 2 of BJP's fact-finding committee's visit, the party slams Didi's ugly rule while TMC calls it provocation. Tug of war for portfolios in Maharashtra escalates while Ajit meets Home Minister Amit Shah reportedly on portfolio allocations. Sources say Shinde seeks a free hand in the allocations. And it's the countdown to the third chapter for India's moon mission, set to begin today. Chandrayaan 3 to put India in an elite group of nations capable of landing on lunar surface safely. First, let's begin with the updates on the monsoon fury. The Yamuna in Delhi is flowing at its all-time high, and on Wednesday, the river swelled to a staggering 208 points. And this, of course, is well over the danger level and above the previous all-time high of 45 years ago. So while the low-lying areas in Delhi along the Yamuna are severely affected and are currently being moved to safer places, the residents around the area have been moved to safer places. A blame game and politics over it has broken out. In fact, politics playing out with the Delhi government saying that the governments of Haryana are to blame for the situation. So the water level in swollen Yamuna has risen further during the night, flooding homes as well as roads and prompting emergency measures. Remember, a lot of diversionary measures have also been put in place. The Delhi police has already issued these warnings. This is the situation in the areas around Yamuna. Take a look at this ground report.
Well, these are the visuals from near Yamuna Bank metro station, where you can see the NDRF boat is going to the low-lying areas for relief and rescue operation, and none other than DG NDRF Atul Karwal with the senior officials of NDRF are on the ground, and in that particular boat DG NDRF is himself there, and he's going to the low-lying area because people over here say that many people are still stuck in those areas, and the place where I'm reporting from is a main road which connects Akshardham towards Yamuna Bank, and you can see that how exactly the situation is over here. I'll ask my camera person Sujit to be on these visuals because everybody needs to see the situation of Delhi as of now. The water has completely come on the road. The low-lying areas are completely submerged. This is the metro pillar over here. This is the metro pillar over here. You can see if the water level further rises, this will touch this particular pillar over here. Many of the pillars are completely submerged. There is the situation over here is completely chaotic, completely alarming, and the authorities are looking into the matter. But as of now, it seems that nobody can control the situation of flood in low-lying areas of Delhi. कब आए थे बाहर?
सुबह आए थे।
बोट में आए, एनडीआरएफ लेके आई, खुद आए, कैसे आए?
खुद आए।
अच्छा, कितने लोग अभी भी अंदर फंसे होंगे?
1000 लोग।
अच्छा, पहले ये बताओ कि कब पता लगा आपको कि पानी भरने वाला? किसी ने वार्निंग दी? किसी ने आके चेतावनी?
वार्निंग नहीं पड़ा।
कितने लोग सर अंदर अभी भी फंसे होंगे?
इसमें कम से कम होंगे 1000 आदमी उधर।
1000 आदमी अभी भी होंगे। तो खाने पीने की सुविधा बिल्कुल नहीं
है। यहाँ बिजली हर साल आता था, माइक से आवाज देते थे, यहाँ कुछ अब कुछ नहीं दे रहे हैं।
Now you could imagine what would have been the situation. What is the situation at the banks of River Yamuna?
All right, so now let's get you an update of what the situation is like across Delhi. Remember, there are several areas that have been affected. So let's get you the details. One of the worst affected areas is, of course, the ITO. And in this area, remember, after the deluge that we saw, there was water all around. The case is similar in Mathura Road as well. And we're playing out these visuals as well, dramatic visuals that showed what the situation is like. So in the Rajghat area as well, an alert has been issued because of the rising water level. Similarly, in the Delhi Secretariat as well. So remember, this is the heart of Delhi, one of the most significant places, Delhi Secretariat, Lakshmi Nagar. These are areas that have been affected badly due to the excess rainfall that we are seeing over the last few weeks. And remember, the IMD has also issued an alert that the rains are going to continue. Civil lines has also been affected here as well. There are several areas that have seen complete inundation as well as water logging. In Wazirabad as well, people have been complaining of water entering their homes, and in Mayur Vihar as well, because of the rising level of Yamuna as well. Remember, there is a fear in several of these areas of how it is going to affect the residents who are living in and around. So in these areas, in fact, the residents have been evacuated, but remember, it's not just going to affect those who are around the border, but there are also several other areas, including the Kashmiri Gate. We are pointing out, of course, through this map, which are the areas which are worst affected. All of these areas have been affected due to the heavy rains that the national capital has been witnessing. And because of this, traffic advisory has also been given to avoid certain areas. But let's get you first a ground report on what the situation is like. From the Indira Gandhi Stadium, my colleague Akanksha joining us with a detailed report on what the situation is like on ground.
The situation in the national capital is now getting out of hand. Behind me, you can see how, because of the flooding in Yamuna, now the water is entering into the roads of the central Delhi. Near this area is Rajghat. Behind me is Indira Gandhi Stadium, and as you can see, people here are facing a lot of issues. भैया क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे? कितने टाइम से हो रहा है?
कल से सुबह से ज्यादा तेजी होगा।
अच्छा।
हाँ,
यमुना में फ्लड की वजह
जमुना बैक मार गई है, तो नाला ओवरफ्लो हो गया।
हाँ, 7 बजे से हो रहा है मैडम जी, 7 बजे से।
बताइए, ये एरिया क्या है हमारे दर्शकों?
यहाँ का राजघाट लगता है, और इंदिरा स्टेडियम का 11 नंबर गेट के सामने। हाँ,
और राजघाट का वो है ये।
कब से हो रहा है ये?
मैडम परसों से हो रहा, और लेटरिन बाथरूम के लिए परेशान है हम सब।
पीने के लिए परेशान हर एक जगह। देखो बच्चे लोग सारे हैं, खाना बना।
प्रशासन अभी आके कोई आश्वासन?
नहीं, कोई नहीं।
अच्छा,
नहीं, कोई नहीं।
पास में एक PWD का भी ऑफिस है
जी,
कुछ वहाँ से कोई आया?
कोई नहीं आया।
रोड पर कल लगे मच्छर चिथरा मोड़ी मोड़न को सब करा।
पानी का स्तर बढ़ता जा रहा है यहाँ पर पानी
बहुत बढ़ता जा रहा। कल बंद था, अब फिर बहुत हो गया रात से। वो हमने उधर
सामान वे किया दीदी,
हमारा सामान सब डूब चुका है सारा।
प्रशासन से कोई नहीं आया?
नहीं आया मैम जी, कोई नहीं आया है मैम जी। PWG से
खाना पानी कैसे कर रहे हैं?
कैसे खा पानी में खा,
दुकान से भी ले रहे हैं, क्या करें, दुकान से भी ले रहे हैं।
Heard people here are facing a lot of issue now. I must mention that earlier, till yesterday, only low-lying area of the national capital got flooded because overflowing Yamuna. But today, you can see this area here in central Delhi. In and around this area, I would again mention there's Rajghat, Indira Gandhi Stadium. Not too far is the Supreme Court, High Court, and the residences of parliamentarian. It appears that the situation now is getting out of hand, and this is very, very serious.
So, in and around central Delhi, these are the areas that have been affected. Reporters Niyamika and Priyank also joining us. And as you can see here, they're wading through knee-deep waters to report on what the situation is like on ground. Want to come to you, Priyank, first. We can see you standing in the waters. The entire road seems to be flooded completely. Take us through what the situation really is like over there and how it has inconvenienced the people.
Certainly it is, because we are not inside any by-lanes or the inside lanes of the national capital. We are standing on a location which is barely a kilometers away from the Old Delhi railway station. You can see at the board where you can see that on left, if you will take, it will reach to the Old Delhi railway station. On the right hand side is the ISBT terminal, and if you can remember those red color half circle marks, semi-circle marks, that is a location which is an iconic location, because Amir Khan once shot his PK movie, and there were many sequences which were shot there. So we are talking about a location which have been very much prominent for the usage of the people of the national capital. And as you can see, I've just walked a few meters away from the flyover which has just ended on the other side. My video journalist will show you. The traffic is standstill. They are unable to move towards this location because of the heavy water flow which is coming out. And what is more worrying, Balkrishna, if you can once again come towards this side and show you, if you just sit down a bit, thoda niche ho jaye Balkrishna ji, you can see the layers of water which is coming out, which means that the water flow is still moving towards the central Delhi, which is very much worrying thing. This is the backside of the Red Fort. We are standing right behind the Red Fort, and these were the locations which were supposed to be properly maintained and not. The sewage system should have been much more prompt because of the heritage and the iconic structure which is right behind us. So if this is the situation where what we are witnessing, it's certainly a very serious thing. I'm just standing 7 to 8 steps away from my video journalist, because we want to keep our camera equipment safe. But if you can see that the journalists are trying to help the old man who is coming. Yes, I'm moving towards one of my fellow reporter who's from the other media network, and he is giving he's calling us so that there's an old man who's injured. So where's the government? If journalists, media persons are trying to save Dadesh, if journalists and media persons are trying to save the life of innocent individuals, this old man who's trying to struggle to save his life, then where is the administration? Where are the tall claims which have been made by the district administration? And that is something very worrying. So on the ground, that is the situation, because we keep on moving from one location. Aye, sir. We keep on moving. We keep on moving from one location to another location if we are trying to help individuals to self. Sir, कहाँ से आ रहे थे आप? फंस कैसे गए?
हम जमुना पार्क कृष्णा नगर से आ रहे हैं।
तो इधर कैसे आ गए?
फंस गए, 2 घंटा हो गया, 1.5 घंटा।
कहाँ बैठे थे आप?
और गाड़ी वालों को उन्होंने फोन भी करा, कोई सुनाई नहीं कर रहा हमारी।
आप कौन सी गाड़ी से आती है सर? यहाँ पानी भरा हुआ, फंस
पानी भरा हुआ, हम तो परेशान हो गए। आप बताओ, हम प्यास से पानी।
कहाँ पे बैठे थे आप? कुछ बैठे कहाँ थे आप?
रहते हम कृष्ण नगर।
नहीं, यहाँ पे कहाँ बैठे थे सर आप?
यहाँ जा रहे थे फुहारे।
अच्छा,
फुहारे गुरुद्वारे जा रहे थे।
अच्छा, गुरुद्वारे जा रहे थे।
हाँ, गुरुद्वारे जाके यहीं रास्ते में फंस गए।
बिल्कुल सर, कभी दिल्ली, आपकी उम्र हो गई, कभी दिल्ली में ऐसी बारिश देखी?
कभी नहीं देखी हमने। हमारी 67 ईयर्स की उम्र हो गई है, आज तक हमने ये जो पहली बार देखा है ऐसे हो रहा है।
इतना पानी लाल किले के ठीक पीछे, लाल किला है, उसके ठीक पीछे इतना पानी।
हाँ, लाल किले से तो जा रही है ना गाड़ी
जी। आप संभलिए क्योंकि the water flow which is coming out from the other side is certainly worrying thing। अब आप कोने में आ चुके हैं, अब आप यहाँ से चाहें तो हम आपको कोने तक भी छोड़ सकते हैं, लेकिन एक
कम है
आगे पानी नहीं है सर, लेकिन आपको जाने के लिए रास्ते में गाड़ियाँ नहीं मिलेंगी।
अच्छा जी, चलो बड़ी मेहरबानी, आपने यहाँ तक हमारे को ले आए।
बिल्कुल सर,
बड़ा बड़ा धन्यवाद आपका।
बिल्कुल,
आप तुम्हारी ये
जीत इनको आगे तक छोड़ दें। So there are more the individuals who are coming, and me and Pulkit, who have been reporting from this location, have certainly attempted to help these old individuals. Sir, आप ठीक हैं? आप आ जाएंगे sir. So that's the situation on the ground, because we are talking about a very prominent location which connects the national capital to rest of the portion of the country, where there is no civil defense volunteers which have been claimed by the Aam Aadmi Party government. There is no Delhi police personnel, as it has been claimed by the Delhi police that they are on foot, they are trying to help individuals. There is no one from the district administration who can be seen coming out and helping these individuals. The traffic movement has been blocked. There's no other way for people to move further. There's no other alternative for people to, go towards the other side of the city where our colleague Akansha was reporting from. But the fact of the matter is that if this kind of situation will remain on the ground, how will people of the national capital finally manage to save themselves? We were getting a fanatic call from people who wanted to come from the northern, or you can say the Ghaziabad side towards the national capital for their work. They don't have any other option. They'll have to wait for the water flow to die down by itself, because the government has failed, the drainage system has failed, and just because of small bit of rain which has happened, the situation is so chaotic. God forbid if Delhi could have witnessed a rainfall like Mumbai, then I would not have been in a position to give any kind of statement regarding what is happening on the ground, because that could have been mayhem for the people here in the national capital.
Absolutely. So it seems to have brought the national capital to its knees, and it's very, very unfortunate. Priyank is of course right behind the Red Fort, and you saw there are several residents there who are just stranded there in the waters, nobody to help them out, and angry questions being asked on what about the administration. Remember, after the record rainfall, there were some of the ministers of the Delhi government who hit the streets, but questions still remain, because now it's gone back to blame game. Going to Nyamika with that update. Nyamika, the situation seems to be no different where you're standing as well, almost knee deep, waist deep water in several areas, and this is not even stagnant water. Unfortunately, this is water flowing towards central Delhi, which means that until immediate measures are taken, this unfortunate situation is going to persist for a while.
Well, absolutely, this situation is quite worrisome, and I would also like to show you the visuals here, as people are really scared of going through this road, because this entire road has been completely submerged into water. You can see in the visuals as well that how the people are standing here, they are waiting how to cross the road, as Delhi police personnel are also being deployed here so that there can be a smooth movement of traffic. However, you can see in the visuals as well that one car has already been stranded here, and because of that only this entire road has been blocked by the traffic. You can see in the visuals that this entire road which is coming from ITO and going towards Rajghat has completely been submerged into water. The water level is continuously on rise, and that is the reason why you can see in the visuals as well that the people are really facing an issue crossing this road, and that is the reason why Delhi police personnel have also been deployed here so that there can be a smooth movement of traffic. Already barricading is being done here so that they cannot face any problem, because the water level is on a rise. You can see there as well that the water is continuously being coming towards this road, and that is the reason why it has been on an increase only, and that is the reason why there is a blockade of traffic as well. However, we can see that the Delhi police personnel are trying that the people cannot get panic because of this water level which can be clearly seen here, as we can say that there is no preparation which was being done, and that is the reason why there is so much of problem which the people are facing here, as many of them are basically trying to go towards their office, as this is a location, this is a prominent location, this is nearby to ITO, and it is going towards Kashmiri Gate and Rajghat, and even at this point of time also there is so much of problem which these common man are facing. However, Delhi police personnel are continuously trying so that there can be a smooth movement of traffic. traffic, but I would also like to show you the visual. There is a traffic jam which is being here because the car has already been stranded here. They are not being able to cross this road. This car had already been got off, and that is the reason why you can see that there is a complete traffic jam on this road.
A complete traffic jam, and like you mentioned, these are Delhiites who are just wanting to go to their offices, and because of so many traffic diversions, there is an absolute chaos in the movement of vehicles as well. And to imagine, this is the national capital. Akanksha is also joining us on the broadcast. We continue getting you these reports. For now, a very quick break, but we'll come back with questions being asked to the Delhi government. Can the government really hide behind saying the centre must intervene, the other state governments are to blame, and leave the people of Delhi suffering in this mess? We'll be right back.
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Mamita Vadva. I'm Pratibha Tehushiga Malhotra, and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here, and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani force which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh.
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9.
Welcome back. Different locations, but the very same story. Inundation, complete flooding in several areas of the national capital. We have some more breaking inputs also coming in. Let's get you the report on what's happening on ground while we get you the situation in several of these locations. Yamuna has triggered a deluge and the water has reached just 500 meters from the Chief Minister's residence. So the water has quite literally reached the Delhi Chief Minister's door. My colleague Akanksha joining us with that update. Akanksha, what's the situation like?
Well, absolutely. The location where I'm at is hardly 500 meters away from the residence of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. You can see inside these are the flats of Delhi government offices, completely inundated in water. People have to face a lot of hardship. In fact, they are shifting their essentials to the upper level of this building. There are a lot of people who have just come out. Ma'am, मैं आपसे बात करना चाहती हूँ, अंदर कितने लोग और फंसे हुए हैं?
मैम कम से कम 100-200 लोग तो होंगे क्योंकि काफी ज्यादा, मतलब आप देखो ना, मैं पूरा भीग गई हूँ, बहुत बुरा हाल है।
तो अंदर कोई एनडीआरएफ या कोई आरएएफ का
कोई हेल्प नहीं है, अभी तक कोई भी हेल्प नहीं है। नहीं।
आप ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे रह रहे थे?
नहीं, मैं फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे थी। फर्स्ट फ्लोर भी आधा डूबा हुआ है, मतलब 5-6 सीढ़ी सारी कवर है। अच्छा, आप देखो ना, पूरे मेरे कपड़े भीग गए हैं। मैं कैसे उतनी मुश्किल से निकल के आ पाई हूँ।
आप ये सर पे अपना पूरा सामान रख के
लाई हूँ मैं। हाँ जी।
आपको प्रशासन ने पहले ऐसा कुछ बोला था, फ्लड वाली सिचुएशन हो सकती है?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कुछ भी नहीं बताया गया था, बल्कि कह रहे थे लोग कि कम कर देंगे, उल्टा बढ़ गया। अब तो बहुत बुरा हाल है।
तो आप बोल रहे हैं अभी काफी लोग अंदर फंसे होंगे?
कम से कम 100-200 लोग तो होंगे। जो फर्स्ट फ्लोर वाले थे वो सेकंड फ्लोर पे चले गए हैं। अच्छा। और कुछ लोग निकल गए, जिनकी गाड़ियां बाहर थी वो निकल चुके हैं।
हमसे बात करने धन्यवाद। So as you heard, people are also quite angry because the administration did not inform them on time. This is the same case in the low-lying areas. People there also told us that the administration did not inform them on time. Otherwise, they would have moved their essential to a safer place. Same is the situation here. This is the civil lines area of the national capital, quite a posh area and organized area. But just look at the situation. The streets are completely inundated in water. The traffic has been halted on this entire stretch. So people are facing a lot of problems. But this is quite worrying because these are the flats of the Delhi government officers. These officer flats are hardly 500 meters away from the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. In fact, we saw how a blame game has erupted over the whole issue. Arvind Kejriwal has put the entire blame on Haryana government. On the other hand, BJP has said that had he used the money,
and this is the national capital, Akanksha, like you pointed out, civil lines, one of the most well-planned, one of the poshest areas in the national capital. And this is the unfortunate situation. 500 meters away from the Chief Minister's residence, water reaching even the first floor of houses, forcing several people to leave their homes, not knowing where they can go next. So the question being, can the Delhi government really have the excuse of blaming the centre, asking the centre to intervene, asking the other state governments to intervene, saying they are responsible? What about Delhiites? Are they going to now have any solution from the Delhi government? That's the question. We keep our top focus on the mess that Delhi is seeing with flood almost everywhere in the centre of Delhi as well. We'll be right back with the ground reports.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white. Not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Amita Vadva. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिवरा मल्होत्रा and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze.
Namaskar, good morning. You're watching Times Now Live. I'm Swati Joshi.
Good morning and a very warm welcome. My name is Amita Vadva. Let's straight away get you the top headlines this hour.
PM Modi leaves for his landmark today France visit, where the PM is set to preside over Bastille Day celebrations as the guest of honor. From a deal to procure 26 naval version of the Rafale M fighter jets to 3 additional Scorpene submarines and more, big-ticket defense deals with France on cards.
Well, the blame game over the overflowing Yamuna River, as far as the Chief Minister Kejriwal has been slamming Haryana, the BJP has been blaming the Aam Aadmi Party for mismanagement.
As water from overflowing Yamuna reaches key roads in Delhi, Traffic Police issues advisory, asks people to avoid ISBT monastery stretch.
There still is no respite from the rain fury for North India yet again, as the IMD has issued an orange alert for Bihar, Assam and also Meghalaya.
BJP takes a swipe at opposition leaders who are set to meet in Bengaluru, slam opposition for being at each other's throat in Bengal while uniting for 2024.
Meanwhile, the blame game over West Bengal post-poll violence continues. On the second day of the BJP's fact-finding committee's visit, the party has been slamming Didi's ugly rule, while the TMC calls it provocation.
Tug of war for portfolios in Maharashtra escalates while Ajit meets Home Minister Shah reportedly on portfolio allocations. Sources say the Chief Minister of Maharashtra seeks a free hand.
Meanwhile, the countdown to the third chapter for India's moon session is set to begin today, as far as Chandrayaan 3, that has been putting India in the elite group of nations capable of launching the lunar surface safely.
Well, the Prime Minister, before embarking on the 2-day visit to France, has given an interview to a French newspaper where the Prime Minister said India is a shoulder, India is a springboard for Global South.
So in an interview with the French newspaper, the Prime Minister has been also speaking about the 25 years of India-France's strategic partnership and seeing that this is a turning point. And if we look at the post-pandemic global order and the shape that it is taking, I think it is positive experience of our strategic partnership which is taking an important step ahead, unquote. There have been more aspects as well that the Prime Minister has touched upon. Pragya, good morning. If you can take us through exactly the Prime Minister's interview that has been given to a French newspaper.
Pragya, can you hear us?
Amita, he has spoken at length on various issues.
Go on, please, go on.
Absolutely, Amita. Can you hear me? Am I audible? So, this year is the 25th anniversary of France and India's relationship. This is one of the first strategic partnership that India had post World War II, which is in 1998. And the pillars of the strength, of the strategic partnership was civil nuclear cooperation, space cooperation, and also defense. France had been a very old strategic ally of India, and this is what Prime Minister will be capitalizing on when he goes to France to participate in the Bastille Day celebrations, which is on 14th of July. Also, Prime Minister has given an interview to a French daily, speaking elaborately on India's stand vis-a-vis international stature. In fact, he spoke about global South, a concept that he has also said that there are countries that have been marginalized historically, and they are very, they were not very happy, and they need to be also, this issue need to be addressed. And Prime Minister said that India cannot arrogate itself, calling itself a leader of global South, but it certainly believes that it can become voice of these countries of global South. He also touched upon various issues like India not getting a permanent seat in Security Council. Obviously an attack on China that has been stopping the India's spot on this coveted post. So France has been a member of that, and obviously India will be pitching its case, building allies. Prime Minister will certainly be doing that when he is in France. Obviously, we should not forget that Prime Minister is going there with the brand India. He spoke about how India has emerged as a soft power. Also, India has done so much about yoga, how it has been accepted. India has taken lead when it comes to various issues that affect globally, including inflation, flood, food security and all, and India has emerged as leading voices and a solution provider indeed. So all this will factor in the conversation that Prime Minister will be having, and repositioning of India on the global order, which is Prime Minister has been focusing that ever since he has come to power in 2014, and that is how we have changed our foreign policy stance vis-a-vis various nations. Prime Minister also spoke about emerging as a leader in climate change, for the globe, for the solar power, and all these things are going to be discussed during this meeting when he'll be hosted by Mr. Macron. However, we are also given to understand that he will be a showcase. There will be a showcase of India's cultural power. We have seen the tri services parade that were practicing yesterday to the tune of Sare Jahan Se Acha and Bole So Nihal Sastriyakar. All those we have seen. We should not forget that in France there are almost 1 lakh NRIs and also 10,000 students that goes to France every year. So all these factors in mind, obviously Prime Minister is going to go with the brand India and also project India as the solution to all the emerging global
and you get
powers.
an indication and a hint in that particular interview where the Prime Minister also spoke extensively about the changing equation between India and US, the expansionist policy of China, and most importantly, how he now plans to develop the economy of the country further. Thank you, Pragya, for getting us those details. We're moving on now and shifting our focus to West Bengal. The face-off over Bengal Panchayat poll violence has escalated with BJP's fact-finding team arriving in the state.
So this is the 4-member panel of the BJP legislators that have been led by the former Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad last evening when they visited also the North 24 Parganas district and also met with the victims of alleged post-poll violence related, and especially that happened in Bashirhad. Now, when we are told that they have been scheduled to visit South 24 Parganas as well, and they will be expected to meet more such victims of violence that have been hit in those areas, as they will be heading also to North Bengal.
Well, after the BJP claimed death of democracy in Bengal, now Mamata Banerjee has hit back at the Saffron Party. She has questioned why BJP did not send any committee to Manipur or Assam when the two states were burning. She further called the BJP's committee a provocation committee and not a fact-finding team.
মণিপুর চলছে আজকে 2 মাস ধরে, কত লোক মারা গেছে আমি জানি না, কোথায় ফ্যাক্ট ফাইন্ডিং কমিটি? এনআরসি নিয়ে আসামে এত লোক খুন হয়ে গেল, কাউকে যেতে দেওয়া হলো না, কোথায় ফ্যাক্ট ফাইন্ডিং কমিটি? রেস্টলাররা বসেছিল দিল্লিতে, অত্যাচার হলো, কটা কমিশন গেছে? 154টা সেন্ট্রাল কমিশন এসছে এখানে, ইনক্লুডিং ফ্যাক্ট ফাইন্ডিং, আরো বেশি করে প্রভোকেশন কমিটি। এটাকে আমি ফ্যাক্ট ফাইন্ডিং কমিটি বলি না। যারা মারা গিয়েছেন তাদের সকলের জন্য আমি দুঃখী, সমব্যথী, তাদের পরিবারের সকলকে সমবেদনা জানাই। দে আর দ্য ভিকটিমস অফ দ্য সার্কামস্ট্যান্সেস। পুলিশ যথারীতি পুলিশকে ফ্রি হ্যান্ড দিচ্ছে।
Well, that has been the response and the reaction. If that is coming in from the Chief Minister of West Bengal, let's listen into the opposition as far as the former Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad, who seems to be leading the BJP's fact-finding situation, what he has to say on the ongoing situation, especially post the elections. Take a look.
Today, I would like to gently remind Mamta ji about her own evolution in the polity of Bengal, in the politics of India. Left के खिलाफ आपने fight किया था ना? 34 years of left misrule, arrogance, despotic, ugly, cruel. उसको आप हरा के आए. Mamta ji, why your politics has become uglier than the politics of left? Mamta ji, you have shamed the democracy in Bengal. Mamta ji, आपने लोकतंत्र को शर्मसार किया है बंगाल में. मैं ममता जी की इज्जत करता हूं. As a political fighter, I must tell you very honestly. वो संघर्ष करके आगे आई तो मेरी बड़ी इच्छा थी कि ममता जी क्या टिप्पणी करती हैं. ममता जी, आपको फेसबुक पर क्यों अपना कमेंट देना पड़ा? Why you are not in a position to face the media? ममता जी, हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि हम चारों एमपीज को आप क्षेत्रों में घूमने देंगी. Mamta ji, I repeat, your democratic credentials are further on test. We are senior members of parliament. We have a right to visit these areas to see for ourselves. And we hope and expect that we will be allowed to visit.
Meanwhile, more breaking inputs coming in after meeting the victims of violence. Now the BJP committee has met Governor Ananda Bose, and Shreya is joining us from Raj Bhavan with more details. Shreya, after meeting the victims of North 24 Parganas and before they meet the victims in South 24 Parganas, the fact-finding team on ground has met the governor. What transpired?
Yes, I can hear you.
If you can hear us now, you're live on screen. Please go ahead and tell us the details about this meeting between the panel and the governor.
We have seen the fact-finding team,
You are audible, we can hear you.
See, we have seen the fact-finding team, arriving in Kolkata yesterday. We have seen them holding a press conference in Salt Lake, just after which they have left to, meet the families of the victims in North 24 Pargana. Now, they have at least made 3 to 4, families of the victim. And of course, they lashed out at Mamata Banerjee saying, hello?
Go on, Shreya.
Of course, made the families of the victims, in North 24 Pargana. And today, they'll be moving to meet the governor, just after which they'll be again meeting the families of the victim in South 24 Pargana. After which, today they're supposed to leave, for North Bengal. So we have also seen the governor in ground zero, and we had, this information that, the fact-finding team might meet the governor, because the governor is also one of the person who have been in the ground zero, visiting, the families of the victims who have been, target in this panchayat poll violence. So yes, of course, we have seen today, the fact-finding team going to meet the governor.
Right, so meeting with the governor that is taking place there. However, the governor has been also under a lot of fire when it comes to the ruling TMC, isn't it, Shreya? Because a lot of allegations that have been leveled against him. But we have seen, even during the day when the polling was happening, he was the on-ground governor, as he too was moving around where the polling was taking place and also meeting the people. What transpired exactly on that front, if you can tell us, as far as the governor also travelling to Delhi and meeting Union Home Minister?
Not given us a detail of what,
All right, so Shreya was updating us about the meeting between the panel and the governor. The fact-finding team is now meeting the governor. Remember, they've already met victims of violence in North 24 Pargana, slamming Mamata Banerjee. Ravi Shankar Prasad said we have every right to visit West Bengal, and they're also questioning the credentials of the TMC government, saying there's no democracy in West Bengal.
All right, with that, we head into a short break. More lined up on the other side. Keep watching Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Mamita Vadva. I'm Pratibha Tehusha Malhotra, and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders.
We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here, and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani force which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
So we are told that the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who seems to be also taking an on-ground situation update, he has arrived at the Wazirabad water treatment plant, and the plant that has been currently shut because of the rise in the water levels of the Yamuna River. Those pictures that have been coming in as he is meeting the relevant officials.
सर अभी क्या स्थिति है सर?
अभी हम लोग यहाँ पे वजीराबाद वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट पे खड़े हैं और पहली बार दिल्ली में यमुना इस स्तर पे पहुँची है जब 208 पॉइंट, अब तो मेरे ख्याल से 6 भी क्रॉस कर
208.6 से ऊपर है,
6 से ऊपर है और इस लेवल की पानी पहुँचेगा ये कभी सोचा नहीं था। तो अभी 3 वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट हमारे वजीराबाद, चंद्रावल और ओखला 3 वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट बंद हो गए हैं इसकी वजह से, बिकॉज पानी पंप्स के अंदर घुस गया है, अंदर मशीनों में घुस गया है और जब तक पानी कम होगा उसके बाद उनको मशीनों को सुखाया जाएगा क्योंकि बिजली से चला दिया तो करंट आ सकता है और उसके बाद पानी दोबारा शुरू होगा। लगभग 25% दिल्ली का पानी जो है वो इसकी वजह से कम हो जाएगा। ये काफ़ी ज़्यादा है और इसके अलावा बहुत सारे रिवर प्लेन्स में हमारे वो भी चलते थे, ट्यूबवेल्स चलते थे, वो सारे ट्यूबवेल्स भी अभी फ़िलहाल बंद हो गए हैं, उनका भी पानी कम हो गया है। तो 1-2 दिन पानी की काफ़ी किल्लत रह सकती है दिल्ली के अंदर।
दिल्ली के जो वाटर ट्रीटमेंट जो बंद किया, जिन्होंने आपने बताया, इससे जो दिल्ली वासी है, दिल्ली की जनता है, उनको कितनी परेशानी होगी सर?
मैंने बताया कि मैक्सिमम 1.5-2 दिन तक, मुझे उम्मीद है कि कल शाम तक हम पानी शुरू कर पाएंगे, काफ़ी कर पाएंगे, कल शाम तक शुरू कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि केवल पानी कम नहीं होना, पानी कम होने के बाद उनको मशीनों को सुखाना भी पड़ेगा, ड्राई करना पड़ेगा, उसकी सारी तैयारी है। जैसी पानी कम होगा मशीनें सुखाने का काम शुरू हो जाएगा, लेकिन इसके लिए जनता को तकलीफ़ होगी, जनता को उसका सामना करना पड़ेगा।
वाटर फ्लोइंग काफ़ी हो रहा है और सड़कों तक पानी पहुंच गया है, जिससे दिल्ली वासियों को
वो कल ही मैंने बता दिया था, जो हमारे पास रिपोर्ट्स आ रही थी कि पानी काफ़ी तेज़ी से ऊपर बढ़ रहा है। तो मैं सब लोगों से यही निवेदन करूंगा कि बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी ना हो तो घर से बाहर ना निकलें और जितना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हो सके अपना वर्क फ्रॉम होम करें। जो एरियाज़ अफेक्टेड हैं वहाँ पे हमने स्कूल्स भी अब बंद करवा दिए हैं और रिलीफ कैंप्स में भी सारी सुविधाएं देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
नॉर्मल स्थिति कब तक हो जाएगी?
देखिए, जो प्रेडिक्शंस आ रहे हैं CWC के, वो तो बता रहे हैं कि आज 3-4 बजे तक शायद पीक पहुंच जाएगा, उसके बाद कम होना चालू होगा, ऐसी प्रेडिक्शंस CWC के हैं।
ठीक है, थैंक यू।
Right, so that is the Chief Minister of the National Capital out on the streets now at Wazirabad water treatment plant, saying this is going to impact water supply in the national capital as well. Rishabh is with us on the broadcast. The Chief Minister looks absolutely calm and composed, says water supply is going to be hit. You know, he's asking people to stay at home. What about people whose homes have been flooded now?
Well, definitely, you know, a lot of low-lying areas in Delhi have been inundated by water, and the Yamuna levels have been increasing non-stop since last 48 to 72 hours. And the way Yamuna waters are now coming in, areas like ITO, areas like Wazirabad, even the posh areas like civil lines have been inundated by water. So the calm and composed Chief Minister is trying to send a message that things are under control, while the people on streets are actually agitated because many of them are now saying that they were not even given proper warning and they had to leave their houses, in urgency, and a lot of property have been destroyed because of these waters coming in. So while the Chief Minister is trying to send out a message that things will be under control, and by 4:30, as per Central Water Commission prediction, the levels will start going down for Yamuna water level. But for last,
well, Rishabh, his explanation seems to be only based on predictions. I mean, now he's saying the water supply will be hit for how long, for how many days. It's not giving a clear timeline. And how long will Delhiites continue to suffer? Because the challenge really doesn't end there. Even as the flood waters will start to recede, there will be another bigger challenge when it comes to waterborne diseases. Is the Delhi government ready for that also?
Exactly, I was coming to that. Only that once the water starts receding in these areas, there will is not very clear whether they are prepared for not, because clearly they weren't prepared for the rising water levels as well. When the Hamikund barrage was opened, Delhi to ensure that the safety of people in the low-lying areas, but that doesn't seem to be the case. And the way now the Chief Minister is coming up with assumptions based on only predictions showcases that the government is not very clear like how to go forward. We are right now crossing the areas which are in and around Yamuna, and the water levels here looks horrific. A lot of people in areas like Mayur Vihar have now left their houses and have taken shelter on the flyovers,
a lot of people
on
also
the roads.
Complaining that they did not receive any warning and now no help from the government and administration. While the Chief Minister says logon ko samna karna padega. So people have been clearly left to look after themselves. And the CM there on camera saying we did not anticipate this. Clearly that talks a lot about the kind of preparation that went into this entire issue. Rishabh, thank you for getting us those details.
We'll be back after a short break.
A city full of vigor and vivacity. A metropolis with modern skyscrapers. A city where life keeps changing towards betterment. This is Surat, City of Dreams, which is known for diamond research and mercantile city or dream city. The diamond city of Surat, Gujarat, is not only famous in India but also across the world because of its diamond industries. The picture of emergence of new Surat is adding to the beauty of the city on the world stage. The new records set by India in various sectors is telling the growth story of India to the world. Under the dynamic leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Bhupender Patel government of Gujarat has created new dimensions of development and progress in Gujarat, and Surat is definitely part of it. Surat, the financial capital of Gujarat, is not only famous for its textiles and diamond industry, but this beautiful city also has lots to offer when it comes to tourism. Surat is also known as Mini India, and this is the place where world's largest corporate hub, Surat Diamond Bourse, is located. Surat Diamond Bourse is a commercial place where international trade and business will take place, making Surat a commercial hub. Dream City is now new identity of Diamond City Surat.
सूरत के कपड़ा और हीरा कारोबार से देश भर के अनेक परिवारों का जीवन चलता है। ड्रीम सिटी प्रोजेक्ट जब पूरा हो जाएगा तो सूरत विश्व के सबसे सुरक्षित और सुविधाजनक डायमंड ट्रेडिंग हब के रूप में विकसित होने वाला है। वो दिन दूर नहीं जब सूरत दुनिया भर के डायमंड कारोबारियों, कंपनियों के लिए एक आधुनिक ऑफिस स्पेस के रूप में पहचाना जाएगा।
India's largest corporate building, Surat Diamond Bourse, is now functional in Gujarat. Diamond City of India, Surat, is now home to luxurious and beautiful world-class infrastructure. Surat Diamond Bourse. Every story of 15-story towers of Surat Diamond Bourse is connected with spine corridor and has about 4,500 offices. This spacious and large building has also been provided Platinum Green Certificate by the Indian Green Building Council. With a vision to cater the booming demand of the commercial and residential space, the government of Gujarat has formed a special purpose vehicle named Diamond Research and Mercantile City or Dream City with initial paid up capital of rupees 100 crores. The implementation of the infrastructure project will take place in phase-wise manner by year 2040. The infrastructure projects of approximately rupees 400 crore are being executed pertaining of phase 1 and phase 2. With platinum rated green building certification, this building will be self-sufficient.
ગુજરાતના ઇતિહાસ અને વર્તમાનમાં સદાય હીરાની જેમ ઝગમગતા રહેલા ડાયમંડ સિટી સુરતમાં આજે ગુડ ગવર્નન્સનો વિકાસોત્સવ ઉજવાઈ રહ્યો છે.
This ambitious project is expected to bring in turnover of rupees 2 lakh crore annually, which will benefit city, state and nation. The Surat Diamond Bourse in Dream City is all set to boost the economy of Gujarat and of India in coming years. With this city, Surat will take flight of dreams that Dream City has envisioned.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज, देश का बेहतरीन हिंदी न्यूज चैनल
टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत आपको दे रहा है सुनहरा मौका, हर रोज सोने के सिक्के और लाखों के आकर्षक इनाम जीतने का।
देखेगा नव भारत, जीतेगा भारत कॉन्टेस्ट
में हिस्सा लेने के लिए टीवी पर दिए गए नंबर पर मिस्ड कॉल दीजिए।
आसान से सवालों के जवाब देकर आप जीत सकते हैं आकर्षक इनाम हर दिन।
देखो, खेलो, जीतो, टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The news hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक
देखिए, ये टोटली झूठ हैगा और मैं तो कहूँगा अगर लॉ में कोई ऐसा प्रोविजन है कि झूठ बोलने पे भी सजा होनी चाहिए तो मैं इसके लिए कोर्ट से गुजारिश जरूर करूंगा, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा झूठ बोल के पूरे देश को डिस्टर्ब कर दिया इन लोगों ने। यानी मैं अपना बता रहा हूँ, अपनी घटना का बता रहा हूँ, ऐसी कोई भी घटना ऐसी घटित नहीं हुई कि ये मेरे ऑफिस में आए और मैंने इनके हस्बैंड को बाहर कर दिया और मैंने इनको अकेले जाने दिया। और मेरे ख्याल से हमने अपने पूरे जो डेट्स वगैरह इन्होंने बताई कि उस दिन विजिट करा, वो हमने सब अपने कोर्ट में यानी कि दे दिए सारी चीजें, अपने एविडेंस। इन्होंने मेरे ख्याल से इन्होंने कोई ऐसा एविडेंस नहीं दिया कि अभी प्रूफ दिया होगी जी मैं गया, लेकिन हमने अपने सारे प्रूफ दे दिए कोर्ट के अंदर।
तो सर, ये जो चार्जशीट में जैसी बातें लिखी गई हैं कि आपके खिलाफ कि आप इंटेंशनली और पर्पसफुली लड़कियों को ऐसे सिचुएशंस बनाते थे कि वो ब्रिजभूषण के साथ अकेले पाई जाएं।
नहीं जी, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। मैं सारे आरोपों को डिनाई करता हूँ। ऐसा कभी भी कुछ नहीं हुआ है कि जांच आगे चलनी चाहिए, कौन कौन लोग इन्वॉल्व हैं इसमें। मैं जहाँ तक मैं अपना जानता हूँ, ये सारा पूरा झूठ है, एक प्लानिंग करी है। और मैं कोर्ट से भी गुजारिश करूंगा कि अगर किसी पे अगर झूठे एलिगेशन लगाया था, झूठों पे भी कुछ ना कुछ प्रोविजन होना चाहिएगा। जो कुछ बात गलत हुआ है, कुश्ती के लिए नुकसान हुआ है इस सब चीजों से।
Karishma joining us on the broadcast with the details. Karishma, in fact, the charge sheet also mentions that during the interrogation as well, Tomar had denied the allegations against him completely. But this is a big charge that has been leveled against him. He has been named as a co-accused. But this is a twist now that he has decided to instead file a defamation case against the wrestlers.
Yes, absolutely, Pratibha. This is the ex-WFI secretary Vinod Tomar, who has in fact come out and outrightly denied all the charges that have been made against him in the charge sheet that has been filed by the Delhi police. In fact, he went on to say that he is going to appear in the court on the 18th of July and all these charges are going to be fought in the court itself. He in fact also said that the wrestlers are lying and that he did not expect the wrestlers to lie to this extent, and he hopes that there is going to be some sort of punishment for the wrestlers as well. Because as per Vinod Tomar, they are lying to the court. Now, interestingly, when asked about filing a defamation against wrestlers, he said that he is going to think about it. But first, the priority is, of course, the court summons for the 18th of July at 2:30 p.m. After that, a decision on whether they want to file a defamation against the wrestlers or not is also going to be taken. But they are very, very sure that they are innocent. Vinod Tomar saying as much when he was talking to Times Now that all the charges are false and that he has in no way aided whatever has been written in the charge sheet or what has come out earlier today in the morning. And he has in fact said that the wrestlers have taken it one step further and are lying. So we will have to wait how the proceedings go in the court in Rouse Avenue Court on the 18th of July at 2:30 p.m. and what defense do Brijbhushan Sharan Singh and Vinod Tomar have, because these are very, very serious allegations, Pratibha, that have come out in the charge sheet against these two men.
Okay, all right. Karishma, thank you for joining us with those details. We'll come back to you when there are more updates or reactions on that. For the moment, let's shift our focus now to big breaking news coming in. This is a big relief. The Central Water Commission has predicted some relief, and the water flow into Yamuna is expected to now reduce after 2 p.m. today. This has come as a big relief for the people of Delhi because remember, the water level had been increasing, because of which the Delhi Chief Minister also had to hold an emergency meeting. Several residents around the area had also been evacuated, and it led to several traffic disruptions as well. So this is a big update, a big relief that is coming in for Delhiites. The Central Water Commission has predicted some relief as the water levels are expected to be down after 2 p.m. today. So this is going to be a big relief because as Yamuna was overflowing, remember the water treatment plants had also been shut down completely. My colleague Rishabh joining us with the details. Rishabh, we are playing out these visuals as well. Several areas completely waterlogged, knee-deep waters, people seen wading through it, traffic disruptions all around. Delhi had been suffering. Now finally there's some respite.
Definitely, the Central Water Commission now predict that the waters will start receding post 2 p.m. and this is a prediction that has come in. Even the Chief Minister has stated that by 4:30 this evening, some relief will be seen in national capital. But for now, I want to show my viewers, when we talk about water logging and traffic disruption, this is the road. What you are seeing on your screen was the road toward the Yamuna Bank metro station as well. What the officials are telling us that around 150 people are now on the other side. The officials are trying to convince them to come back, come out. There you can see the NDRF people here, NDRF boats already in place. The people are not willing to leave their houses given that they still have their property as well as cattle, livestock there, and they don't want to leave them behind and leave their residences. And that's the reason that there are around 150 people who are on the other side of this waterlogging. We'll try and go toward the other side as well and try and talk to those people as well in some time. But for now, this is what the national capital is looking like. The Yamuna water levels, which has breached all-time high mark in last 2 days, is now looking like this. Remember, Yamuna Bank is the metro depot, a place where all the metro rails do come at night for cleaning and maintenance purpose. And this is the situation of the way this is happening. You can see on our screen how there are cattle, there are families, there are 150 people who stand inside. They're not willing to leave their residences. Police and NDRF right now trying to convince them to come out, and the way you can see on your screen, this is the scene of Yamuna Bank metro station.
Okay, all right. So this is the situation. In fact, it's not just in the location that you're at. We have our colleagues reporting from several areas across Delhi, and this has been the situation. Stagnant water that we're seeing, because of which people are suffering. There are several disruptions to the traffic as well that have been reported. We'll go across to our colleague Priyank as well, who's expected to join us any moment, and he has been reporting from right outside the Red Fort, where the situation was similar. And there are complaints coming in, questions being asked of where is the Delhi administration? Why don't we have anyone from the administration at the spot to help people out? Take a look at this ground report.
As India faces the flood fury, Delhi is worst affected, and I am in Noida, where you see the water is already on the roads, and this is sector 137. Sector 135. This is the posh region of Noida, where you can see the underpasses being submerged in water. You can see the water levels of Yamuna rising beyond the alert mark. The level was 208 today in the morning. And a number of drains that lead to Yamuna have broken in between, and they are trying to put a lot of soil out here to block this particular area, so that the water doesn't come beyond this point. You can see on the other side of the road, beyond the divider, the roads are submerged in water there also, and people are facing a lot of problems in commuting.
So Noida as well, you're seeing waterlogging in several areas. But Rishabh, coming back to you, in fact, we can see some of the people there as well, wading their way through the waters. And it's clear that people have been affected. And this is not a situation that has happened overnight. Over the last several days, people have been suffering with no clear answers coming forth. In fact, the Delhi government has called for an emergency meeting. The Chief Minister has called for an emergency meeting. But in his first reaction after the severe waterlogging, he said that the centre must intervene, that the government of Haryana must also look into it. In fact, these are the requests that he made. So people from Delhi asking, when is the Delhi government going to act?
Well, definitely, when Chief Minister is saying that the people need to work on themselves and they should avoid coming out, this definitely showcases that how ill-prepared Delhi government was. Even today, when the Chief Minister was speaking to the media, he says we did not anticipate this. The point is the government has various agencies to anticipate things. Why to get to a point where NDRF needs to be involved to evacuate people? This could have done in last 72 hours as well. Right now, the NDRF people or the Delhi police people are struggling to convince people to come out of this area. Was the government not, informed that the way this area might get affected by the rain? Why to wait for the last moment and get the forces in? Even while the Chief Minister, who looked calm and composed on air, when he was saying things like that things will get better by 4:30, he was referring to some predictions that the Central Water Commission has made, and that is what has enraged people as well. Many of them saying that they were not even given proper warning, and when the water came in, they had nowhere to go. While we were coming on way, this the road that leads to Yamuna Bank from Noida toward Mayur Vihar and then Yamuna Bank, people have left their houses and are now stationing on the road itself, on the main road itself. This shows that even the shelter homes who have not been put in place for these people who have been displaced because of the water logging and the rising level of Yamuna. And this showcases how ill-prepared the government is.
Okay, all right. Ill-prepared. The government is extremely ill-prepared. In fact, we've been reporting from these areas. And, Rishabh, earlier today, Akanksha was also reporting from right outside the Delhi Chief Minister's residence. And unfortunately, there as well, the situation was no different. And there are several residents who have been affected. They've been forced to leave their homes, water even reaching the first floor of several houses.
Well, definitely, there are visuals that have come in where the whole SUVs, bigger SUVs have submerged. Water have reached in some area till the first floor, and the way water has exceeded. Yes, there is water coming in from Hatnikund Barrage. There is no denying to it. But was the government prepared for it? Because if Hatnikund Barrage is not open, that might even cause major, tragedy there as well if the water levels are unchecked at Hatnikund Barrage as well, given the amount of rain that's happening up in the hills. So the way, now the blame game that Haryana should intervene, central government should intervene. Point is, when is Delhi government going to actually work? You can see now the Delhi police and NDRF people going towards that area. We were talking where around 150 people are not willing to leave their residence, given that they have their property and livestock. And the officials here trying to convince them to get them back in safer areas. So this is the situation right now here, that given the politics, given the blame game that's happening in Delhi, the people of Delhi have been left on to fend for themselves.
So people left to fend for themselves, and this is the story in different locations across Delhi, unfortunately. Priyank Tripathi also joining us from right behind Red Fort. And Priyank, the situation does not seem to have improved. Of course, this is going to take a while for the water levels to subside as well. What's happening there on ground? Are you seeing officials from the Delhi administration at the spot? Because people have been complaining about how there's been no response.
See, Pratibha, I was in touch with a few of the district administration officials, and they are saying that they are doing good work at different locations. But my point is that we are not, getting to the blame game, but the water levels is rising. You can see the kind of water flow which is moving towards the central Delhi, and visually also we can establish that the water pressure is such that it is certainly difficult for us to walk towards this location. I would attempt to go and towards this corner. If you see, can see the banks of of these palm trees, the water flow can easily be seen rising. These are the layers. If Balkrishna could establish this visually, this is a layer of water which is moving towards the national capital's, Luton's Delhi. So more fear coming out for the people of Delhi. But unfortunately, there are many schools which is situated near the ISBD area, and the students are there giving the examination. I was talking to a few of my friends also. They were trying to rush to, bring their children from their schools, but they are unable to do that. The water is moving towards the Luton zone, which is certainly a worrying thing, and that is something which the administration also need to consider as of now. On the left hand side, if you can see, there is a rickshaw puller who is trying to make his way through towards his hut, which could be
these are
near
some of
this
the prime
particular
spots
area.
in Delhi that are expected to be well planned. A very, very unfortunate situation, but we'll have to leave it at that for now. Priyank and Rishabh, for the moment, thank you for joining us with those details. Breaking updates coming in from Tamil Nadu. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin visits controversial lyricist Veramuthu at his Basant Nagar residence and wishes him on his 70th birthday. The Chief Minister has personally visited his home. He's a man who has been accused of sexual harassment. So singer Chinmay Sripada taking to Twitter to question the Chief Minister on this visit to Veramuthu. She takes to Twitter and says the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu personally visits the home of a man accused by several women of sexual harassment to wish him on his birthday. I, as a multiple award-winning singer and voiceover artist, face a work ban by the Tamil film industry since 2018 for naming this poet as a molester in the Me Too movement. So, Chinmay Sripada questioning Chief Minister M.K. Stalin over this visit. Remember, this is not the first time. Chinmay has also previously spoken out questioning Stalin for not taking action. My colleague Dharani joining us on the broadcast with the details. Dharani, you've also spoken to Chinmay previously, so she's spoken out time and again about Stalin's silence on the grave allegations that have been levelled against lyricist Veramuthu, and there's been absolute silence. And now we have the Chief Minister personally visiting him at his residence.
Today is Veramuthu's 70th birthday, and the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu in the morning itself visited him at his Besanar house personally to wish him on his birthday. And this development is not going well with the Chinmay Sripada and several other women who accused Veramuthu of sexual harassment. Almost 17 women have directly and indirectly accused Veramuthu of sexual harassment. Until now, not even one FIR has been registered against this lyricist. And today we are looking at the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu visiting him to his house personally to wish him for his birthday. In fact, Chinmay has put out a very long tweet on this development. In her tweet, Chinmay tells that for all the speeches that politicians in Tamil Nadu go on about for safety for women, this is a crying shame. Of course, they will go stone cold silent when Veramuthu's topic is brought up. From Brijbhushan Singh to Veramuthu, they will all always get away because politicians would rather say, why even bother wishing for this magical unicorn thing called justice, which is basically absent in this land. So Chinmay is lashing out in Twitter about this development. She is telling that the Chief Minister personally visiting a lyricist who has been accused by 17 women directly and indirectly of sexual harassment to wish him on his birthday. What kind of message this is sending out to the society, to the people here in Tamil Nadu, to the women and children here in Tamil Nadu? Because the DMK has been a party that's been talking a lot about women empowerment and women's safety. Whatever the stage they get, every stage they get, the Chief Minister makes sure he talks about women's safety and women empowerment, and then he goes and visits a sexual harassment, a person who's been alleged of sexual harassment, personally to wish him on his birthday. What kind of message this is putting out is the bigger question that we are trying to raise here.
Absolutely, because the Chief Minister has been silent on the allegations against Veramuthu. Even now, not a word being said against him, despite not just one or two, but over 17 women making these allegations against the lyricist. Dharani, for the moment, thank you for joining us with those details. We're keeping a track of any reactions that come in from the DMK on that. For now, a quick break. We'll be right back.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. when the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please?
मंडल परिवार के कई उम्मीदवारों के घर में हम गए जहां हमला हुआ है, घर तोड़े गए। एक माधवी मंडल में घर में तो उनके रिश्तेदार फैमिली वे में है, वहां हमला हुआ। एक छोटा बच्चा 12-13 साल का, क्या नाम था डॉक्टर उसका? सोनाई दास। उसको इतना जबरदस्त कट लगा है कि हम वे मूव्ड। महिलाएं खौफ में हैं। दुर्गा स्थान पर हमला हुआ, सीसीटीवी को तोड़ दिया गया। और मीनाखा में मैं एक घर में गया, वो मैं मीडिया के सामने बताना चाहता हूं। शांतनु पात्रा एक बहुत ही गरीब राजमिस्त्री है जो तमिलनाडु में काम करता है अपनी कमाई के लिए। ही हैज मेड सम सेविंग और उसने अपना मकान बनाया है। उसकी एक ही गलती है कि वो नरेंद्र मोदी जी का उसने पोर्ट्रेट लगाया अपने मकान में। क्या हमला किया गया, घर तोड़ा गया, उसका टीवी तोड़ दिया गया। वो घर से भागा, वरना तो उसकी जान पर आफत थी। सोफा सेट, अलमारी सब तोड़ दिया गया, बिखरा हुआ है। और उसकी मां रोने लगी हम लोग से मिलकर। हमने जानने की कोशिश की कि पुलिस का कोई एक्शन हुआ है। यूनिफॉर्म रिप्लाई, नो एक्शन। आई रिपीट, we asked all the victims, have you complained? कहा sir we did. Has any police action being undertaken? कहा no. अब ये एक सेंसिटिव जिला है ना जहां हम घूम रहे थे, बासीरहाट, बांग्लादेश के बॉर्डर पर है ना, वहां बहुत
अपनी पहचान छिपाने के लिए और रेडिकल मटेरियल को फैलाने के लिए डार्क नेट का भी उपयोग कर रहे हैं। हमें डार्क नेट पर चलने वाली इन गतिविधियों के पैटर्न को समझना होगा और उसके उपाय भी ढूंढने होंगे। वर्चुअल एसेट माध्यमों के उपयोग पर नकेल कसने के लिए एक मजबूत और कारगर ऑपरेशनल सिस्टम की दिशा में हमें एक साथ आकर सोचना होगा। मेटावर्स जो कभी साइंस फिक्शन था, अब वास्तविक दुनिया में कदम रख चुका है। मेटावर्स से आतंकवादी संगठनों के लिए मुख्य रूप से प्रचार, भर्ती, प्रशिक्षण, इसके नए अवसर पैदा हो सकते हैं। इससे टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए कमजोर मानसिकता वाले लोगों का चयन करना और उन्हें लक्ष्य बनाना और उनकी कमजोरियों के अनुरूप मटेरियल तैयार करना बहुत आसान हो जाएगा। मेटावर्स यूजर की पहचान की सच्ची नकल करने के लिए अवसर भी पैदा करते हैं, जिसे डीप फेक कहते हैं। व्यक्तियों के बारे में बेहतर बायोमेट्रिक जानकारी का उपयोग करके अपराधी यूजर का रूप धरने और उनकी पहचान चुराने में सक्षम हो जाएंगे। साइबर अपराधों द्वारा रैंसमवेयर हमलों और महत्वपूर्ण व्यक्तिगत डेटा की बिक्री, ऑनलाइन उत्पीड़न और बाल शोषण से लेकर फर्जी समाचार और टूल किट के साथ साथ मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन जैसी घटनाओं को अंजाम दिया जा रहा है। इसके साथ ही क्रिटिकल इंफॉर्मेशन और फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम को स्ट्रेटेजिक लक्ष्य बनाने की प्रवृत्ति भी बढ़ रही है। ऐसी गतिविधियां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय चिंता का विषय है, क्योंकि इनकी गतिविधियों का सीधा प्रभाव सुरक्षा, कानून व्यवस्था और अर्थव्यवस्था पर पड़ता है। ऐसे अपराधों को और अपराधियों को, दोनों को हमें रोकना है। अगर रोकना है तो कन्वेंशनल जियोग्राफिक बॉर्डर से ऊपर उठकर सोचना होगा और हमें इस दिशा में बहुत काम भी करने की जरूरत है। डिजिटल युग में टारगेट हमारे भौतिक संसाधन नहीं होते हैं, बल्कि हमारी ऑनलाइन काम करने की क्षमता को टारगेट किया जाता है। कुछ मिनट के लिए भी ऑनलाइन नेटवर्क में व्यवधान बहुत घातक हो सकता है। आज दुनिया की सभी सरकारें गवर्नेंस और पब्लिक वेलफेयर में डिजिटल माध्यमों को प्रोत्साहन दे रही है। इस दिशा में आवश्यक है कि डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पर नागरिकों का विश्वास बना रहे। डिजिटल स्पेस में असुरक्षितता नेशनल स्टेट की लेजिटिमेसी को और संप्रभुता के सामने प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करते हैं। हमारा इंटरनेट विजन न तो राष्ट्र को अस्तित्व के संकट में डालने वाला अत्यधिक फ्रीडम वाला होना चाहिए और न ही डिजिटल फायरवॉल जैसे आइसोलेट करने वाले इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से बना हुआ होना चाहिए। भारत ने कुछ ऐसे ओपन एक्सेस डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मॉडल खड़े किए हैं जो कि समग्र विश्व में मिसाल बने हुए हैं। हमारा डिजिटल आइडेंटिटी का आधार मॉडल, रियल टाइम फास्ट पेमेंट का यूपीआई मॉडल, ओपन नेटवर्क फॉर डिजिटल कॉमर्स ONDC, हेल्थ के क्षेत्र में ओपन हेल्थ सर्विस नेटवर्क जैसे और भी है। आज दुनिया को डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए नई व्यवस्था की जरूरत है जो इंफॉर्मेशन और फाइनेंस के प्रवाह में मध्यस्थता करे। इससे दुनिया के देशों को अपने नागरिकों को डिजिटल रूप से सशक्त बनाने में सुविधा होगी। मित्रों, मैं कुछ सुरक्षा उपायों के लिए भी बात करना जरूर चाहूंगा। दुनिया के कई देश साइबर अटैक के शिकार हुए हैं और यह खतरा दुनिया भर की सभी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्थाओं पर मंडरा रहा है। विश्व बैंक के अनुमान के अनुसार 19 से 23 के दौरान साइबर हमलों से दुनिया को लगभग $5.2 ट्रिलियन का नुकसान हो सकता था। मैलिशियस थ्रेट एक्टर्स द्वारा क्रिप्टो करेंसी का उपयोग इसकी पहचान और रोकथाम को और जटिल बना देता है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत सरकार ने एक समान साइबर कार्यनीति की रूपरेखा तैयार करने, साइबर अपराधों की रियल टाइम रिपोर्टिंग के लिए, लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसियों की कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के लिए, एनालिटिकल टूल्स डिजाइन करने के लिए, फॉरेंसिक प्रयोगशालाओं का एक राष्ट्रीय नेटवर्क स्थापित करने के लिए, साइबर हाइजीन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए और हर नागरिक तक साइबर जागरूकता के प्रसार करने जैसे क्षेत्रों में बहुत काम किया है। अब भारत के सभी पुलिस थानों में क्राइम एंड क्रिमिनल ट्रैकिंग नेटवर्क एंड सिस्टम CCTNS को क्रियान्वित कर दिया गया है। साइबर अपराध के विरुद्ध व्यापक जवाबी कार्यवाही सुनिश्चित करने हेतु भारत सरकार ने इंडियन साइबर क्राइम कोऑर्डिनेशन सेंटर I4C की स्थापना की है। भारत सरकार ने साइट्रेन पोर्टल नामक एक विशाल ओपन ऑनलाइन ट्रेनिंग प्लेटफॉर्म को भी निर्माण किया है।
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white. Not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The news hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है। I'm Amita Vadva. I'm Pratibha Tehushita Malhotra and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event. We are situation analysts, raw, live and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now. Action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
और इंफॉर्मेशन का आदान प्रदान का भी प्लेटफॉर्म बनाना समय की मांग है। रिस्पॉन्सिबल उपयोग सुनिश्चित करने के लिए ट्रांसपेरेंट और अकाउंटेबल एआई और इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी गवर्नेंस फ्रेमवर्क का निर्माण करने का समय आ गया है। डिजिटल करेंसी से लैस साइबर क्राइम में वृद्धि को देखते हुए राष्ट्रों के बीच एक डेडिकेटेड कॉमन चैनल की आवश्यकता है ताकि ऐसी वित्तीय अनियमितताओं को रोका जा सके। एनएफटी प्लेटफॉर्म की थर्ड पार्टी वेरिफिकेशन से विश्वास बढ़ेगा और आपराधिक गतिविधियों पर रोक लगेगी। अंत में मैं फिर से इस बात पर जोर देना चाहूंगा, कोई भी देश या संगठन अकेले साइबर खतरों का मुकाबला नहीं कर सकता। इसके लिए एक संयुक्त मोर्चे की आवश्यकता है, एक संयुक्त प्लेटफॉर्म की आवश्यकता है। हमारे भविष्य ने हमें अवसर दिया है कि हम संवेदनशीलता के साथ टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करने और सार्वजनिक सुरक्षा तथा संरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने के लिए अपनी प्रतिबद्धता पर अटल रहे। हालांकि यह कार्य अकेले सरकारों के द्वारा संभाला नहीं जा सकता, सरकारों ने भी सबको साथ में लेना पड़ेगा। हमारा लक्ष्य साइबर सक्सेस वर्ल्ड का निर्माण करना है, न कि साइबर फेल्योर वर्ल्ड का। साथ मिलकर हम सभी के लिए एक सुरक्षित और समृद्ध डिजिटल भविष्य सुनिश्चित करने हेतु इन टेक्नोलॉजी की क्षमता का उपयोग कर सकते हैं। आइए हम सहयोग करने, विचार साझा करने और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय साझी बनाने के लिए इस 2 दिन की कॉन्फ्रेंस का उपयोग करें। अंत में इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भाग लेने के लिए मैं भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्रालय की ओर से आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। वंदे मातरम।
All right, so that was Home Minister Amit Shah addressing the inaugural session of G20 meeting on crime and security. Well, monsoon fury has hit North India, but let's specifically focus on the national capital. It is an alarming situation for Delhi as Yamuna's water level swells to record 208.50 meters today. Yamuna water has entered Delhi NCR areas including Noida, ITO, Mathura Road, Rajghat, Delhi Secretariat, Civil Lines, Lakshmi Nagar and many more. In fact, roads near the Chief Minister's house are also inundated. In view of the current situation, Delhi police have issued advisory for commuters as the traffic has been diverted in many areas, which has led to massive traffic snarl in the national capital. A headache, in fact, for the office goers. Let's first take a look at worrying ground reports coming in from various parts of Delhi NCR.
राजधानी दिल्ली में यमुना डरा रही हैं। निचले इलाके जलमग्न हो चुके हैं। दरअसल जिस तरीके से पिछले 45 साल का रिकॉर्ड टूटा है और यमुना का जल स्तर 208.48 से भी को पार कर चुका है, उसके बाद से ही जो निचले इलाके हैं वो पूरी तरीके से डूब चुके हैं। इस वक्त हम पुराने लोहे के पुल के पास मौजूद हैं और तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि किस तरीके से लोहे का जो ये पुल है वो पूरी तरीके से पानी के जद में आ चुका है और इसी वजह से जो यातायात है वो यहाँ का बंद कर दिया गया है। साथ ही साथ तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि किस तरीके से जो आसपास के इलाकों में जो लोग रहते थे उनके घर पानी के आगोश में आ चुके हैं और इसी वजह से उन लोगों को वहां से रेस्क्यू किया गया, जिसके बाद लोग सड़कों पर जिंदगी बिताने को मजबूर हो चुके हैं। तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको दिखाएंगे ये वो तमाम लोग हैं जिनके आशियाने जो हैं वो निचले इलाकों में थे, लेकिन पानी की वजह से इनके घर जब डूब गए तो इन्हें रेस्क्यू किया गया और रेस्क्यू कराने के बाद इन्हें यहाँ पर लाया गया है। तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि किस तरीके से जो भी जरूरी सामान इनको दिखा इन्होंने लिया और उसके बाद ये यहाँ पर आ गए। एक तरीके से कहा जा सकता है अस्थायी तौर पर प्रशासन की तरफ से यहाँ इंतजाम किए जा रहे हैं ताकि ये लोग अपनी जिंदगी यहाँ पर बिता सके और इसकी वजह से प्रशासन की तरफ से तमाम कवायदें की जा रही हैं। लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से लोग सड़कों पर जिंदगी बिताने को मजबूर हैं।
As India faces the flood fury, Delhi is worst affected, and I am in Noida where you see the water is already on the roads, and this is sector 137, sector 135. This is the posh region of Noida where you can see the underpasses being submerged in water. You can see the water levels of Yamuna rising beyond the alert mark. The level was 208 today in the morning, and a number of drains that lead to Yamuna have broken in between, and they are trying to put a lot of soil out here to block this particular area so that the water doesn't come beyond this point. You can see on the other side of the road, beyond the divider, the roads are submerged in water there also, and people are facing a lot of problems in commuting.
A flood-like situation is prevailing in the national capital, as you can see in the visuals as well, that this is not any bank of any river, but this is the road on which we are standing right now, and it has been completely submerged into water because a flood-like situation has been prevailing in the national capital due to the rise in the water level of Yamuna. We are standing here at the road which goes from ITO towards Rajghat, and this you can see in the visuals as well that continuously water level is on a rise here in the national capital, and you can see in the visuals as well that the Delhi police personnel are helping out people who have been stuck here because of this water level increase in the national capital. They have been deployed their teams at various locations in the national capital. They are continuously making announcements for the people so that they don't get panic because of this rise in the water level, and you can see in the visuals as well that the traffic movement has also been affected due to this water level rise on this road. As you can see here as well, I would also like to ask my camera person to pan the camera and show you the visuals that this is the bust of IT Stadium, and it has been completely submerged into water. The Delhi police has also been helping out people here. It should be appreciated as well because they have already put out certain barricades as well.
सवाल यही उठता है कि सरकार जो कर सकती थी वो कर रही है या उसमें भी लापरवाही बरत रही है, क्योंकि जो स्थानीय लोग हैं, बताया जाता है कि यहाँ जो यमुना का जो निचला इलाका है, यहाँ पर लगभग 1000 लोग जो है झुग्गियों में रहते थे, वो सारे के सारे सड़क पर आ गए, उनके सामान सब अंदर आ गए। और पानी का बहाव देखिए, पानी का बहाव इतना तेज है कि अगर मैं बीच में जाऊं तो हो सकता है कि मुझे भी बहाकर ये पानी लेकर चला जाए। जो स्थानीय लोग हैं वो इस बात को लेकर दुखी हैं कि सरकार को जानकारी होती है, ऐसे एडवांस सिस्टम है कि पानी बढ़ सकता है, बरसात लगातार होगी, उनको बताया नहीं गया।
अभी तक कोई सुविधा नहीं मिला है हमें। कुछ लोग फंसे भी पड़े हैं अभी वहाँ पे,
अंदर लोग फंसे हुए हैं।
बोट नाव का इंतजाम नहीं है आने जाने के लिए। हमने किसी से रिक्वेस्ट किया।
What is more worrisome here is that not just the low-lying areas, but the posh and organized areas here in the national capital are also now submerged in water. I'm currently in Civil Lines area. This is very close to the residence of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and also very close to the residence and office of LG. And as you can see, this is right outside Delhi Government Officers flat. The entire area is submerged in water. On my right-hand side, you can see even the cars, the scooties, everything is submerged in water. This is quite a worrying situation. Visuals are quite. Do you live inside?
Yeah.
What is ये कब पानी कब भरा?
ये सुबह 7 बजे से आना शुरू हुआ था and then it just started, the water level started rising. तो अभी नीचे वाले घरों में तो सारा सामान
Yeah, we can see that they are partially submerged in water. Do you live on ground floor?
Ground floor, yeah.
What is the situation?
Not good. Everything is like drenched in water. Like our refrigerators are floating and everything, and TVs are floating and everything.
Have authorities reached out to you yet?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
No one.
Okay, so what will you do next? Will you have you shifted your essentials outside?
No, you cannot. You didn't have time to do that, right? So we're just trying to, just get everyone on the upper floors, and that's it. And I don't know if it's even safe now to get them on upper floors or something.
We are in touch with the Delhi government, one-to-one with the Chief Secretary also.
Yes,
so whatever teams they need, we are deploying them in adequate numbers. And we are supervising that wherever the operations are going on, they are going on smoothly. There is no issue in coordination. The boys are well equipped. So it's just a question of officers being on ground with the rescuers who are working hands-on to ensure that things are working smoothly. Areas which are low-lying, as you mentioned, a lot of evacuation has already taken place, and we are supervising to ensure that there is no loss of life because of this. And team have already been sent there to see what we can do to ensure that the water supply and the water pumping station doesn't get harmed. My suggestion to all the people is that when the authorities request them to evacuate, they should not hang back in the low-lying areas because of any reason. We are here to evacuate the livestock as well.
So Yamuna water has entered the city. It has not just impacted the national capital but also areas in and around. So NCR has been impacted. We saw waterlogging in Noida as well. You saw the live reports, you heard people's grievances. Let's take a look at these visuals here on the big screen. Here are the visuals, and there on the map we've marked the locations that have been impacted where waterlogging is being witnessed. Take a look at how people are making their way through knee-deep and waist-deep water. People are wading through water here, and they've been left to fend for themselves. You heard how the Chief Minister responded. He said, we did not anticipate this situation to rise. Now, Wazirabad, the Chief Minister was here earlier at the water treatment plant where he said that we did not anticipate the situation और लोगों को इसका सामना करना पड़ेगा. These are visuals from Mayur Vihar, and you can see how people are facing the situation. लोग सामना कर रहे हैं. Moving on, Nigam Bodh Ghat. Here are the visuals of Nigam Bodh Ghat. Take a look at people carrying their stuff and wading through knee-deep and waist-deep water. This is all probably that they could save when their homes, their houses were flooded because Yamuna water entered the city. A relief for people is that the water will start receding post 2 p.m. That is what has been shared in terms of the situation improving in the national capital. We also have our reporters on ground. We have Priyank, we have Akanksha and Rishabh joining us with more details. But let's first go across to Priyank. Priyank, visuals coming in from where you're reporting, and they are alarming. You in fact yourself are standing in knee-deep water. Please be extremely careful and share the details with us.
Yeah, Sati Swati, and Sati, thank you for that. But what is more worrying right now to alert the people of the national capital that what is a big trouble which is going to come to their way. On my right hand side is the river Yamuna. On my left hand side, Balkrishna would show you, this is the Red Fort, which is certainly an iconic structure for the country. And I will try to show you that what is happening right now. If you can see, this is the water flow. Balkrishna, if you can zoom in, you can show the manner in which the water is moving towards the central part of the Delhi. So that is the biggest thing which people need to be afraid of. It's very difficult to walk inside this water. The water level can also be seen rising. Since the time I have personally come here, I could see the water moving more than 50 meters away from the location which was earlier seen. This is the route which was visible just a short while back. This route moved towards the ITO intersection from where our colleagues were also reporting earlier. But because of the heavy flow of water, the water level is certainly rising. Yes, it is a fact that the water, disaster management officials have said that the water level will start receding post 2 p.m. But what if it starts raining? What if there's more cubic water which is being released from the Hathikund barrage bank? Hathikund barrage, the water level is certainly flowing at a very high speed. It's moving towards the national capital, it's the main Luton zone area, and that is something which needs to be feared about. On my left hand side from where we were reporting earlier, you can see these two signboards. The signboards can easily be showing that if you take the left, you'll go towards the new Old Delhi railway station. If you take the right, then this particular stretch of the road move towards the ISBT terminal. So the connectivity of the national capital from other portion of the country is certainly getting stuck. We will once again try to move. Look at this. This man is standing here and look at the water flow which is moving towards the Luton zone. On the other side of the road, where the vehicles have been stationed on this particular flyover which connects the ring road, you can see the media person vehicle is there. The Delhi police has removed all the other vehicles. They have told people to take alternative route. Just a short while back, when I personally came here, where that journalist wearing red color top is standing, the water was 20 meters away from that. But now look at the situation within 1.5 hours. What is the situation here? The water has moved 20 meters at the 30 meters away from where I am standing right now. So that clearly proves that the water level is rising. There were many people who were stuck inside those buses.
So you're saying post 2 p.m. it might recede. That's what the disaster management team has been saying. But at this moment, the water level is rising, and you're reporting from very crucial junction. If it is flooded over there, one can imagine how it has impacted connectivity. Rishabh is joining us from the Yamuna bank. Rishabh, I can see you're wearing a safety gear. Is the situation that bad over there?
Well, if we see, the way right now the situation here is, this is the main road, and I'll ask my camera person Ashwini, who is doing his level best to have a steady frame here. This is the road that leads to the Yamuna Bank Metro, and we cannot walk in this. This is a neck deep water right now here, and we are on NDRF boat. I'll ask my camera person to pan also the NDRF team that is rescuing people. We are being told that they have been around 150 people who are on the other side, and they weren't ready to leave their location because they had their livestock, they have their property, and they did not want to leave them. Senior officials of Delhi Police and NDRF had gone in the first trip of this boat and convinced few of them to come back, who came back on this boat. We are going toward the other end to assess the situation, that how bad it is and why do people do not want to come this way. You can see around me, this used to be the main road. Just for reference, you can see that barricade, the police barricade, submerged in water, and this, mind you, is the main road that leads to one of the busiest metro station in Delhi. This is the condition of the national capital.
Well, the condition of the national capital is pretty bad. From where you are reporting, you're wearing a life jacket that indicates in itself how the situation over there is only escalating. Rescue operations underway as well. Akanksha is joining us with more details. Akanksha, you're reporting from civil lines. What's the situation over there?
Well, absolutely. This is a VVIP area. This is a very posh and organized area. This is close to Lieutenant Governor's office. This is, as you can see, a residential area. And just look at the road there. It leads on the right-hand side of this road is the ISBT. All the bus services have been stopped. In fact, at around 9 o'clock, our crew took this route only to come to civil lines. But now look at the situation. It is not even knee-deep or waist-deep. If one tries to step into it, they might get submerged and drown. We have few people here. मैम ये आसपास आपका घर है यहाँ पे, क्या कुछ सिचुएशन है यहाँ पे?
यह सिचुएशन बहुत गंभीर।
कहाँ पे आपका घर बताने
आ गया? ये बिल्कुल सामने ही है, प्राचीन शिव मंदिर है, पुराना 1923 का बना हुआ मंदिर है।
डूब गया है? बिल्कुल
डूब गया, छत तक पानी आ गया है।
अच्छा,
फर्स्ट फ्लोर तक पानी आ रहा है। हाँ जी।
आप लोगों को कहाँ पे अभी मूव किया गया है?
कुछ भी नहीं किया गया जी, हमारा सामान सारा अंदर है और कोई अभी तक हमें कोई मूव नहीं मिला है, कोई किसी ने कोई अथॉरिटी नहीं दी अभी तक।
पहले किसी ने आपको बताया था कि ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है?
कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं थी हमारे पास।
I'll just go across and speak to him. आप भी आसपास रहते हैं, यही क्या सेम सिचुएशन थी आपकी भी?
बिल्कुल सेम सिचुएशन थी। सुबह रिंग रोड पे पानी था, तब तक गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं थी और अब एकदम बिल्कुल सारा बेसमेंटों में पानी आ गया। 6-6 फुट पानी है, बेला रोड सारा डूबा पड़ा है, तो बहुत बुरी हालत हो रही है।
आप लोग अभी कहाँ रह रहे हैं? खाना पानी छत क्या है आपके पास?
खाना पानी तो चलो हो जाएगा, कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है, मगर जो है बाकी जो लोगों के इधर गौशाला थी वो सारे जितने उसमें गाय थी पता ही नहीं उनका कहाँ गई है कहाँ नहीं गई है, और लोगों का बहुत बुरा हाल है मेन रोड पे। तो
Absolutely, I would like to show you that this is where this is a place from where we also reported yesterday. This just right opposite is the monastery market, and yesterday the shops there were partially submerged. Ma'am, I would like to ask you, अभी जो ये monastery market है यहाँ पे shops पूरी तरह डूब गई?
फुल डूबी हुई है।
फुल डूब गई?
फुल डूबी हुई है। पूरा माल जो है फर्स्ट फ्लोर सारा डूब।
और आसपास जितने मंदिर थे ये पूरा स्ट्रेच पूरा डूब चुका?
फर्स्ट फ्लोर मतलब बेसमेंट फर्स्ट फ्लोर सब डूबा हुआ है।
अच्छा सर, आप आगे गए थे, ISBT बिल्कुल पास है यहाँ पे, बस सर्विस रोक दी गई है?
उसमें सारा बस सर्विस हुई है सुबह से ही, अर्ली मॉर्निंग 7 AM, और अंदर बैकआउट कर गए हैं जितने भी ड्रेनेज हैं और बुरी तरह अंदर पानी घुसा हुआ है। देखो ना पार्क के अंदर क्या हालत है, पूरा पार्क सारा भरा हुआ पानी से, ये ड्रेनेज सिस्टम सारा बैकआउट हो गया।
So this is the situation as I told you in the morning at 9 o'clock. Our crew also took this way to come into civil lines, but now you see one cannot even go here. But what we've been told by the Central Water Commission is that by around 2 p.m. the water will start receiving the inflow of water in Yamuna will start decreasing.
Stay on with us. We have some breaking inputs coming in as well. The Delhi Disaster Management Authority is currently underway at the Secretariat. DDMA holds a key meet to discuss the situation in the national capital. Of course, water has now entered the national capital. Priyank is joining us with more details. Priyank, the DDMA meeting is currently underway at the Secretariat. Now, earlier, we heard the Chief Minister while inspecting the water treatment plant at Wazirabad say, we did not anticipate this. From that one statement coming in from the Chief Minister, it's amply clear that if you did not anticipate, you clearly were not even prepared.
Yes, Swati, you are absolutely right, because this is basic science. It's a basic calculation. The measurement of the rain which happened in the hills and the kind of water flow which was expected earlier could have clearly given a result for the disaster management authorities, including the civic agencies here, that what could be the flow of the water which will come here. The water has certainly not come up from the ground. It has come up from the sky, and the measurement could have easily shown them. And that has created to this kind of havoc-like situation. What we are getting to know that just a few kilometers away from where we are standing right now, the top officials of the Delhi government, along with the DDMA officials and all the agencies which have been working in tandem to save the people of the national capital, are having a meeting. But before the meeting can end, the water level is rising. This is what we have been alarming into our viewers, that if they don't have any kind of urgent work, they should take precautions while coming out, because this is a situation they won't be able to reach to the old Delhi railway station, neither they will be able to commit to the other portions of the Delhi NCR or the neighboring state, because of the connectivity from the ISBT bus stop has totally ended. The top officials of the Delhi government are there at the Delhi Secretariat holding a meeting so that the further strategy can be decided. I was trying to talk to the senior officials early in the morning. They said that we are prepared and we were certainly not caught unaware because of this situation, but the CM has certainly given a different kind of stand.
The situation on ground is a complete contrast to what is being claimed. Akanksha, Rishabh and Priyank, for the moment, thank you for getting us those details. We'll of course connect with you again after a short break.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Mamita Vadva. I'm Pratibha Tehushika Malhotra and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now. Action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now I'm just few meters away from Pakistani post which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of actual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna.
And Pranesh.
At 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, Not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से कर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है। I'm Amita Vadva. I'm Pratibha Tehushida Malhotra and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now. Action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani force which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of actual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thanks very much for tuning in. You're watching Times Now. My name is Amita Vadva. Quickly, let's get you the breaking update. Pictures that have been coming in from the Bihar Assembly. As we are told, the opposition leaders from the BJP, the MLAs have now been thrown out of the assembly. That is the update coming in by the marshals. As the former minister, Jivesh Mishra and MLA Janak Singh are being seen in the videos that have also been shared widely as both the BJP netas have been thrown out of the assembly. Akshay, if you can tell us the details, what transpired in the assembly in Bihar today? Akshay? With dramatic pictures that have been coming in as far as the two BJP MLAs have been marshalled out of the assembly, and we are told that they were raising the issue over the teachers' posting and they were raising their protest. However, when it comes to the action that has now been taken against them, the two Bihar BJP MLAs have been marshalled out of the Bihar assembly after they reportedly raised the issue of the posting of the teachers in the state. Very dramatic pictures that have been coming in with the assembly session that has been underway. The opposition leaders have been holding their protest in the Bihar assembly. And we are told, as far as the assembly, as soon as the house convened today at 11 a.m., the BJP MLAs reportedly entered the well and started raising slogans. We are told that a lot of ruckus also took place in the assembly today. What happened inside the assembly? Akshay, if you can hear me now, can you take us through the details, please? Akshay, can you hear me? Just apologies to that for that viewers. We're just trying to reconnect our line with our reporters there, because what is being said that they prompted the speaker to also adjourn the Vidhan Sabha, and we are looking at the second day in a row on the 12th of July where the proceedings in the Bihar Legislative Council were adjourned within minutes of commencement. And what is being cited as unruly behavior, but what is also being said when it comes to the teachers posting, and this is something that the BJP in the opposition has been time and again has been demanding answers from the Nitish Kumar and the RJD led coalition alliance in the state of Bihar, and with the assembly session that was underway, we are told that this is what they got in return for raising their voice when it comes to the teachers posting. Akshay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Please tell us what happened inside the assembly.
The BJP MLAs were protesting inside the assembly. They also have a Vidhan Sabha march today on the issues of employment, teachers' welfare, of the farmers, and on all the issues. The Bihar BJP is holding a protest in Bihar, and
a Vidhan Sabha march is almost beginning within few minutes from the Gandhi Maidan to the Vidhan Sabha, and police have been deputed to stop these BJP protesters. Yesterday when the farmers were protesting in Patna, now they were lathi charged by the police, and the BJP leaders are also aggressive on it. We have BJP leader Pradeep Dubey from Buxar with us, who is a farmer leader and is here in Patna. कल किसानों पर लाठी चार्ज भी हुआ, इसको लेकर के भी भाजपा में काफी आक्रोश देखने को मिल रहा है। दूसरी ओर अभी मार्शल्स ने भाजपा विधायकों को उठाकर बाहर भी फेंका है। इस पर क्या कह रही है भाजपा?
देखिए, नीतीश कुमार इस समय जो देश में इमरजेंसी लगाने वाला अत्याचारी शासक जो रहे हैं कांग्रेस के लोग, उनके साथ और भ्रष्टाचारी शासक जो रहे हैं लालू प्रसाद, तेजस्वी यादव, इन लोगों के साथ सरकार चला रहे हैं। तो इसलिए एक दिन का ये मामला नहीं है। किसी दिन शिक्षकों को पिटवाते हैं, किसी दिन किसान सलाहकारों को पिटवाते हैं, और लोकतंत्र के रक्षा की बात करते हैं। और जो लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है विधानसभा, विधान परिषद, वहाँ हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं को मार्शल से फेंकवा रहे हैं। इससे बड़ा अत्याचारी और दुराचारी क्या हो सकता है? नीतीश कुमार अभी कुछ दिन जिस शासन में अपने घटक दल के आरजेडी के एक मंत्री जो चंद्रशेखर शिक्षा मंत्री हैं, उनको अपमानित करने के लिए अधिकारी इनका जो अपने के पाठक जी का जो सहारा लिया, सहारा लेकर किस प्रकार से अपमानित किया कि मंत्री ऑफिस में नहीं जा रहे।
So you can also see behind me the protesters who have gathered at the Gandhi Maidan, and are about more than 5,000 BJP workers who have gathered in the Gandhi Maidan of Patna and will be leaving for the Vidhan Sabha very soon, as Samrat Chaudhary, the state president, Nityanand Rai, the Minister of State for Home Affairs, all have reached here at the Gandhi Maidan and will be moving towards the Vidhan Sabha very soon. Police is ready to stop them from doing so. Yes.
Akshay, who are these two BJP MLAs who were apparently marshalled out? I mean, they have been literally picked up by the marshals and have been left outside the assembly. Who are these two BJP MLAs that we are looking at those pictures at?
Yeah, BJP MLA Janak Singh and ex-minister of Bihar government Jivesh Kumar was literally thrown out by the marshals of the Vidhan Sabha, as the speaker of the Vidhan Sabha, Avadh Bihari Chaudhary of the RJD, ordered the marshals to do this, and he has claimed, he has alleged that the BJP MLAs were misbehaving in the Vidhan Sabha. Now he has also said that yesterday one MLA picked up a chair and started protesting with a chair in his hand. Now Avadh Bihari Chaudhary has said that actions will be taken on that MLA also, and he will be taken action on, and all the MLAs who are protesting inside the Vidhan Sabha in an unruly manner will be taken action and could be suspended from the Vidhan Sabha proceedings.
Right, Akshay, just show us around you, because we are looking at this massive protest that is also being led by the BJP, and these protests both happening inside the assembly and outside as well. Gandhi Maidan, that you're telling us that the BJP will now be taking their protests forward.
Yeah, now the protest is starting within few minutes, because Samrat Chaudhary and other leaders, you can see the stage behind me, session of speakers was hosting the assembly, this meeting in the Gandhi Maidan, and now they have moved forward to the gate of the Gandhi Maidan and will be marching on the roads of Patna to the Vidhan Sabha.
Right, keep talking to us, because we're going to stay with those pictures there, Akshay, because we are looking at many protesters that are out on the field, out on the ground there, who have come out to protest in support of the BJP. What exactly was the issue that these BJP leaders were raising in the assembly, Akshay?
The BJP leaders, the BJP leaders are talking of the farmers, the teachers and other people who are fed up of the state government and who are facing problems in different issues. We have leaders of the BJP with us. किन चीज़ों को लेकर के आज सड़क पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं आप लोग?
हम लोग नौकरी, शिक्षा, यहाँ के उप मुख्यमंत्री, FIR केस हुआ ऑलरेडी यहाँ के उप मुख्यमंत्री पर। उप मुख्यमंत्री भ्रष्टाचार में ही लिप्त है और ये सरकार हमेशा ऑलरेडी कोमा में चल रही है सरकार, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कई विधायक के संपर्क में JDU विधायक, राजद विधायक यहाँ संपर्क में है। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी यहाँ अपना शक्ति प्रदर्शन कर रही है। दूसरी बात है शिक्षा में जो हो रहा है मामला, नौकरी से बेरोजगार 10 लाख लोगों के रोजगार का वादा किया था, रोजगार इन्होंने नहीं दिया। आज हालात ऐसा हो गया है कि जनता के हित के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी कार्यकर्ता रोड पर और सड़क पर उतर गई है और ये सड़क से उतरकर संसद मार्ग तक पहुंचेगी। और जब तक बिहार के जनता का मांग नहीं मांगेगा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जनता हमेशा इसी तरह से उमड़ते रहेगी।
आप लोग कहाँ से आए हुए हैं?
हम लोग नालंदा से आए हैं।
Akshay, when the protest begins, we'll come back to you with those live updates. However, this is the BJP, and we've been looking at how they have been raising the matters as far as being in the opposition is concerned. From inside the assembly to outside, we are looking at them protesting against the Nitish Kumar Sarkar. Let's quickly move on to another round of breaking update. As far as the Defence Acquisition Council is concerned, we're told that it's given a nod to the Rafale deal, and this is clearing the Rafale and the Scorpion as well. The details that have been coming in, because this is going to be a big ticket announcement with regards to the defence sector. That is also being said as far as the significance which is also being attached, and also announcing the procurement of nearly 26 naval variant Rafale jets from France. That further solidifies their ongoing defence cooperation, and also when it comes to a substantial deal for joint development of an aircraft engine in India, that is also said to be on the pipeline. So we are told this underscores the comprehensive nature of the bilateral partnership between India and France. Remember, even when it comes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in a while, who is expected to land in Paris at the Orly airport in a short while from now. We're also looking at how he is also being invited as the guest of honor for the Bastille Day celebration, and the Indian Tri-Services contingent also will be participating in the parade. That further exemplifies the growing military cooperation between the two countries. And additionally, when it comes to the Rafale fighter jets from the Indian Air Force, will be joining the flypast along with their French counterparts. That further symbolizes the operational integration and also shared commitment when it comes to enhancing joint capabilities. This is a big deal. Even if we talk about the defense deals, as far as the Defense Acquisition Council is concerned, that is being led by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. Srinjoy, good afternoon. What are the necessary approvals that have now been given after this meeting?
Well, what we know is that the Rafale deal, that is for, as you rightly said, 26 Rafale fighter jets for the Navy, have been cleared, as have 3, the Scorpion deal. We are hearing 2 or 3 have been cleared, and that's particularly important because the Navy desperately needs submarines, and the submarines that the Navy has, many of them are going to retire in about 5 years. So that time, particularly for patrolling and controlling the Indian Ocean region, you will need submarines, and these submarines will be very useful. They, of course, will be part of the Atmanirbharata project. They are likely to be made in Mumbai by Mazda, which has already made 6. So that's really the important point. What we are hearing, that these 2 things have been cleared by the Defence Acquisition Council, which is chaired by the Defence Minister and includes the Defence Secretary, the DRDO Chief, and of course the 4 chiefs, the CDS and the 3 service chiefs.
Right, Srinjoy, because these developments will not only bolster when it comes to India's defense capabilities, but also when it comes to technology exchange and the advancements. We are told that will also be, when it comes to the agenda, being a decider factor when it comes to the talks that will be happening bilaterally with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and with the French President.
Well, as far as these 2 deals are concerned, at least as far as the submarines are concerned, that technology has already been transferred, because 6 of those submarines have been made in India already, and there are 5 of them are already with the Navy. The 6th will be commissioned fairly shortly, perhaps early next year. Now that leaves the Navy with possibly three more submarines to get in the next 5 or 6 years. That's how it is. As far as the Rafale is concerned, again, there is very little difference. There are some differences, certainly, but there are fewer differences between the Rafale that the Air Force has and this one. Of course, the undercarriage will be different. The rear part of the plane will be different. Of course, there will be differences, but in many ways they are similar. Now, that is already with India, 36 planes. Now these 26 will come. But in the long run, the French have been very open and very clear that if you want the technology, we will give it to you. For instance, with this engine that will one day be developed jointly by DRDO and one of the foreign firms, Safran has already given all information regarding its possible cooperation with DRDO. Now GE and Rolls-Royce are expected to do the same. But the French have always been very open when it came to technology transfers. And it has to be said, and this should not be forgotten, that in 1998, France supported India after the nuclear blasts. It was the only Western country which supported India, which is why today the French are the first country with a strategic partnership, and that is why this 25-year thing.
All right. Shinjoy, just stay on with us. I'm told that Mr. Sushant Sareen is here with us on the broadcast. Sir, good afternoon to you, Sushant. What do you have to say as far as, the DAC giving a green signal? Because here is India also counting on the French expertise in technology, and also when it comes to the technology transfer, this is something that will further enhance defense preparedness for India.
No, I think it makes a lot of sense to go in for the Rafales for the aircraft carriers as well as for the Scorpion submarines. While we are developing our own nuclear submarines, I think we need the conventional submarines as well. And our submarine fleet has been, there's been atrophying in the submarine fleet. So to that extent, I think this is a good decision to take. I just hope it doesn't take 20 years for the equipment to come, like it happened in the case of the Rafales, the first lot of Rafales which came. But I think it's also good that the government, is not getting dissuaded by the noise which appears in Indian media or in the Indian political system. Against these kind of defense deals. We desperately require to beef up our defenses given the kind of security challenges we are facing. France has proved to be a very reliable partner, and if there are technology transfers and joint development projects that are part of the new deal that is being worked out, so much the better for us.
Right. Sushant, thanks very much for that, because Sushant has raised that point as far as we are also looking at indigenization, as you mentioned also with the agreement with Safran and the engines encompassing nearly 100% of transfer of technology, and that was also accepted to be inked. Please to stay on with us. Apologies, Shinjoy. I'm told that Maruf is also with us. Maruf, when it comes to also paving the way for indigenous manufacturing capabilities, especially in the aerospace sector, how do you look at the dealings in the defense sector between India and France?
See, the aerospace sector is a very complicated sector. Our scientists and engineers at the HAL have tried like hell to get the whole aircraft building mechanism in place. Where they got held up for the LCA-1 and LCA-2 was the absence of a first-class engine, and therefore the delays with the LCA-1. Now the Americans have agreed to give us in principle the F414 engines for the LCA-2. But what is most likely to also come through is a deal with the French and their aircraft manufacturing concerns like Safran, which will collectively give India the choice to make a whole range of new aircrafts and a second generation for our aircraft fleet, apart from the Sukhois and the LCAs. So therefore, the aerospace and defense sector is very complicated. you need to engage with countries that have a long history of excellence in that. And the American, French and Russians have an excellence in that.
Right, but Maruf, when it comes to the collaboration between India and France, that also extends beyond fighter jets. I mean, this is also the follow-on order if you're looking at the 3 Scorpion submarines for the Indian Navy, which is also in the pipeline.
Yes, you are right. Because it is not just the Scorpion submarines, but eventually you could also have nuclear submarines that the French could provide us. They have good expertise in that. Since India had been sidelined by America, UK and US, Australia in the AUKUS, in their nuclear submarine program. We had leased one from Russia, the Chakra. We're looking at leasing a second one for $3 billion. But overall, we need to have our own program, and we have been engaging with the French for the Project 75 and the Scorpion programs. But it looks likely the French are going to go in for a deal with us for 4 more nuclear submarines. So really, Mr. Modi's trip is the big things are going to be the defense deals, within which is going to be the aircraft deals and the submarine deals, and of course certain elements related to space and solar energy.
Right. Maruf, thank you very much for your insights. Thanks very much for joining us here on the broadcast. If I can come back to you on that, Srinjoy, because when it comes to co-production and also tech transfers, that is also something that happened during the Prime Minister's visit to the United States. Are we looking at similar lines, or there is something more different as this further reaffirms India's commitment when it comes to enhancing our military capabilities?
You see, for the Scorpion submarines, all 6 of them were manufactured in Mumbai at the Mazagon docks. So that was a clear transfer. And it was also in partly Atmanirbharata because it was made in India. The submarines were put together in India. Now these 3 submarines will also be made by Mazagon docks. It will also be made in Mumbai. So that is very clear there.
Right, we'll just reconnect that line with you, Srinjoy. But in the meantime, even as India continues to enhance its defense capabilities, also when it comes to deepening the space cooperation and exploring avenues for trade and investment, the partnership with France will assume even greater significance. As we are looking in a short while from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be now landing in France in a short while from now. We'll keep our viewers updated on the same, and we'll be sharing his detailed itinerary also with our viewers. Back after a short break. You're watching Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है.
I am Amita Wadhwa.
I am Pratibha Tehusha Malhotra and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders.
We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now. Action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani force which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of actual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh.
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं. देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं. निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में. राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है.
Because she speaks for you.
Welcome back. We're getting to know that breaking up the issue when it comes to transfer scam in the assembly, JDS chief HD Sumanaswamy has also pulled out newspaper ads that have been put up by the Congress ahead of the elections, talking about the rate cards for various posts in the state. Several allegations that have been leveled by Kumaraswamy there, if you can tell us, Neha, and on the reasons that he's been claiming that there was a certain rate chart that seems to be pertaining when it comes to the transfer business in Karnataka. First, we'll just listen to him, what he has to say on those latest round of allegations that he seems to be leveling.
1.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೋಟಿ ದೇಶ ಲೂಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರೆ. 1.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಲೂಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾವ ಇಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಗಡೆಗೆ. 1.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೋಟಿ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಲೂಟಿ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲವು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಈಗ ದಾಖಲೆ ತರೋದು ಕಷ್ಟ. ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ದಾಖಲೆ ತರ್ತೀವಿ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ನಡೆದಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದು ಸರಿಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಬಿಡೋದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೇನು ಯಾರ ಮೇಲೂ ಈರ್ಷೆ, ಅಸೂಯೆ, ಏನೋ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಏನೋ ತಾಳ್ಮೆಗೆ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಾಗಿದೆ.
Well, Neha, the former chief minister has been alleging and claiming that there is a certain cash for transfer business that is going on in the state.
Yes.
Well, that's right. We've heard even yesterday from the former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy there. He went out to, in fact, hold up a rate card that he says is being used by the current government in the state for transfers of IAS officers. Imperative to mention that this isn't the first time he's made this allegation. Remember, he also had a pen drive earlier which he said would have, in fact, a damaging proof against the government. Also now, of course, what we're picking up at this point in time is that H.D. Kumaraswamy, while putting out a document over there, in the assembly that he's held up a rate card, he's specifically gone on to mention that this pertains to one particular ministry. Now, we've managed to access that document that he held up. Evidently, of course, he's making a reference there to, in fact, the Agricultural Ministry. If I could, in fact, just take this over right now, we have the former Chief Minister, Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy himself joining us. Sir, just one reaction from you, sir, please. One reaction, sir, please. Come back. Sir, you made some serious allegations in the assembly yesterday. You released a rate card as well.
There is a rate card for transfer structure.
Regarding that rate card, there is no exaggeration. There is no exaggeration at all. Yesterday, I advised the government. I will send this rate card. If you have any commitment to remove the corruption in the state, what they expressed in speaker address, if they have any commitment regarding that, the information which I have with me, I will send it to you. If we are so fair enough to stop all this kind of corruptions, let us see. That is the not a request, but advice to the government.
In the departmental transfers,
this is going on. That rate card, that is not prepared by me. It is not prepared by me. This rate card, which previous days, it has fixed. Those person only hand it over to this government. On that basis only, they already started.
Sir, is that person an official in the government, sir?
No, he's an official in the department.
He's a bureaucrat.
Yeah. He only advised this government, that department. Previously, how we have running the department, this is the rate card. They hand it over to the department.
Sir, that document was pertaining to the Agriculture Ministry.
All departments, several departments, this is going on.
Well, the former Chief Minister there speaking first and exclusive right here on Times Now as he continues to claim that there was a rate chart that has been pertaining to the transfer of business in Karnataka, and he's also appealing to the ruling Congress Sarkar, Siddaramaiah Sarkar, to rectify it. We will be back after a short break with the top headlines.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश
Namaskar, good afternoon. You're watching Newsroom 365 and I'm Swati Joshi. First up on the broadcast are the headlines. As rains pound the national capital, Delhi Chief Minister takes stock, visits affected areas in the national capital. Life comes to a standstill in Delhi as water level in the Yamuna swell, homes flooded, roads inundated. As Yamuna water spills on Delhi streets in a huge embarrassment to the AAP government, waterlogging reported near the Chief Minister's residence. PM Modi has left for his landmark 2-day France visit. The Prime Minister is set to preside over Bastille Day celebrations as the guest of honor. All right, we are shifting focus to breaking inputs coming in from Bihar. These are visuals of the BJP workers out of the streets protesting against the Nitish government. First, you saw ruckus inside the assembly, and now that has spilled out on the streets. Multiple issues that the BJP is raising, protesting against the Nitish government. They're demanding resignation of Tejasvi Yadav. Let's listen into the reactions.
देखिए हम लाठी टेडरा मार करके फोड़ दिया। बताइए, हम लोग मार्च करना चाह रहे हैं, शिक्षकों को सम्मान दिलाना चाह रहे हैं, किसानों को सम्मान दिलाना चाह रहे हैं। ये लोग मार्च नहीं करने दे रहा, विधानसभा घेराव नहीं करने दे रहा। भाई क्यों? ये देखिए मनमानी कर रहा है, जाने नहीं दे रहा है सबको। ये कोई तरीका है? आप जो शिक्षक
What the BJP workers there, they are protesting against the recruitment policy of teachers, and one of them complaining that they've been lathi charged, that they've been injured. In fact, you can see that confrontation break out between the female cops and the female workers of the Bharatiya Janata Party. On ground is a massive deployment of the police force along with other forces to tackle the situation. Akshay is joining us with more details. Akshay, visuals coming in from Patna, BJP workers protesting, and there's a massive deployment.
Of the BJP now you can see behind that Ashu gas have been shot on the workers. Guns of the Ashu gas has been shot on the workers, and everywhere the smoke is going on now. The Bihar police has used Ashu gas shots on the workers of the BJP who are protesting in Patna at the Dak Bangla Choraha. And police constables are also in a good number who are trying to push back the leaders, the workers of the BJP, and now you can feel the effect of the tear gas in the air as wind is blowing and the gases of the tear gas are hitting the eyes of the workers and are facing itching in their eyes. Now BJP MLA Nitin Naveen has been arrested by the police. Now you can see Ashu gas is being shot on the BJP workers in Patna. And on the other hand, police is lathi charging the workers who are moving towards the Dak Bangla Choraha at Patna.
Okay, dramatic visuals, Akshay, guns being loaded, tear gas shells being fired on BJP workers. सदन के अंदर, असेंबली के अंदर हमने देखा कि तेजस्वी के इस्तीफे की मांग हो रही थी। अब सड़क पर, सदन के बाहर शिक्षक भर्ती, टीचर रिक्रूटमेंट पॉलिसी को लेकर बीजेपी आवाज उठा रही है। अक्षय, okay, I think we've lost that line with Akshay. These are dramatic visuals coming in from Patna. The BJP workers who are protesting on the streets are now being lathi charged by the police to vacate the area, to clear off the road which was occupied by the protesters. Earlier we saw a confrontation in fact break out between the BJP Mahila workers and the female cops. Now, you know, tear gas shells are being fired to disperse the crowd. On your screens are visuals of the police resorting to lathi charge. Akshay is back with us on the broadcast. Akshay, अब लाठी चार्ज करने पर आ गई है पुलिस। आंसू गैस के बाद लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है। अक्षय, अगर आप मेरी आवाज सुन पा रहे हैं तो बोलिए, जो भी आप देख पा रहे हैं वो बताइए हमारे दर्शकों को। अक्षय, Okay, there seems to be
used on the workers, and you can see in the visuals clearly that how the on है, माइक ऑन है।
Go ahead, go ahead.
माइक ऑन है, आवाज आ रही है।
Go ahead, Akshay, go ahead.
So as you can see how the BJP workers are being beaten up by the police badly, and ASU gas have also been used, and the Bihar police is using the flags of the BJP, the sticks in the flags of the BJP to hit the workers. And the scene behind, you can see bikes are fallen, and the flags of the BJP are fallen here. Workers are being thrashed badly. They are running out, and not only the workers, the students in the classes of the coaching at the Dak Bangla Chowraha have been also beaten up badly.
हम लोग को भी मारा गया है। हम लोग को भी मारा गया है। आप यहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं? कहाँ से आए आप लोग?
Tear gas. Back to back, ASU gas, tear gas have been shot at the workers of the BJP, and you can see clearly in front that how slippers and shoes of the BJP workers are left here as they have been chased back from the Dak Bangla Chowraha, and back to back tear gas shots are being fired on the workers, and everywhere it's smoke, and the eyes are burning not only of the worker but of all the police constables and the media persons reporting at the Dak Bangla Chowraha. You can see the scene here that how badly the BJP workers have been beaten up. STM of Patna STM has also is also present here and is asking the BJP workers to move back.
Right, Akshay, and these are dramatic visuals. First, water cannons were used, and now the police has resorted to firing tear gas shells and lathi charging the workers. In fact, in one of the visuals, we also saw them being cornered and trying to jump over gates just to escape the wrath of the policemen on ground. Let's listen to some reactions. Let's zip in. Okay, Akshay, they're trying to make his way in that chaos surrounded by the security officials.
अभी नहीं, बाद में briefing दे देंगे. अभी काम करने दो.
So this was the SDM who says that he's on work right now and will brief the media later on.
Right, so you asked him a very pertinent question, लाठी चार्ज करने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी, he isn't responding quite to that. Akshay,
ये गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, ये तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी. लाठी चार्ज, गोली चलाया गया, टीयर गैस चलाया गया, कितने का कपार फोड़ दिया गया. ये आतंकवादी जैसा व्यवहार कर रहे हैं. इनको अपराधी, ये अपराधी को नहीं पकड़ सकते. एकदम हम लोग चलेंगे. हम लोग विधानसभा चालू है और हम लोग विधान मार्च करेंगे.
Right, so you heard the BJP workers saying that we have been injured, they have hit us, they're calling the police terrorists.
मारती है ये, मारी धक्का नहीं, डंडे से मारा गया है, पीठ पे मारा गया है, पीठ पे मारा गया है. हमारी स्थिति खराब. बिहार की महिलाएं पिटी हैं. नीतीश कुमार, आपकी माँ बहनों को कोई पीटेगा तो कैसा लगेगा? बताओ मुझे, सुन रहे हैं तो बताओ मुझे. मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कार्यकर्ता बोल रही हूँ. एक पुरुष की लाठी लगी है, देखिए, पुरुष की लाठी लगी है, पुरुष की लाठी. माफ नहीं करेंगे ये बिहार की.
Water cannons used, tear gas shells fired, now lathi charge. The police has resorted to lathi charge. You heard reactions coming in from the BJP workers. Now one has to understand, did the protest turn violent for the police to take this measure to resort to lathi charge?
हमारे दाएं हाथ में डंडे से मारा, दाएं हाथ में मारा, डंडे से मारा और किसी डंडे से मारा.
क्या हुआ सुषमा जी?
देख रहे किस तरह से धक्का दिया जा रहा है. देख क्यों इतना अत्याचार. मारो तो मार के समझ नहीं रही है.
JDU joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Sunil Singh, what is happening on the streets? The BJP workers are saying that they are being badly hit by the police, that they've been injured gravely, injured seriously. Was the protest violent for the police to resort to this step, this extent?
Yeah, your question is, again please repeat the question.
Yes, we are getting visuals of lathi charge on the BJP protesters. They are alleging that this is, these are Atankis. कह रहे हैं ये आतंकी हैं, ये criminals को नहीं पकड़ सकते. They are lathi charging us. Did the protest, sir, turn violent?
If you see the turn of events, as for the BJP is behaving in a very irresponsible manner as doing negative politics. They don't let the Vidhan Sabha and Vidhan Parishad run where lot of discussions will be made for the people's development, but they are indulging in these kind of things. And about the lathi charge, I don't have very much of an idea, but one thing is very sure, that Bihar police and Patna police is too calm, and the protesters, BJP protesters must have crossed the line, that police had to resort to lathi charge, because otherwise that BJP's negative politics has come to the fore.
Okay, but
right
on this situation, you're just assuming. Okay, on this particular situation, you're assuming that they may have crossed the line, and because of that, the police resorted to this measure.
They would have crossed the line that they should have, the protesters should do, because like in democracy, everybody has got a right to protest, but within the democratic norms. If you cast a spur and threat to the law and order situation, police has to resort to lathi charge. And going by the track record of the BJP, they are always indulging in the negative politics, right from the house to the road. They are doing the same thing. And they don't let the Vidhan Sabha run. They don't let the Vidhan Parishad run. They are creating hulla baloo there also. One MLA is throwing chair in the Vidhan Sabha. So what to talk of them? So they just want to do a ruckus. I don't know what kind of impression, but people are saying it. People will give them a visiting reply in the form of a ballot in 2024 election.
Okay, so you're saying they are creating ruckus inside and outside the assembly. Once this settles, the dust settles, the BJP will question the handling of the situation and allege that you're targeting the opposition, you're targeting their workers. How do you respond to that?
That's what they want, to make an issue out of it. But people of Bihar and India are seeing all the things, like what the way they are behaving. And so we will take it also to the public. But the way BJP are behaving in a very irresponsible manner. How much of public exchequer is being spent on running a house? They don't let the house run. Not only it's a wastage of money, but then another thing, that those value time is for discussions for the people's benefit.
Okay, whether this action against them is justified or not, at this point of time, it's difficult to say. Did the protest turn violent? Did the police had to resort to this extreme measure? Is what many are asking. Some also alleging that this is excessive use of power. BJP workers on ground who have now been lathi charged say that force is being used against them and that they have been injured badly due to the lathi charge. First water cannons, then tear gas shells, and now workers being lathi charged. So BJP already leveling serious allegations against the government. Representatives of the JDU say that BJP workers may have crossed the line. Akshay is back with us. Akshay, सबसे पहले ये बताइए कि क्या प्रोटेस्ट वायलेंट हो गया था, हिंसक हो गया था, इसीलिए पुलिस को लाठी चार्ज करना पड़ा?
The Patna police. फिर पैच कर रहा है। Now, till now, the police has no reasons that why it was useful for the police to lathi charge. Although the BJP workers were protesting silently, Guru Prakash Dvizat, Guruji, why the police has to lathi charge on the BJP workers?
We can notice the atrocity and the dictatorship of the Chief Minister and the government of Bihar. This is the sheer dictatorship and nothing else. He's resorting to violence. We are giving a democratic protest. We are raising our voices. In a constitutional democracy, it is our fundamental right. And this government, which has become tyrannical, this has become dictatorial, we will show them soon. Very soon we will show them.
Now behind you can continuously see that tear gases are being shot on the workers, and everywhere it's the smell and the effect of the tear gas. That not only the workers, now you can see again that lathi has been charged on the workers once again, and back-to-back tear gases are being shot on the workers. It's all over smoke and the effect of the tear gas. Now, you saw how badly the workers were being beaten, and once again you can see same a scene that again the police is thrashing the BJP workers who has came to Patna. Now see, you can see that police is lathi charging on the workers.
Right, Akshay, we can see these visuals. The police men now running towards the protesters to disperse them. Like you said, tear gas, water cannons being fired. Now, you also mentioned that the protest was peaceful, that it was a silent protest, and that the police had no reason to use lathi charge. Are you saying that, you know, this is excessive use of power? Okay, we have Mr. Mrityunjay Tiwari of the RJD joining us on the broadcast. Tiwari जी, बीजेपी के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि हमारे साथ जो बर्ताव हो रहा है ये आतंकी है, ये क्रिमिनल्स को नहीं पकड़ पा रहे हैं, हमें इस तरह से पीट रहे हैं, और ये भी आरोप लगाया जा रहा है कि हमारा तो जो प्रोटेस्ट था वो शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से चल रहा था, इट वाज अ पीसफुल प्रोटेस्ट, तो फिर ये क्यों किया गया, ये लाठी चार्ज, ये टीयर गैस शेल्स, ये कैनन का इस्तेमाल? मृत्युंजय तिवारी, क्या आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं? मृत्युंजय तिवारी, क्या आप हमारे साथ हैं टाइम्स नाउ पर? क्या आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं? Okay, I think maybe he's not able to hear me, but we'll try and connect with more guests, more political guests on the situation evolving in Patna, where BJP workers who were protesting on the issue of teachers' recruitment policy are now being lathi charged. First water cannons, tear gas shells, and now workers being lathi charged who are leveling serious allegations against the police and the Nitish government. We're taking a very quick break. We'll be back with more details on these visuals, on this situation evolving in Patna.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Mamita Vadwa. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिवरा मल्होत्रा and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders.
We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now I'm just few meters away from Pakistani post which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh.
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you, the
Welcome back. Dramatic scenes on the streets of Patna. It's a BJP versus state government situation in the state of Bihar. The BJP cadre has been lathi charged. The police have used lathi charge, water cannons and tear gas shells to disperse BJP workers who were protesting on the streets against the government. BJP cadre gathered at the Gandhi Maidan, and we're getting you ground report. We're getting you multiple reactions. You can see some of them gravely injured due to that lathi charge. Also, alleging that this is excessive use of force against them. Let's listen to what's happening there.
वो इस बैठे हुए हैं।
So sloganeering happening. The BJP workers are now sitting on the street. It's a sit-in dharna right in front of the barricades. On one side, the massive deployment of the police with additional force. On the other hand, the BJP workers adamant on carrying out their protest on marching towards the Vidhan Sabha, targeting the government of Bihar, questioning to the chief minister what happened to the promises made by the chief minister to the people of Bihar. And on the other hand, you can see visuals of how they were lathi charged, tear gas shells were used against them, water cannons as well to disperse the crowd. We will get you more reactions from the workers who were protesting, who were lathi charged, and also political reactions. For the moment, a quick break.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है। I'm Amita Vadva. I'm Pratibha Tehusha Malhotra, and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders.
We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani post which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh.
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में
Hello Hello and a very good afternoon to you. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. First up, let's begin with the top headlines of the day. As water from overflowing Yamuna spills to Delhi's roads, Delhi Chief Minister takes stock, visits flood-affected areas in the national capital. Life comes to a standstill in Delhi as water level in the Yamuna swells beyond the danger mark, inundating arterial roads and homes. Schools shut for a day. In a huge embarrassment for the Aam Aadmi Party government, water from the overflowing Yamuna reaches outside Delhi Chief Minister's residence. BJP says Aam Aadmi Party exposed. Prime Minister Modi leaves for his landmark 2-day France visit. The Prime Minister is set to preside over Bastille Day celebrations as the guest of honour. In a huge boost to the Indian Navy, TSE clears the procurement of 26 Rafales and Scorpene submarines as Prime Minister Modi heads to France. High drama outside and inside the Bihar Assembly as the BJP MLAs stage a protest in the Assembly. MLAs marshalled out. Police resorts to lathi charge on the streets as the BJP cadre hit the streets. Massive uproar in Karnataka Assembly as H.D. Kumaraswamy corners the Siddaramaiah government with a display of a sheet of paper in the Assembly claiming they are rates for transfers for officials. Let's get you details and updates from rain-affected Delhi. It's an alarming situation for the national capital as Yamuna's water level is swelling to a record 208.50 meters today. Yamuna's water has entered Delhi NCR areas including ITO, Mathura Road, Rajghat, Delhi Secretariat, Civil Lines, Lakshmi Nagar and several other areas. In fact, the roads near Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence are also completely inundated. In view of the current situation, the Delhi police have issued an advisory for the commuters as the traffic has been diverted in many areas. This has led to massive traffic snarl in the national capital, which has turned out to be a headache for the office goers. First up, let's take a look at the worrying ground reports from parts of Delhi NCR that show severe waterlogging as well as inundation.
हम इस समय पुरानी दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के बिल्कुल ठीक पास मौजूद है। एक तरफ पुरानी दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन का रास्ता है, वहीं दूसरी तरफ आईएसबीटी बस टर्मिनल का इलाका है, जहां से पुल की तरफ से कुछ ही देर पहले रिपोर्ट कर रहे थे और दिखा रहे थे कि किस तरीके से बिल्कुल रास्तों को बंद कर दिया गया है। वहीं अगर आप इस इलाके को देखें तो घुटने से ज्यादा ऊपर पानी मौजूद है, लोग आगे नहीं जा पा रहे हैं। पीछे की अगर आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं हम तो वहां पे बसों की कतारें लगी पड़ी हैं, लोग जो अपने दफ्तर को जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो भी वहां पे कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन किसी के पास कोई भी चारा मौजूद नहीं है। जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे ड्रेनेज सिस्टम फेल हुआ है, जिस तरीके से दिखाने की कोशिश की गई है कि सब कुछ ठीक है, सारी तैयारी पूरी है, वो बिल्कुल यहाँ पे आने के बाद धरी की धरी रह जाती हैं सारी की सारी जो प्रॉमिसेस है गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी उसकी तरफ से। यमुना नदी से जो पानी है वो अभी भी और भी ज्यादा तेजी से आता नजर आ रहा है। अगर हमारे कैमरे से नीचे झुकें तो देख सकते हैं कि ये पानी की जो लहरें हैं वो काफी ज्यादा तेज कैमरे में भी नजर आ सकती हैं, जिससे साफ तौर से पता चल जाएगा कि किस तरीके से पानी का स्तर बढ़ते जा रहा है। लोगों की जो तकलीफें हैं वो आने वाले कुछ समय में और भी बढ़ जाएंगी।
What is more worrisome here is that not just the low-lying areas, but the posh and organized areas here in the national capital are also now submerged in water. I'm currently in Civil Lines area. This is very close to the residence of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and also very close to the residence and office of LG. And as you can see, this is right outside Delhi Government Officers Flat. The entire area is submerged in water. On my right-hand side, you can see even the cars, the scooties, everything is submerged in water. This is quite a worrying situation. Visuals are quite. Do you live inside?
Yeah.
What is ये कब पानी कब भरा?
ये सुबह 7 बजे से आना शुरू हुआ था and then it just started, the water level started rising. तो अभी नीचे वाले घरों में तो सारा सामान
Yeah, we can see that they are partially submerged in water. Do you live on ground floor?
Ground floor, yeah.
What is the situation?
One. Not good. Everything is like drenched in water. Like our refrigerators are floating and everything, and TVs are floating and everything.
Have authorities reached out to you yet?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
No one.
Okay, so what will you do next? Will you have you shifted your essentials outside?
No, you cannot. You didn't have time to do that, right? So we're just trying to, just get everyone on the upper floors and that's it. And I don't know if it's even safe now to get them on upper floors or something.
All right, more details coming in of the IMD predicting thunderstorm and rain fury in the coming days as well. South Delhi and NCR is going to be affected. The adjoining areas of isolated places of Southwest Delhi, South Delhi and NCR in the next 2 hours are going to be affected by rains. You're already looking at the situation. Severe waterlogging that has been reported from parts of Delhi, massive flooding that has left several homes also completely inundated. Take a look at these ground reports.
A flood-like situation is prevailing in the national capital, as you can see in the visuals as well, that this is not any bank of any river, but this is the road on which we are standing right now, and it has been completely submerged into water because a flood-like situation has been prevailing in the national capital due to the rise in the water level of Yamuna. We are standing here at the road which goes from ITO towards Rajghat, and this you can see in the visuals as well that continuously water level is on a rise here in the national capital, and you can see in the visuals as well that the Delhi police personnel are helping out people who have been stuck here because of this water level increase in the national capital. They have been deployed their teams at various locations in the national capital. They are continuously making announcements for the people so that they don't get panic because of this rise in the water level. And you can see in the visuals as well that the traffic movement has also been affected due to this water level rise on this road, as you can see here as well. I would also like to ask my camera person to pan the camera and show you the visuals that this is the bust of IG Stadium, and it has been completely submerged into water. The Delhi police has also been helping out people here. It should be appreciated as well, because they have already put out certain barricades as well.
राजधानी दिल्ली में यमुना डरा रही हैं। निचले इलाके जलमग्न हो चुके हैं। दरअसल जिस तरीके से पिछले 45 साल का रिकॉर्ड टूटा है और यमुना का जल स्तर 208.48 से भी को पार कर चुका है, उसके बाद से ही जो निचले इलाके हैं वो पूरी तरीके से डूब चुके हैं। इस वक्त हम पुराने लोहे के पुल के पास मौजूद हैं और तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि किस तरीके से लोहे का जो ये पुल है वो पूरी तरीके से पानी के जद में आ चुका है, और इसी वजह से जो यातायात है वो यहाँ का बंद कर दिया गया है। साथ ही साथ तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि किस तरीके से जो आसपास के इलाकों में जो लोग रहते थे उनके घर पानी के आगोश में आ चुके हैं, और इसी वजह से उन लोगों को वहां से रेस्क्यू किया गया, जिसके बाद लोग सड़कों पर जिंदगी बिताने को मजबूर हो चुके हैं। तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको दिखाएंगे ये वो तमाम लोग हैं जिनके आशियाने जो हैं वो निचले इलाकों में थे, लेकिन पानी की वजह से इनके घर जब डूब गए तो इन्हें रेस्क्यू किया गया, और रेस्क्यू कराने के बाद इन्हें यहाँ पर लाया गया है। तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि किस तरीके से जो भी जरूरी सामान इनको दिखा इन्होंने लिया और उसके बाद ये यहाँ पर आ गए। एक तरीके से कहा जा सकता है अस्थायी तौर पर प्रशासन की तरफ से यहाँ इंतजाम किए जा रहे हैं ताकि ये लोग अपनी जिंदगी यहाँ पर बिता सके, और इसकी वजह से प्रशासन की तरफ से तमाम कवायदें की जा रही हैं। लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से लोग सड़कों पर जिंदगी बिताने को मजबूर हैं।
So the IMD has predicted more rains for the next 2 hours. Let's tell you where all a flood alert has also been issued. We showed you visuals of several areas, several roads that have been completely waterlogged. ITO, a flood alert has been issued, and it's not just that, there are several areas that have been affected. Remember, we've been playing out ground reports from several areas, including Mathura Road. The overflowing of the Yamuna River has only added to the problem that Delhiites are currently facing. And these are not just low-lying areas, including the well-planned areas of Delhi have been affected by the rains. From Rajghat, we also played out the other places that are going to be included, and this is the heart of Delhi as well. The Delhi Secretariat is also going to be affected. It's already affected, with several roads being completely inundated in Lakshmi Nagar as well, as you saw. We're playing out this map as well. The civil lines area, one of the poshest areas in Delhi, also affected because of the situation due to the incessant rains that Delhi has received, and of course mismanagement as well. In Wazirabad as well, there's been a lot of inundation and a flood flood alert has been issued. In Mayur Vihar as well, a similar flood alert that has been issued. So for residents in these areas, the alert also means that they've been asked not to step out of their homes, although in certain areas, including civil lines, there are also the residents who have been forced out of their homes because water has entered inside. Let's get you more ground reports on what the situation is like on ground, now with the prediction of the IMD, how the situation is going to persist.
As India faces the flood fury, Delhi is worst affected, and I am in Noida, where you see the water is already on the roads, and this is sector 137, sector 135. This is the posh region of Noida, where you can see the underpasses being submerged in water. You can see the water levels of Yamuna rising beyond the alert mark. The level was 208 today in the morning. And a number of drains that lead to Yamuna have broken in between, and they are trying to put a lot of soil out here to block this particular area so that the water doesn't come beyond this point. You can see on the other side of the road, beyond the divider, the roads are submerged in water there also, and people are facing a lot of problems in coming.
Now these are the scenes from near Lakshmi Nagar in Delhi, and you can see that how the water has almost come to the main road over here. The situation has become very, very alarming. Usually when you come over here in non-monsoon period, you will not see water in this particular part of the road, and you can see now that how exactly it has completely become like a lake. Now this is the area where we have various nurseries, various farms, but as of now it has been completely submerged in water. Look at the situation on ground over here. The situation is becoming alarming day by day, and the water level is almost up to the level of the road, and hence you see that how exactly a part of road has also caved in due to this particular water. यहाँ पे आता है हमेशा पानी, लेकिन अब ये सड़क के किनारे बिल्कुल आ गया. वहाँ देखिए थोड़ा सड़क भी धंस गई है पूरा.
आपकी लेकिन ज्यादा आ गया क्यों पाइप सट गया, नहीं तो पाइप से 1 फुट नीचे रहता था.
What he is saying basically is that this is the water pipe that carries water to various parts of Delhi. Now you can see that how the water level has almost reached to the level of this water pipe. He says that usually when there is monsoon season, the water level is almost 1 feet beneath this particular pipe that is over there. But now it has breached that particular mark also.
All right, let's also get you a bird's eye view, an eagle's eye view of what the situation is like, because we're showing you these ground reports, and like we just showed you, several roads have completely turned into rivers. We're looking at these reports. Take a look at the view of what the national capital looks like in a bird's eye view. This is what it looks like as you're seeing across the stretch entirely. There's complete waterlogging, and this flooded situation is going to continue because it doesn't look like the water levels are also going to recede anytime soon, and this water remains clogged in several of these areas. That has of course affected the traffic as well. In several areas there are diversionary roads that have been put in place, road diversions that have been told by the Delhi police officials. Traffic movement has also been affected.
Well, if we see, the way right now the situation here is, this is the main road, and I'll ask my camera person Ashwini, who is doing his level best to have a steady frame here. This is the road that leads to the Yamuna Bank Metro, and we cannot walk in this. This is a neck deep water right now here, and we are on NDRF boat. I'll ask my camera person to pan also the NDRF team that is rescuing people. We are being told that they have been around 150 people who are on the other side, and they weren't ready to leave their location because they had their livestock, they have their property, and they did not want to leave them. Senior officials of Delhi Police and NDRF had gone in the first trip of this boat and convinced few of them to come back, who came back on this boat. We are going toward the other end to assess the situation, that how bad it is and why do people do not want to come this way. You can see around me, this used to be the main road. Just for reference, you can see that barricade, the police barricade, submerged in water, and this, mind you, is the main road that leads to one of the busiest metro station in Delhi. This is the condition of the national capital.
So we continue getting you these ground reports and asking these tough questions of the Delhi government on why no action is being taken and why the unpreparedness. We're slipping into a very quick break here. We'll be right back. To stay with us.
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Amita Wadhwa. I'm Pratibha Tehushiga Malhotra, and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here, and 3 days later, she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani post which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh.
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like
News coming in of a major fire that has been reported in Greater Noida Galaxy Plaza, and preliminary reports suggest short circuit is said to be the cause of the fire. My colleague Priyank joining us on the broadcast. Priyank, is there any information of the number of people in the plaza and the rescue operations?
See, there were two people who were grievously injured in this incident because they wanted to, had a escape route from the back side of the building from the window pane, which they managed to break, which was a glass sheet. One person, a male, who jumped from the fourth floor of the building, has sustained serious injuries on his head and his backbone. He has been treated in the hospital. The second person, who is a lady seen in the footage, is also being treated in the hospital. This incident happened at God City 1, Avenue 1, on the third floor of this particular Galaxy Plaza. The fire started because of short circuit. And these were the dramatic and very horrific visuals coming up from Greater Noida, where we can see that how people are trying to save the life before the rescue team officers could reach to this point.
Okay, all right. Priyank, thank you for joining us with those details. We're slipping into a short break here on that note. We'll be right back.
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Amita Wadhwa. I'm Pratibha Tehushiga Malhotra, and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now. Action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here, and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani force which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of actual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh.
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
Well, hi there. Warm welcome. You're watching Breaking Ground here on Times Now with me, Meghna Deka. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. We'll get you the top 50 stories. But before that, there is some big breaking news that we are continuously getting you details of. People can be seen jumping off a building which has caught fire. This is in Gaur city of Greater Noida. One person could be seen jumping off the Plaza Maha as well. What we are picking up is that preliminary reports are suggesting that this fire was caused due to a short circuit. In fact, those are the visuals that you can see on your screens. Massive fire. This is in Greater Noida area at Gaur city. This fire, and you can see the man there. He's trying to get to safety at a time when there is bellowing smoke coming out of that pipe, and you can see him jumping off the plaza. Well, we are still awaiting for more details. We are hoping that he managed to get there safe. These are very dramatic visuals, or also very disturbing visuals. So we are going to advise viewer discretion when you see these videos coming in from Greater Noida. These are the dramatic visuals that you can see on your screens of the escape. Let me go across to Priyank. Priyank, this man simply jumping off what seems to be almost 4 to 5 stories. I believe he's managed to survive with his life.
Yes, Meghna, he has survived, but he has sustained serious injuries, not only on his head, but also there are spinal injuries which has been reported to this particular person who was trying to save his life. This incident happened at Noida Galaxy Plaza, which is in Greater Noida Gaur City Avenue area. And the fire started because of some short circuit in the building, which was in the Bastille police station area. What we have got to know that there were 2 people, a male and a female, who were trying to make their way through from the backside of this building after breaking the glass window which was there. The moment they came out, because of the fire, the glass was slightly heated up and they had to leave it, and because of it they fell down from this building. What police officials are saying that they jumped from the 3rd floor of the building, because of which one person has sustained serious injury. So far, what preliminary investigation is suggesting that the fire started because of some short circuit. But there was no exit route for the fire safety norm, which can clearly be seen in the footage, where the people were forced to take the exit route, which was not safe for them. And the moment they started taking that, 2 of the individuals fell from the 3rd floor of this building. The fire started there only, and both of them have survived, but the person who has jumped from the 3rd floor has sustained serious injuries.
So this is very disturbing, because Priyank is now telling us there seems to be no enough emergency exits, which is why they were forced to literally jump off that story. That man that you can see jumping off a building, well, he managed to be alive. He managed to get away with his life. However, we are hoping that everyone is also going to be safely evacuated. What is the situation on the ground now? Priyank, you are telling us that fire safety norms could have been flouted. Of course, there's going to be a probe into it. But what is the immediate situation on the ground? Has the fire been doused? Has everyone been taken and brought down to safety?
See, the cooling process is going on. The fire department officials reached there after the call was made to them. Initially, the locals and the security guard were trying to douse on the fire with the best equipment which was available to them. But the fire started, taking other areas also under its impact. because of the fire department officers were called in. What we are getting to know that multiple fire engines have faced a further rescue operation, but because of the intensity of the fire, it is taking them some more time to control it. The cooling process will be initiated very soon. But this is not a matter, Meghna, which is just related to one incident. This is certainly raising an alarm that whether these high-rise buildings or these shopping complexes do have proper fire safety norm which should have been placed in there. There was the exit route was one of the reasons because of the fire which was blocked. So there should have been an alternate route also. There should not only be one staircase area which should have been taken in this kind of situation. There should be multiple ones. In fact, the norm says that after every floor, after every fourth floor, there should be a big space so that these individuals can move to the area and they can wait for the fire department officials to come there so that they can be rescued, which was also missing from there. So multiple things need to be taken into consideration, but the man in the man and woman who are trying to save their life was certainly lethal for them. They have sustained serious injuries and the doctors are treating them. They are saying that it will take them some more hours to actually ascertain that whether the condition is stable or not.
Now, this has happened in the third floor of the Gaur City one. Can you tell us what are the procedures which are going to be followed from here onwards? Because you're already pointing out glaring lapses there which are coming in. Who all needs to answer for that? Because these people, their lives literally hang by the callousness of the people who are responsible for this.
Certainly, multiple agencies need to be brought into picture and should be brought under the ambit of investigation. Because what we are getting to know that Delhi, the Noida police will be filing an FIR under the Negligence Act, and Noida police officials will be taking over the investigation. See, starting from the beginning, the Noida authority is the one which passes the map for these buildings, which should be under the ambit of investigation that whether proper procedure was followed or not. Then the role comes of the builders who have made this, which should also be seen that whether the norms which were promised on paper were also taken on ground or not. The Noida Fire Department, which is supposed to give the fire safety clearance, is also something which will be looked into by police officers under the preview of the investigation. But as I told you, they have been buildings. These buildings have been taken on rent by several individuals. Some of them have been purchased by them. But unfortunately, two people are still injured.
Well, the lapses, of course, have been glaring, which is why we hope that accountability is also going to be fixed at the end of it. Thank you so much, Priyank, for getting us those details. With that, we are going to shift focus and get you the top 50 stories that we always get for you. Well, Prime Minister Modi departs for France. He is all set to arrive in Paris. This is around 4 p.m. India time. He will receive a ceremonial welcome at the Orly airport. French President Macron is all set to organize a state banquet in honor of Prime Minister Modi. This is going to be at 12:30 a.m. later tonight. Prime Minister will be the guest of honor at the Bastille Day parade tomorrow. Prime Minister Modi, in an interview with a French newspaper, called India a strong shoulder for Global South. Further says that it is time to strengthen this shoulder. Prime Minister Modi calls bilateral ties between two countries as excellent. Further lauds France and says that two countries stood steady and resilient throughout the darkest of storms. Big boost to Indian forces at DAC clears the Rafale and Scorpene deals ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to France. Officers say that there is likely to be an announcement on these procurements during Prime Minister Modi's visit. Prime Minister Modi stresses on strengthening India-France bilateral ties, says both the countries aim to advance free, open and secure Indo-Pacific region. Indian diaspora is upbeat about Prime Minister Modi's visit to France. Members of the diaspora will be presenting a special turban to him. Indian ambassador to France, Javed Ashraf, hails Prime Minister Modi's scheduled visit to France, says that sky is the limit for the two nations working together. In an address at the G20 summit on crime and security, Home Minister Amit Shah highlighted the evolving security challenges from dynamite to metaverse. WFI former Secretary Vinod Tomar speaks to Times Now. He denies all charges made against the committee. Further says investigation was poorly carried out. Delhi LG VK Saxena calls for an emergency meeting to discuss the increasing level of the Yamuna River. Arvind Kejriwal to attend the meeting and review relief measure preparedness in the national capital. Heavy waterlogging affects the traffic movement in the city. Vehicular movement suspended on GT Karnal Road as Yamuna floodwater enters the city. Delhi Police issues a traffic advisory as Yamuna water floods the roads. Further lists down diversions and roads to be avoided. Well, road repair work near India Gate hinders traffic movement. Commuters advised to plan their journey accordingly. Yamuna water level breaches the danger mark. Current water level stands at 208.5 meters. Citizens to face inconvenience as the water enters Nigam Bodh Ghat. Now, Delhi police have advised to avoid the flood-ridden routes. Yamuna waters floods Delhi's Kashmiri Gate, leaving low-lying areas in distress. Significant rise in the water levels raises concerns in the capital. Well, work of removing accumulated snow in the roads of Himachal Pradesh has started. Many vehicles and tourists remain stranded, however, due to the road blockages. Himachal Pradesh Minister Jagat Singh Negi has arrived at Chandratal. This after overseeing the snow clearance for the past 18 hours. Rescue operations will begin soon. Well, the Kullu-Manali road has witnessed heavy traffic. Locals face inconvenience due to the long jams as well as road closures. BJP leader Jairam Thakur visits the Kullu district to assess situation in flood-affected areas. He meets victims and assures them of possible assistance. Incessant rainfall triggers widespread flood and erosion in different parts of Assam. More than 20 villages are in the grip of massive flooding. River Narmada breaches the danger mark in Barwani district. Nearby areas evacuated to avoid any mishap. Following incessant rainfall in Uttarakhand, boulders, debris falls on Badrinath highway resulting in the blockade. Several people are stuck due to landslide in the region. Residential areas in UP's Saharanpur submerged in water. NDRF and administration team are engaged in the rescue ops. About 50,000 tourists evacuated by the rescuers from across the state. Himachal's Chief Minister lauds the efforts of rescue workers and administration. District administration carried out rescue operations in Patiala. Indian Army, BSF rescue people from more than 30 villages hit by floods. Incessant rains impedes water supply, sewage and roads in the city. Municipal corporation to all the damaged roads as well as water pipelines are going to be fixed in the next 3 to 4 days. Well, light rain is likely to occur in Visakhapatnam in the next 3 days. Heavy rains are expected in many districts of the coastal areas of the city. In fact, let's take you how several parts of Tamil Nadu are experiencing impact of monsoons as well. Heavy downpours have caused inconvenience to the commuters. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal requests people to remain inside their houses. Further says Yamuna's water level will be reaching its peak at 3 p.m. NIA raids are currently underway in Pulwama in connection with the OGW's networks and the newly floated terror group. Over 4 locations are under NIA scanner. Union Minister Nitin Gadkari takes part in the Thomala Seva along with his family. He in fact has offered prayers to Lord Venkateshwara at the Swami temple earlier this morning. Union Minister Anurag Thakur meets ITBP Jawans at an altitude of 15,000 feet in Ladakh. He praises the courage of the forces and lauds hard work of the government to strengthen the wings of the defence system. NIA files a charge sheet against 3 people relating to the extortion case of members of the banned terrorist outfits. Investigation are on to try and nab the others. A team of ISRO scientists have visited Tirupati temple with a miniature model of Chandrayaan-3. This to offer prayers. The launch is all set to take place on 14th of July. Well, Sensex and Nifty hit a new record high, crossing the 65,899 mark. It hit on 7th of July. Markets are now led by the gains in banks, metals, financials, technology and automobile. Well, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee announces 2 lakh aid to the kin of the Bengal violence victims. Further announces jobs for special home guards to the family members as well. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee slams BJP, says BJP has sent 154 teams in Bengal in the last 2 years. Further calls the fact-finding committee by BJP as a provocative committee. BSF's DIG writes a letter to the Election Commission of West Bengal, says central forces will keep an eye on law and order after the results of Panchayat elections. Well, Russian drone attacks and kills 1 person in Ukraine and injures 4 for the 3rd consecutive night now. Well, material from drone damages to residential buildings have caused a fire in a balcony as well. Meanwhile, the Indian Foreign Minister will be holding bilateral meetings with his counterparts. Further, Jaishankar will be speaking about boosting cooperation with ASEAN bloc of the countries in cyber and financial security. Australian Foreign Minister aims at deepening ties with ASEAN bloc, calls it a priority for the country. Union Minister Piyush Goyal concludes this meeting with UK counterpart. In fact, he calls the meeting highly successful. Discussions around economic opportunities in India were a part of the talk. Well, a 73-year-old pro-democracy campaigner unites with his family convicted on terrorism offences. His release comes after Prime Minister Albanese urged for his freedom. Well, meanwhile, Thai lawmakers gather to select a new Prime Minister. It is a major political turning point as the country's most progressive party has won both the popular vote and the most number of seats in the recent election. National Weather Service issues 2 tornado warnings for portions of the city. In fact, tornado sirens have been heard twice, alarming people to take shelter ahead of the danger in Chicago. A series of tornadoes ravaged Chicago area, causing extensive damage. Homes, trees and vehicles snapped, illustrating the power of this tornado. Black Lives Matter movement has completed 10 years. The movement now wields influence over national politics, law enforcement and broader conversations about racial progress in and outside of the United States. China's customs data shows that the country's total goods imports and exports expanded 2.1% year-on-year in the last half of 2023. The country also saw goods imports and exports exceeding 20 trillion yuan for the first time in January-June period. Well, with that, some big breaking news which is coming in. The Defence Acquisition Council has approved the deal for Rafale with France. In fact, the approval has been given for 22 Rafale M jets and 4 twin-seater Rafale M trainers. Approval has also been given for 3 additional Scorpene-class submarines. Rafale Ms will be operating from INS Vikrant. Let me go across to Rishabh. Rishabh, Times Now was the first channel about more than a month back who had reported for all its viewers that these are the 2 packs which are going to be inked, and finally that has come to fruition. Tell us about it.
Well, definitely, the Defence Acquisition Council has now cleared the deal with France. In this deal, India will be buying 26 Rafale M Marine jets. 22 of them would be the Rafale Marine jets for operations, while 4 of them will be twin-seater trainer Rafale M. Along with this, there will be a setup. So these Rafale, jets will be maintained in India, and hence there will be a depot that will be set up in Goa for Navy, and there is already one depot that has been set up in Ambala for Rafale jets that the Indian Air Force use. There was a competition between F-18 Hornet and Rafale M, and at the end Rafale M was chosen. The top sources in Navy suggest that Rafale M is 80% similar to the Rafale jets that the Indian Air Force use, and hence the maintenance becomes very easy for India. And the other way, when both these these jets were used during the operational practice exercises, the Indian Navy felt that Rafale M is better than F-18 Hornet, and that's the reason Rafale M has been chosen. 26 6 Rafale Ms coming in. Remember, as of now, there are around 40 Su-30M jets that operate from INS Vikrant as well as INS Vikramaditya, but they will phase out in next 10 years. While India is working on twin-engine marine jets itself, but it will take some time, and hence the Navy decided that they will go for Rafale marine jets, and these jets will start coming to India soon. Apart from that, 3 Scorpion class submarine has also been ordered. Remember, we already have 6, but the Indian Navy was way under the requirement when it comes to the submarine in its fleet, and hence 3 new Scorpion class submarine will also be bought from France. So these are the 2 things that will be announced when the joint statement comes in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Macron of France tomorrow. Apart from that, there is also a jet, a chopper engine deal that is being worked out, and that will also hear something on that when both these leaders meet for the joint statement.
So at least 3 of these deals, very critical for the forces, are going to be and expected to be inked while the Prime Minister is there. Do stay on with us. In fact, Rishabh, let's also tell our viewers breaking news which is coming in. The France is now laying out the red carpet for Prime Minister Modi. It's set up a photo exhibition of Indo-France ties. All these photos are going to be displayed on external walls of one of the most iconic buildings of Paris. Now, let me go across to Rishabh. Rishabh, this is just a small indication of how important Prime Minister Modi's visit is, both culturally as well as diplomatically and also economically for France.
Well, definitely. See, India and France have been old-time partners. Rather, I can say that France was the first European country that became a strategic partner for India. United Kingdom is a different league because they were, we were colony to United Kingdom, and the relationship is different. But when it comes to Europe, France was the first strategic partner of India, and this year we are also celebrating the 25th year of that strategic partnership. Apart from that, India and France do share historical, connection. Remember, in Paris, when it was under Nazi control during Second World War, one of the most prominent agent that worked for France, for MI6 and France, was Noor Muhammad Khan, and she was an Indian descendant, actually descendant of Tipu Sultan, and that is something that also binds India and France. Apart from that, if we talk about how exactly France and India look forward, remember, France and India are the countries that want to go for further together, develop together. We have, decreased our dependency on Russia when it comes to defense, and the French companies were the first one, be it Mirage 2000 or be it Rafale. India has been dealing with them for quite some time. So this showcases that how important France and India as partners are. And definitely, when Prime Minister is visiting France, this is the 6th visit for Prime Minister, for that matter, since 2017 when Macron took over, and he's going there as guest of honor to the Bastille Day celebration, which happens tomorrow. We'll see on foray how important this partnership has begun, and how both the countries, not only in defense sector but energy, food security and other sectors, also want to go further together.
Right. In fact, do stay on with us. There's more breaking news which is coming in. Minute by minute updates that we are getting for our viewers here. Well, Prime Minister Modi will also be visiting the Paris, France Foreign Affairs Ministry. In fact, this has set up this photo exhibition that we were just discussing right now in the historic building of Paris. Now, let's tell you how BJP workers have also staged a massive protest. This is happening in Patna, where we are shifting focus across to, against the Bihar government on the issue of posting of teachers in the state. In fact, the BJP workers took to the streets in large numbers to demonstrate against the domicile policy of the teachers' recruitment. In fact, this by taking the examination through Bihar Public Service Commission, about 10 lakh job promises, rising incidents of crime, and the bridge collapse which had happened at Khagadia as well has been brought up. Well, the police had to now resort to lathi charge to try and control the situation as the BJP workers gathered in large numbers to take out these protest rallies and march. In fact, security personnel even had to use water cannons, and they opened lathi charge to disperse the BJP cadres, as you can see in these visuals of how the police had lathi charge as well as use water cannon to try and disperse them. In fact, the BJP leaders were lathi charged while they were holding a Vidhan Sabha march. Well, let's also tell you how there have been several of the reactions which have been coming in amidst the cops action which has happened on BJP Karyakartas in the Patna protest. Now, BJP President JP Nadda has called out the state government's failure and he calls it the hysteria of the state government, saying democracy has been attacked to hide the corruption by the Nitish government. In fact, let's go across to Akshay, who's joining us. Akshay, action has been carried out as per the BJP in order to hide the corruption. This is not just about this rally of the BJP, isn't it? Politically, Nitish Kumar being at the helm of the Vipaksh unity, this is a very politically charged statement as well, isn't it? Akshay?
Yeah. So after 3 hours of ruckus at the Dagbangla Choraha of Patna, the senior leaders of the BJP have been arrested and have been taken to the R block and will be detained and kept in the Sachivalay police station for the next few hours, and then a team of the leaders will go to meet the governor and will give their letter of complaints of the state government to the government. You can see the situation now at the Dagbangla Choraha after more than 200 leaders being arrested by the Bihar police, being detained by the Bihar police. Senior leaders like Sushil Kumar Modi, Shahnawaz Hussain, Ashwini Chaubey and many others like Rituraj Sinha and others, Samrat Chaudhary, ex-Deputy CM Renu Devi, all these leaders have been detained and have been taken to the Sachivalay police station. Now, few other leaders who are left back, now police is trying to ask them to go back as the protest has ended, but still leaders like Ramkripal Yadav, Devesh Chandra Thakur, now senior leaders are still here and are protesting on different issues. Ramkripal ji, जान देने को तैयार है। पलटू राम चोर है, हाँ? जब तक हमारा जो मांग है वो पूरा नहीं होगा, आंदोलन जारी रहेगा। रामकृपाल यादव जिंदाबाद। किया गया है, कई नेता गिरफ्तार हुए हैं। अरे नेता गिरफ्तार हुए हैं और गिरफ्तारी होगी, मार खाएंगे, जान लिया हमारे कार्यकर्ता को, आगे भी जान देंगे। मैं बिहार की जनता का जो सवाल लेकर के So this was MP Ramkripal Yadav who clearly said that this protest will go on and the workers who have assembled at the Dagbangla Choraha of Patna will stay here and will not go back until unless they march to the Vidhan Sabha.
What is the security? What is the security apparatus there like? I believe Siddharth is also joining us. I'm not quite sure from where. We'll get more details from Siddharth as well. Over to you, Siddharth.
Meghna, there has in fact been an update with respect to the reactions coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the BJP President Mr. Nadda, JP Nadda, has now in fact responded to the ongoing prevailing situation in Bihar and criticized Nitish Kumar and his administration in the severest terms. Let me in fact take you through the details of his tweet which he put out some time ago. He says, भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं पर पटना में हुआ लाठीचार्ज राज्य सरकार की विफलता और बौखलाहट का नतीजा है। महागठबंधन की सरकार भ्रष्टाचार के किले को बचाने के लिए लोकतंत्र पर हमला कर रही है। जिस व्यक्ति पर चार्जशीट हुई है उसको बचाने के लिए बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री अपनी नैतिकता तक भूल गए हैं। So basically accusing the Nitish Kumar government of trying to shield the Deputy Chief Minister Mr. Tejasvi Yadav. That's the allusion that's been made in the tweet, and also of course criticizing the administration for the strong response that it has shown on the ground with respect to the lathi charge on Karyakartas on the BJP, condemning it in absolute terms. That's the reaction coming from Mr. JP Nadda.
Well, that's very interesting. Siddharth is telling us about JP Nadda, how the BJP has reacted to it. But also interestingly, it doesn't say that we are going to take a step back. Has not appealed for peace or calm. He has said that we are going to step up the attack, because remember, it is a politically very sensitive state, you can call it, Bihar, considering it has at the helm of it Nitish Kumar, who is trying to unite the opposition parties, which is why you have this massive fierce face-off between the BJP and the JDU RJD Sarkar. In fact, let me go back across to Akshay, who's been getting us ground reports. What's the security apparatus like, Akshay? Because we've seen in the past, in the last few hours, lathi charge being used as well as water cannons. Well, we'll go to Akshay later, but these are the live visuals which we are going to continue getting you from Patna. For the time being, a short break.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Amita Wadhwa. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिवरा मल्होत्रा and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani post which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of actual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh.
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है। I'm Amita Wadhwa. I'm Pratibha Tehushida Malhotra and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze. Back with updates from Patna. One BJP Karyakarta has been killed in the protests in Patna. Remember, the BJP workers have been protesting against the government and the police also resorted to lathi charge. These were the dramatic visuals that were seen. Now an update coming in of a BJP Karyakarta who has been killed in the clashes that broke out. Dramatic footage showed the police officials beating up the BJP workers who were protesting. The BJP has said that this was a peaceful protest and despite that the police officials unleashed violence on them, saying that the police started lathi charging the BJP workers who were protesting peacefully. Now ruckus was seen in the assembly and outside. These are visuals of the protests taking place. My colleague Akshay is joining us on the broadcast with the details. Akshay, we've seen violence clashes that have been taking place. Now an update coming in of a BJP worker who has died in the clashes. What are the details?
Yeah, information from PMCH Patna is coming that Vijay Kumar Sinha of Jahanabad, who was a district Mahamantri of the BJP, has died at PMCH, was beaten up badly and had been taken to the PMCH on an ambulance. But unfortunately, he is no more. Information sources from the PMCH are saying that Vijay Kumar Sinha, who was from Jahanabad, has died at the PMCH and he was in the protest which was going on at the Dak Bangla Choraha of Patna. And when police lathi charged on the BJP protesters, he was hit badly and was rushed to the hospital. But now the information is coming that he is no more. It is being said that he is Vijay Kumar Sinha, who came with his colleagues from Jahanabad and is the district Mahamantri of the BJP from Jahanabad district.
Okay, Akshay, if you can also give us more details of the protest as they happen, because we've seen tear gas shells being used, water cannons, lathi charge of these protesters as well. So the protests also aggravated with the police officials also responding with lathi charge. Give us the details of what the protest was about, what the situation is like currently.
Now the protest was on the demands of the teachers, the farmers, the youth and the promise of the Nitish Tejaswi government of giving 10 lakh jobs. And on this, the BJP had called out a Vidhan Sabha march which started from Gandhi Maidan, and senior leaders of the BJP like Samrat Chaudhary, Sushil Modi, Ashwini Chaubey and other senior leaders joined this march, moved forward from the Gandhi Maidan to the Dak Bangla Choraha, and a ruckus situation was made at the Dak Bangla Choraha for about 3 hours, and now the leaders have been arrested. When the BJP protesters just reached the Dak Bangla Choraha, they were silent, but police started lathi charging them and they were rushed back. In that term, many of the BJP workers were arrested and one of them have died also. Now more than 200 leaders have been arrested, have been detained and have been taken to the Sachivalay Thana, where FIR will be lodged on them in case of disturbing the law and order of Patna. Now other workers who are still at the Dak Bangla Choraha, you can see behind me, are being sent back are being convinced by the local leaders of the BJP, by the police, and are being sent back to their home as the protest has been called off now after more than 200 leaders being arrested. Many senior leaders, MP, MLAs have been arrested from Dak Bangla Choraha, Patna, and now you can see the police force and the water cannon machines are also being getting back, and now this protest ends. But unfortunate news is coming from PMCH that Vijay Kumar Sinha, who was the district Mahamantri of the BJP from Jahanabad, has died and his dead body is in PMCH. We are trying to find out more from the PMCH, but yeah, this is the situation at the Dak Bangla Choraha of Patna. The protest is about to end in few more minutes, and the leaders who have been arrested from the Dak Bangla Choraha have been taken to the Sachivalaya Thana where FIR is being lodged.
Okay, so the march began at the Gandhi Maidan and was set to conclude at the State Assembly gates, but it was halted, and we saw these violent scenes as well that were playing out. The police officials lathi charging these protesters. Akshay, we are seeing a lot of police presence right behind you as well. Can you show us around a little bit? Are there any BJP workers still around who can speak about what really happened? Because there are two versions. On one hand, the BJP claims that this was a peaceful protest. Stay with us. We have RJD leader Shakti joining us over the phone line. Thank you for joining us. आपने देखा होगा जो visuals हम देख रहे हैं, protesters. In fact, one of the BJP workers has also died.
Hello.
सर, आपने विजुअल्स देखा होगा ऑफ द लाठी चार्ज जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे. अभी इंफॉर्मेशन ये आई है कि वन बीजेपी वर्कर हैज बीन किल्ड. ही हैज डाइड इन द प्रोटेस्ट.
नहीं, अभी तक हमें सूचना प्राप्त नहीं हुई है किसी मौत के संदर्भ में, लेकिन आपने एक खबर लाई है तो इसकी पड़ताल करेंगे. और मैं शुरू से ही कह रहा हूं कि मैं कोई भी हिंसा में विश्वास हम लोग नहीं रखते. हाँ, ये बात अलग है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो ऑलरेडी पहले से ही शासन ने उनको रूट दिया था, रूट का वायलेशन किया था और डंडे का प्रहार किया था. पुलिस वालों पर प्रतिक्रियाएं हुई थी, रोकने की कोशिश की गई थी और उन पर जो है गैस आंसू भी छोड़े गए थे, लेकिन बाबत भी इतने उग्र थे. और मैं तो ये कहूंगा कि सड़कों पर हुड़दंगाई की इजाजत कानून नहीं देती है. शांतिपूर्ण तरीके.
लेकिन आप इसको कहेंगे कि ये पुलिस एक्सेस है? ये आपने विजुअल्स भी देखा होगा, जहां प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा था वहां पे पुलिस आ गई थी एंड दे आर बीटिंग अप दीज प्रोटेस्टर्स. एट दीज विजुअल्स दैट वी आर प्लेइंग आउट फॉर यू एज वेल, द प्रोटेस्टर्स आर बीइंग मर्सिलेसली बीटन अप.
नो. एक्चुअली आपको एक बात और दिखनी पड़ेगी कि शासन ने जब आपको मार्केटिंग, जब ऑलरेडी वहां पे तो मार्केटिंग को तोड़ने का अधिकार आपको नहीं पड़ता है. आपने वो भी किया. जो लोग कह रहे अब उनके जरा माथा खुलवा करके देखिए. हम कहना नहीं चाहते वो चीजों को. हम तो एक लाइन में इतना ही मैं कह रहा हूँ, शुरू से कह रहा हूँ कि हिंसा की राजनीति कतई स्वीकार हमें भी नहीं है. और हिंसा,
लेकिन हिंसा किन के तरफ से हुआ है वही सवाल उठता है. बने रहिए हमारे साथ. वी ऑल्सो हैव गुरु प्रकाश पासवान joining us on the phone line. Guru Prakash, the response that has come in from the RJD is that violence cannot be tolerated and that's why the police had to indulge in this kind of a lathi charge.
You have to understand that today Bihar, which is known as the land of democracy, in the land of democracy, death of democracy happened. Peaceful protesters, peaceful कार्यकर्ताs of the Bharatiya Janata Party were lathi charged upon. You were also there. Aansu gas, lathi charge, stones. The scene was as if we were in Kashmir. और मैं बताना चाहता हूँ राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के कार्यकर्ता जो मेरे पहले बोल रहे थे कि हम इसको कश्मीर नहीं बनने देंगे. ये बिहार है और बिहार लोकतंत्र की जननी है. बिहार इज द लैंड ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी.
Okay, so you're saying the protest was peaceful, but the police started lathi charging the protesters. Shakti Yadav ji, आपने सुना BJP is saying that the peaceful protest was going on when the police started beating them up, saying कि अब बिहार कश्मीर बन रहा है.
नो. ये तो इनकी भाषाई का दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण अलंकरण है. मैं एक बात मैं कह दिया, बिहार एक लोकतंत्र की जननी है. एक बात हमेशा याद रखना चाहिए. और लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में आस्था रखने वाले लोग यहाँ. लेकिन कोई लोकतंत्र के नाम पर लोकतांत्रिक आस्था को छत बिछत करे और सड़कों पर हुड़दंगाई करे, लंपटाई करे, यह लोकतंत्र में इसकी इजाजत नहीं होती है. कानून फिर अपना काम करता है. कानून को अगर आईना दिखाइएगा, कानून से आप उलझिएगा तो कानून की एक अपनी लक्ष्मण रेखा है. कल आप मीडिया वाले कहेंगे कि पुलिस तमस्वीन बैठी थी और अगजनी के शिकार होता रहा पटना। तो ये नहीं, चूंकि इनके ही एमएलसी ने कहा,
बीजेपी ये सवाल उठा रही है कि क्या वो प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर सकते हैं? वो स्ट्रीट, दे हिट द स्ट्रीट्स। असेंबली में भी उनके एमएलएस को निकाल दिया गया, अभी वो स्ट्रीट पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, स्ट्रीट से भी उनको पीटा जा रहा है।
शायद मेरे ट्वीट को आप एक बार देख लीजिए, हमने ट्वीट किया, एक एमएलसी बीजेपी ने कहा कि मैं आग लगा दूंगा पूरे बिहार में। इस तरह की भाषा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एमएलसी का है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि भाजपा चाहती क्या है बिहार के अंदर में। एकता के बाद, विपक्षी एकता के बाद भाजपा ने जिस तरह से आपा खोया है देश भर में, बिहार में जो प्रकटीकरण खुलकर के सामने आया है, शांतिपूर्ण आंदोलन के नाम पर हुड़दंगाई और लंपटाई सड़कों पर दिखी गई, ये निश्चित तौर पर लोकतांत्रिक पद्धति हो ही नहीं सकता है। और भाजपा के लोग जिस तरह से कानून को अपने हाथ में लेने की लगातार कोशिश कर रहे थे, तो कानून तो स्वाभाविक तौर पर अपना काम कर ही जाता है।
Okay, Guru Prakash ji, RJD saying that the BJP workers were taking law into their hands and that's why the police had to act.
Patiently listening to the gentleman from RJD, इनकी कानून में बहुत आस्था है। इसी कानून में चार्जशीटेड हो गए हैं इनके डिप्टी। उस कानून में आस्था नहीं है क्या आपकी? वहाँ आपकी आस्था कहाँ समाप्त हो जाती है? जहाँ कानून आपके पक्ष में हो तो ठीक है। आप देखिए, लोकतंत्र की दुहाई दे रहे तो और आप बीच में बोल रहे हैं। लोकतंत्र की दुहाई देते तो सुनने का धैर्य रख के, सुनने का धीरज रखिए। बिहार को कश्मीर नहीं बनने देंगे। एक परिवार की पार्टी, बाप बेटे की पार्टी, बाप बेटी की पार्टी, भाई भाई की पार्टी लोकतंत्र की दुहाई देगी। शर्म करिए आप लोग, शर्म करिए आप लोग। और आपकी जो तानाशाही की सरकार चल रही है, अपराधियों और भ्रष्टाचारियों की सरकार चल रही है, हर कीमत पे बिहार से आपका अंत तय है। बिहार से आपकी राजनीतिक अंत्येष्टि की शुरुआत हो गई है। टुडे वाज द डे ऑफ पॉलिटिकल ओबिचुअरी ऑफ द महागठबंधन इन बिहार। डेथ ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी, डेथ ऑफ महागठबंधन इन बिहार। वी विल एंश्योर दैट इट हैपेंस।
शक्ति यादव जी,
बिल्कुल एक बात कर दूं, राजनीतिक श्राद्ध की पृष्ठभूमि बिहार ने भाजपा के लिए लिखी है और देश में लामबंदी उसी के खिलाफ हुई है। उसी भाव का प्रकटीकरण, इनके जो गुस्से का
प्रकटीकरण है कि जो इमरजेंसी
स्तर तक के ये सब जो देख रहे हैं इनके भाव, इस बात का पूरे प्रमाण के साथ कर सकता हूँ, भाजपा बौखलाहट की शिकार हो गई है। अनैतिक आचरण करना चाहती है, कानून को हाथ लेना चाहती है, हुड़दंगाई और लंपटाई स्थापित करना चाहती है राजनीति में। तो लंपटाई संस्कृति लोकतंत्र में कोई स्वीकार नहीं कर सकता है। ये भाजपा चाहे लाख प्रयास करे, कानून और कानून के तोड़ने वाले लोग कैसे होंगे? आप जिसकी चर्चा कर रहे हैं, चार्जशीट की चर्चा कर रहे हैं, ये तो पॉलिटिकल बैंडिटा का हिस्सा है। किस रूप से? जो व्यक्ति रेल मंत्री नहीं, जो व्यक्ति उस समय था नहीं, उस व्यक्ति को आप नामित कर, तो आप लालू प्रसाद जी को नामित किया तो लोगों ने कहा कि रेल मंत्री थे, लेकिन आप तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव को आपने नामित किया तो फिर पूरे आरोप पत्र में। तो स्वाभाविक तौर पर जो पिता अपने पुत्र नाबालिग पुत्रों के लिए कुछ करता हो, उसका कोई देश के अंदर में एक कानून का लॉ हमको जरा बता दे ना कि क्या उत्तराधिकारी होता है।
So contradictory versions that we are hearing, but सवाल उठ रहा है पुलिस एक्शन पर। Thank you for joining us, Shakti Yadav ji, and Guru Prakash Paswan as well for joining us on the broadcast. There are allegations and counter allegations that are taking place, but the visuals are there on the screens playing out, and you can see it for yourselves. The kind of violence that broke out. The BJP workers were protesting, and the security personnel, the police officials in Bihar used water cannons and lathi charge to disperse several of these protesters, and a BJP worker has also lost his life in the clash that broke out. The BJP workers had been protesting against the state government on the issue of the posting of teachers in the state. Unfortunately, it took an extremely violent turn. We continue to get you those ground reports and the allegations and counter allegations. For now, a very quick break. We'll be right back.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9, weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है। I'm Amita Wadhwa. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिखा मल्होत्रा and we're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani post which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh.
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the
Welcome back. Well, Bihar's capital, Patna, has been rocked by protests against the state government's poor promises. The BJP questioning the state government over the promises that had been made, and in these protests, one BJP worker has lost his life. These were the visuals that played out as police officials were seen lathi charging the protesters. My colleague Akshay joining us with the update of what's happening there. Akshay, now the BJP has called off the protest, but just a little while ago we saw violent clashes taking place. Visuals showed the police officials mercilessly beating up several of the BJP workers. One person has lost their life. What's the situation like right now?
Yeah, now the BJP workers are going back. They were sitting in different places of the Dak Bangla Choraha, but now the traffic has been back regulated. But the unfortunate news is that Vijay Kumar Sinha, who was the district Mahamantri of the BJP, has died, came here from Jahanabad with his colleagues. Now his family has been called, his colleagues have informed his family, and now the family has moved from Jahanabad to Patna. His dead body has been kept in the PMCH and will further go for post-mortem. No further photos or visuals are yet provided by the PMCH administration, but yeah, the news is now confirmed that Vijay Kumar Sinha of Jahanabad, who was a BJP district post holder, died after the police lathi charge on the BJP protesters at the Dak Bangla Choraha of Patna.
Okay, all right. Akshay, if you can show us around, because clearly the security presence has been increased. We're seeing a lot of police personnel there present at this spot. The BJP has decided to end the protest. The BJP workers are leaving from the spot, but the police presence has been intensified. Show us around.
Yeah, you can see this at the Dak Bangla Choraha. Still, quite a good number of police personnel are present here at the Dak Bangla Choraha, although the workers are gone back after 200 or more than from the Dak Bangla Choraha. The traffic has been regulated now, but you can see still quite a good number of police force which was deputed at the Dak Bangla Choraha and who lathi charged at the workers of the BJP. Now the force is still present at the Dak Bangla Choraha, and the senior officials of the police are now regretting their decision of lathi charging the workers, because news have come to the police personnel, also the senior police personnel who were present at the location, and has said that one death has been confirmed. Now we'll try to talk to some locals who are present here who were involved.
जैसे लगता है विश्व युद्ध हो रहा है, ऐसा तैयारी किया हुआ है सरकार।
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं पर क्यों लाठी चलाई गई? आप थे उस प्रदर्शन में?
प्रदर्शन में तो थे, लेकिन थोड़ा सा पीछे थे। भगदड़ में देखा गया, आगे जो था वो पिटा गया, बहुत सारे लोग कार्यकर्ता।
एक व्यक्ति की मौत की भी बात कही जा रही है, तो इसको लेकर के क्या भावना है भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं में?
तो इसका बारे में तो कोई भी न्यूज नहीं मिला है मौत के बारे में। लाठी तो पूरा जोरदार बरसा है, तो आप ही लोग बता सकते हैं क्या न्यूज है जिस पर लाठी बज रहा है, क्या सही में मौत हुआ किसी का?
So the one of the worker has died, and information in the BJP also is being circulated that one Vijay Kumar Sinha has died. In the WhatsApp group, this news is being circulated after the death of Vijay Kumar Sinha, who came from Jahanabad, and now the police personnel are also regretting their decision of lathi charging at the Dak Bangla Choraha, because more than 30 leaders are injured badly and are admitted in the Patna medical hospital. Now one death has been confirmed from Patna, and 200 and more than 200 leaders of the BJP, senior leaders of the BJP MP MLAs have been kept in the Sachivalay Thana of Patna.
All right, Akshay, thank you for joining us with that update. We'll come back to you for more political reactions coming in. For now, a very quick break. We'll be right back.
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से कर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है। I'm Amita Wadhwa. I'm Pratibha Malhotra, and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here, and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani post, which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh,
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से कर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है। I'm Amita Wadhwa. I'm Pratibha Malhotra, and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now. Action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days.
Hello and welcome and a very good afternoon. You're watching Live Wire and I'm Siddharth Talia. Let's very quickly take you through the top headlines that we have for you at the top of this hour at 3 p.m. As water from overflowing Yamuna spills into Delhi's roads, Delhi Chief Minister takes stock, visits flood-affected areas in the national capital. Life comes to a standstill in Delhi as water levels reach an unprecedented high in the Yamuna River. They've reached the danger mark, inundating arterial roads and homes. Schools have been shut for a day. In a huge embarrassment for the Aam Aadmi Party government, water from overflowing Yamuna reaches outside the Delhi Chief Minister's residence. The Bharatiya Janata Party says the AAP has been exposed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi leaves for his landmark two-day France visit. Prime Minister is set to preside over the Bastille Day celebrations tomorrow as the guest of honour. In a huge boost to the Indian Navy, the Defence Acquisition Council has cleared the procurement of 26 Rafales and Scorpene submarines as Prime Minister Modi heads to France. High drama both outside and inside the Bihar Assembly. The BJP MLAs have staged a protest. MLAs have been marshalled out. The police has resorted to lathi charge as BJP cadre hit the streets. The face-off gets uglier. One BJP cadre has been reported dead in Bihar while the protest against the Nitish-led government continues. A massive fire broke out at the Greater Noida Mall. Shocking visuals of two people trying to escape the building now surfaces. Reportedly, one person has died. Inquiry has been ordered. Massive uproar in the Karnataka Assembly as H.D. Kumaraswamy, the former Chief Minister, displays a sheet of paper in the Assembly, claims there are rates for transfers of officials. Now, it is an alarming situation for the national capital as Yamuna's water level swells to record 208.5 meters. This is unprecedented. Yamuna's water has now entered Delhi NCR areas including Noida, ITO, Mathura Road, Rajghat, the Delhi Secretariat, Civil Lines, Lakshmi Nagar and many other areas as well. In fact, roads near Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence are also inundated. In view of the current situation, the Delhi police have issued an advisory for commuters as the traffic has been diverted in many areas. This has led to massive traffic snarls in the national capital, which is a headache for office goers. First of all, have a look at these extremely worrying ground reports from different parts of the Delhi NCR region.
Well, if we see, the way right now the situation here is, this is the main road. And I'll ask my camera person Ashwini, who is doing his level best to have a steady frame here. This is the road that leads to the Yamuna Bank Metro and we cannot walk in this. This is a neck deep water right now here and we are on NDRF boat. I'll ask my camera person to pan also the NDRF team that is rescuing people. We are being told that they have been around 150 people who are on the other side and they weren't ready to leave their location because they had their livestock, they have their property and they did not want to leave them. Senior officials of Delhi Police and NDRF had gone in the first trip of this boat and convinced few of them to come back who came back on this boat. We are going toward the other end to assess the situation, that how bad it is and why do people do not want to come this way. You can see around me this used to be the main road. Just for reference, you can see that barricade, the police barricade, submerged in water, and this, mind you, is the main road that leads to one of the busiest metro station in Delhi. This is the condition of the national capital.
दिल्ली पानी पानी है। इन तस्वीरों को देखकर आप ये अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। पानी का बहाव इतना तेज है कि यहाँ पर खड़े हो पाना भी बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है। एक तरफ पीछे अगर आप तस्वीर मेरे पीछे देखेंगे तो ये देखिए, ये ऐतिहासिक धरोहर लाल किला है जहाँ पर 15 अगस्त की तैयारियां चल रही हैं। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ किस तरीके से दिल्ली पानी पानी हो रहा है, ये तस्वीर उस बात की तस्दीक देती है। दरअसल पानी का लेवल अगर हम सुबह आपको बताएं तो थोड़ा कम था यहाँ पर, लेकिन अब जैसे जैसे दिन बढ़ रहा है, जैसे जैसे सूरज उग रहा है, वैसे वैसे हमने देखा कि पानी का फ्लो बहुत ज्यादा तेज होता गया। अगर मैं आपको दूसरी तरफ की तस्वीरें दिखाऊंगी, आप देखेंगे कि देखिए वहां पर गाड़ियों की कतार है। अभी तो हम यहाँ पर खड़े भी हैं, लेकिन ये कहा जा रहा है कि शाम तक जैसे जैसे सूरज ढल जाएगा उसके बाद पानी का बहाव इतना तेज होगा, पानी का लेवल इतना ज्यादा होगा कि वहां पर पानी ही पानी आपको नजर आएगा। जी हाँ, वहां पर कोई भी आपको नजर नहीं आएगा। दूसरी तरफ देखिए, ये जो तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखा रही हूँ, ये ओल्ड दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन की तरफ ये रूट जाता है, लेकिन वहां पर आप एक गाड़ी भी देख पा रहे होंगे जो पानी में पूरी तरीके से जलमग्न है। जी हाँ, क्योंकि अब गाड़ियां यहाँ पर चल नहीं पा रही हैं, इसीलिए वो गाड़ी बीच में रुक गई है। वो रास्ता पूरे उस रूट पर आप देखिए, दूर तक आपको सिर्फ पानी ही पानी नजर आएगा, यानी कि स्थिति बहुत ज्यादा भयावह है।
हम इस समय पुरानी दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के बिल्कुल ठीक पास मौजूद है। एक तरफ पुरानी दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन का रास्ता है, वहीं दूसरी तरफ ISBT बस टर्मिनल का इलाका है, जहां से पुल की तरफ से कुछ ही देर पहले रिपोर्ट कर रहे थे और दिखा रहे थे कि किस तरीके से बिल्कुल रास्तों को बंद कर दिया गया है। वहीं अगर आप इस इलाके को देखें तो घुटने से ज्यादा ऊपर पानी मौजूद है, लोग आगे नहीं जा पा रहे हैं। पीछे की अगर आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं हम, तो वहां पे बसों की कतारें लगी पड़ी हैं। लोग जो अपने दफ्तर को जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो भी वहां पे कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन किसी के पास कोई भी चारा मौजूद नहीं है। जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे ड्रेनेज सिस्टम फेल हुआ है, जिस तरीके से दिखाने की कोशिश की गई है कि सब कुछ ठीक है, सारी तैयारी पूरी है, वो बिल्कुल यहाँ पे आने के बाद धरी की धरी रह जाती हैं सारी की सारी जो प्रॉमिसेस है गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी उसकी तरफ से। यमुना नदी से जो पानी है वो अभी भी और भी ज्यादा तेजी से आता नजर आ रहा है। अगर हमारे कैमरे से नीचे झुकें तो देख सकते हैं कि ये पानी की जो लहरें हैं वो काफी ज्यादा तेज कैमरे में भी नजर आ सकती हैं, जिससे साफ तौर से पता चल जाएगा कि किस तरीके से पानी का स्तर बढ़ते जा रहा है। लोगों की जो तकलीफें हैं वो आने वाले कुछ समय में और भी बढ़ जाएंगी।
We have some more news coming in. The water level in the Yamuna continues to rise. The current water level has now reached the 208.62 meters level and is likely to increase to 208.75 by 4 p.m. Remember, this has already breached the 45-year mark. The previous high was in 1978, where the water levels were to the tune of 207.4 meters, and it's already gone up by almost a meter. Let me go across to both my colleagues Priyank as well as Rishabh, who've been reporting from the ground in parts of NCR. Priyank, coming to you first. It's quite an alarming situation. The flood waters have now breached the 1978 levels. They've already reached an all-time high, and it could actually get worse by 4 p.m. Tell us about the situation around you.
Yeah, certainly, Siddharth, and taking precautionary measures, the Delhi police started blocking the multiple carriageways which lead towards the ring road. We are standing at this intersection, which the road which lead towards the ITO, which is the income tax office area, and the left-hand side road carriageway lead towards Lakshmi Nagar or the Noida. But at this location, as you can see, because of the water level which rise and the water started capturing the carriageway, the Delhi police has blocked this. On the other side of the carriageway, if my video journalist would show you, this is a carriageway which comes from Sarai Kale Khan area and goes towards the ISBT. ISBT situation, we have just seen that there is nothing which can be allowed. But on the other side, you can see the construction vehicles, these dumpers, road rollers, and all these construction material and the vehicles is certainly still submerged into water. There was a short meeting which happened at the Delhi Secretariat, where the DDMA officials met with the Delhi government officials, and this was said to be the disaster management committee meeting, which has just ended few hours back. But on the other side, few kilometers away from this location is Shushru Trauma Center, which is in North Delhi, very close to the Delhi CM's residence. That location is another hotspot of the rescue team, because the patients are being shifted from the hospital because of the rising level of water.
Okay, Priyank, in fact, we have some more updates coming in with respect to the rising water levels. Now, due to the unprecedented highs that have been reached as a result of the rising water levels in Yamuna, the Delhi government has taken the decision to ban the entry of heavy good vehicles from the Singhu border, from the Badarpur border, also the Loni border and the Chilla border as well. So precautionary measures now being taken by the Delhi government. Let me go across to Rishabh. Rishabh, where are you currently, and tell us about what the prevailing situation is around where you are currently.
Well, Siddharth, we are here at Yamuna Bank. The metro entry and exit has closed here, and you can see this area. This is actually the road that goes to the Metro Vihar Society, which has around 90 families of metro employees staying, as well as there are another 150 people who were living in kacha houses. Those houses have submerged in water, and NDRF right now is trying to remove those people from there. They are facing a lot of difficulty because a lot of people are not ready to leave their residence, given that they still have household stuff as well as their livestock there. When we talk about the water levels, when we first came here in the morning, the water levels were around that plank, and now the water has started coming further. So this shows that the water levels are increasing. We did go with the NDRF people as well on the other side of this water logging. It looks like an island there. We reported out of there as well, and we spoke to people. There were no precaution there. They weren't informed about the water coming in, and only when the water actually came in, they realized that they have to leave their houses any time now. When we asked that while the water was coming in, why didn't they leave, they said that every year the water do come in, but this level of water was not expected. Exactly what the Chief Minister said. The government did not expect this. Now, after the DDMA meeting, heavy vehicles and goods vehicles have been stopped. Schools have been shut down. But for last 72 hours, while the flood warnings were something which will happen, but the Delhi government did not do what they were expected to do. Okay. Now, Delhi police and NDRF, they're trying to get people out.
Right, Rishabh, you referred to the DDMA meeting. So that meeting is being held as we speak. The DDMA, of course, the chairman of the Delhi Disaster Management Authority is the Lieutenant Governor. He is holding a key meeting, and Arvind Kejriwal, among other cabinet ministers, are also present. So let me, in fact, go across to Priyank, who will fill us in about some important details that we can expect from this particular meeting. Priyank, of course, the Delhi Lieutenant Governor and the Aam Aadmi Party government may have their own differences, but the national capital faces a crisis, and there needs to be a coordinated response.
Yes, Siddharth, but it's too late for them, at least to, stop this situation right now, because the water has already started covering its own level, because that is the only thing which makes it more difficult for the agencies. They were caught unaware. Their drainage system was not working properly, and there was no mechanism to stop the water which is coming out from Yamuna because of the rising level of water. Neither the drainage system, which should be there in the other part of the capital, should also happen in place. But right now, the only thing which the government officials can do is to have these divergence on the road, which is seen right behind me. There are only few motorists who are able to cross this road, or telling the schools to be shut, the offices to be shut. So that was certainly not the solution which the people of Delhi could have thought or imagined. There should have been a foolproof mechanism which should have been placed about the drainage system, telling schools to be shut, because today also the schools were operational in those areas where it was a heavy water flow which was being witnessed. So multiple things should have been done earlier, which was not seen on the ground. That's very unfortunate. Since the meeting has just concluded, we are expecting that there will be some sort of restrictions on the vehicles and the school.
Yeah, we just broke that piece of news about heavy vehicles not being allowed from certain border areas of the national capital. We'll of course await some more updates coming from that meeting. Do stay with us, because as we speak, the water war of words between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the AAP, and the centre and the Delhi government has only escalated. The centre has questioned the Aam Aadmi Party government over the prevailing situation, and here's a very strong response coming from Mr. Anurag Thakur, who has said that Kejriwal is sitting in Sheesh Mahal while Delhi is drowning.
इसको देश भर के अलग अलग राज्यों में लेकर जा रहे हैं ताकि जागरूकता हो, अवेयरनेस भी हो, खिलाड़ी जान सकें कि एशियन चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी भारत में हो रही है और लोकप्रियता भी हॉकी की बढ़े।
चेस ओलंपियाड की ट्रॉफी भी पूरे भारत में दौरा किया था पहली बार, अब एशियन चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी की हो रही है, इसे कितना जागरूकता?
44 चेस ओलंपियाड जब भारत में हुआ तो उससे पहले
Right, we'll play that correct bite of Anurag Thakur once again, where he's responding to the prevailing situation in the national capital. Even yesterday, several people belonging to the Bharatiya Janata Party had spoken out quite strongly against what they describe as inaction on the part of the Aam Aadmi Party government. Now, Delhi Chief Minister Mr. Arvind Kejriwal took stock of the situation today and visited the Wazirabad water treatment plant. Yamuna's water has also entered a few water treatment plants now, because of which the facilities have been shut down. And what will add to the woes of the people? Well, 25% of Delhi's water supply is likely to go down for the next 2 days, but there still remains a ray of hope, because as per the CWC, the water level of the Yamuna is expected to come down post 2 to 3 p.m. today, so that may bring some relief.
इस लेवल की पानी पहुंचेगा ये कभी सोचा नहीं था। तो अभी 3 वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट हमारे वजीराबाद, चंद्रावल और ओखला, 3 वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट बंद हो गए हैं इसकी वजह से, बिकॉज पानी पंप्स के अंदर घुस गया है, अंदर मशीनों में घुस गया है। और जब तक पानी कम होगा उसके बाद उनको मशीनों को सुखाया जाएगा, क्योंकि बिजली से चला दिया तो करंट आ सकता है, और उसके बाद पानी दोबारा शुरू होगा। लगभग 25% दिल्ली का पानी जो है वो इसकी वजह से कम हो जाएगा।
Now, as we look at these worrying ground reports, also let's take a look at the bird's eye view of what the national capital actually looks like as a result of the prevailing situation, where flood levels have reached an unprecedented high. The levels in the Yamuna River have breached the 1978 barrier. They did so yesterday at approximately 4 o'clock, and that water level has now actually increased by almost a meter between 4 p.m. yesterday and right now. There was apprehension that there might be rain towards the latter part of the day that might just complicate the current situation, but what you see on your screens right now is how bad the state of affairs actually is in the national capital. The ruling dispensation here has been trying to bring the situation under control. There's a DDMA meet that is on as we speak, and we have some more reactions coming in about the current flood situation. Let's listen in.
We are in touch with the Delhi government, one-to-one with the Chief Secretary also. Yes, so whatever teams they need, we are deploying them in adequate numbers, and we are supervising that wherever the operations are going on, they are going on smoothly. There is no issue in coordination. The boys are well equipped. So it's just a question of officers being on ground with the rescuers who are working hands-on to ensure that things are working smoothly. Areas which are low-lying, as you mentioned, a lot of evacuation has already taken place, and we are supervising to ensure that there is no loss of life because of this. And team have already been sent there to see what we can do to ensure that the water supply and the water pumping station doesn't get harmed. My suggestion to all the people is that when the authorities request them to evacuate, they should not hang back in the low-lying areas because of any reason. We are here to evacuate the livestock as well.
राजधानी दिल्ली में यमुना डरा रही हैं। निचले इलाके जलमग्न हो चुके हैं। दरअसल जिस तरीके से पिछले 45 साल का रिकॉर्ड टूटा है और यमुना का जल स्तर 208.48 से भी को पार कर चुका है, उसके बाद से ही जो निचले इलाके हैं वो पूरी तरीके से डूब चुके हैं। इस वक्त हम पुराने लोहे के पुल के पास मौजूद हैं और तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि किस तरीके से लोहे का जो ये पुल है वो पूरी तरीके से पानी के जद में आ चुका है और इसी वजह से जो यातायात है वो यहाँ का बंद कर दिया गया है। साथ ही साथ तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि किस तरीके से जो आसपास के इलाकों में जो लोग रहते थे उनके घर पानी के आगोश में आ चुके हैं और इसी वजह से उन लोगों को वहां से रेस्क्यू किया गया, जिसके बाद लोग सड़कों पर जिंदगी बिताने को मजबूर हो चुके हैं। तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको दिखाएंगे ये वो तमाम लोग हैं जिनके आशियाने जो हैं वो निचले इलाकों में थे, लेकिन पानी की वजह से इनके घर जब डूब गए तो इन्हें रेस्क्यू किया गया और रेस्क्यू कराने के बाद इन्हें यहाँ पर लाया गया है। तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि किस तरीके से जो भी जरूरी सामान इनको दिखा इन्होंने लिया और उसके बाद ये यहाँ पर आ गए। एक तरीके से कहा जा सकता है अस्थायी तौर पर प्रशासन की तरफ से यहाँ इंतजाम किए जा रहे हैं ताकि ये लोग अपनी जिंदगी यहाँ पर बिता सके और इसकी वजह से प्रशासन की तरफ से तमाम कवायदें की जा रही हैं। लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से लोग सड़कों पर जिंदगी बिताने को मजबूर हैं।
Well, let me go back to my colleague Rishabh, who's of course been standing near Yamuna Bank monitoring the flood situation there. Rishabh, there was apprehension that there might be rain towards the latter half of the day. Fortunately, that's not happened so far, but we'll have to wait and see because the situation might actually grow more complicated than it already is.
Well, definitely, Siddharth, at one point while we were on the other side, there was heavy, dense cloud and the drizzles began, and that's when we feared that the water level in this area specifically will increase. But thankfully, the drizzle did not last long and sun has come out as of now. But as you said, it remains to be seen how things unfold. While the Centre Water Management Committee is saying that the water will start receding, Yamuna levels will start going down post 4 p.m. Remains to be seen how that unfolds, because earlier yesterday the Central Water Commission had predicted that the levels will peak around 8 to 9 a.m. and after that it will start going below the danger mark. But as of now that doesn't seem to be the case. So we'll have to wait for 4 p.m. to understand whether the water levels will start going down. But now as you can see this area, this is one of the area, and remember this is just the road that goes to the one of the busiest metro station in Delhi, the Yamuna Bank metro station, which is an interchanging point for Ghaziabad as well as Noida. So a lot of traffic on this route as well. The entry and exit from this metro has been shut down, and NDRF is trying to convince the people on the other side to come back to get evacuated. I'll ask my camera person to show around as well. There are few people who have been evacuated and are right now here waiting for the water to go down and return to their houses, but that will take some time. There is an NDRF truck full of safety gears as well as other things. There is a JCB and other earth movers as well in case of emergency, but the area has been barricaded, completely cordoned off by the police, that no one should go toward there because at least 6 to 7 feet water is here. And on the other side where the low-lying areas are, people are saying, the officials are also saying that it is around 15 to 20 feet of water is what the other side is looking like. So definitely the situation here is definitely not good right now.
Okay, Rishabh, we'll keep coming back to you for more updates, but let's actually take a view of how the situation currently is in the national capital and what some of the affected areas are. And you'll see very shortly a map on your screens of the national capital and some of the affected areas. The flood alert in Delhi, ITO area is completely inundated. So is Mathura Road. Rajghat has also witnessed flooding. So has the area around the Delhi Secretariat. Also Lakshmi Nagar as well as civil lines as well. So lots of parts of central Delhi affected by the flood. Also the Wazirabad area has come in for flooding too, as has Mayur Vihar, which is the area in the national capital that also adjoins Noida, Nigambodh Ghat as well, Kashmiri Gate, Ring Road and the Karnal Road as well. So lots of areas being at the receiving end of severe flooding in parts of the national capital. We have some more ground reports that have been sent in from our colleagues. Let's tune in.
तो पहाड़ों पर हुई बारिश का असर सीधे सीधे राजधानी दिल्ली में नजर आता है और राजधानी दिल्ली की तैयारियां और बारिश की जो स्थिति को लेकर बड़े बड़े जो दावे किए गए थे उसकी पोल भी खुल गई है। अब मैं इस समय जिस जगह पर मौजूद हूं, दरअसल ये राजघाट पावर हाउस इलाका कहलाता है। यहाँ से चंद कदमों की दूरी पर है दिल्ली सचिवालय, यानी कि मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल यहाँ से नीतियां बनाते हैं, रणनीति तैयार करते हैं और उससे चंद कदमों की दूरी पर आखिर क्या हाल है आप देख सकते हैं। देखिए यहाँ पर जिस तरह से बारिश का पानी आया और ये दिल्ली में हुई बारिश का नहीं बल्कि ये जिस तरह से हथनी कुंज बैराज में पानी छोड़ा गया पीछे से, उसके बाद में दिल्ली खतरे के निशान पर आ चुकी है। 205 पार कर चुकी है, यानी कि खतरा जो है यमुना स्तर का वो 208 पार कर चुका है। और देखिए आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे पूरी तरफ आपको सिर्फ और सिर्फ पानी ही पानी नजर आएगा।
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The news hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है। I'm Mamita Vadwa. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिखा मल्होत्रा and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now. Action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani force which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times Now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh.
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity And when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं।
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now with me, Priya Bahil. First up, the top stories. As water from overflowing Yamuna River spills onto Delhi streets, the Delhi Chief Minister takes stock, visits flood-affected areas in the national capital. Life comes to a standstill as our water level in Yamuna swells beyond danger mark, inundating arterial roads and homes. Schools shut for another day. In a huge embarrassment for the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi, water from overflowing Yamuna reaches outside Delhi Chief Minister's residence as well. BJP says Aam Aadmi Party's misgovernance has been exposed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi leaves for his landmark two-day France visit. PM set to preside over Bastille Day celebrations as a guest of honor. In a huge boost to Indian Navy, DAC clears the procurement of 24 Rafales and Scorpion submarines as PM heads to France. Meanwhile, high drama outside and inside Bihar Assembly. BJP MLAs stage protests inside, MLAs marshalled out. Police resort to lathicharge as BJP cadre hit the streets outside. Face-off gets uglier. One BJP cadre allegedly said to have died during the protest, but the administration says that there is no such confirmation. The person has no injuries to his body, has been sent to hospital. Massive fire breaks out at Greater Noida Mall. Shocking visuals of two people trying to escape the building's surface. Inquiry ordered. Uproar in Karnataka Assembly as H.D. Kumaraswamy displays a sheet of paper claiming they are the rates for transfer of officials. Incessant rains continue to wreak havoc in northern India. Water levels in dams and rivers have been rising continuously. In anticipation of continued heavy rainfall, the weather office has issued a forecast for additional rain in Himachal, Uttarakhand, Punjab, Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir as well. The situation in Himachal and Uttarakhand remains critical, prompting authorities to issue a red alert.
कितने देर से फंसे हुए हैं
यहाँ पे? कम से कम 1.5 घंटा हो गया खड़े हुए।
1.5 घंटे से कोई जेसीबी नहीं आई, कोई
सहायता नहीं है। पब्लिक परेशान है, उनके पास खाने को कुछ नहीं है, पानी पीने के लिए नहीं है, गाड़ी में बच्चे फंसे हुए हैं, सब परेशान है। दोनों तरफ से रोड ब्लॉकेज है।
लेकिन मैं कहना चाहूँगा प्रशासन से कि जब कोई ऐसी बातें हो रही है तो उनको आगाह करना चाहिए ना पीछे ही। अब हम केदारनाथ से आए, ये तो बारिश हो रही है तो ये तो सुविधाएं दो। आप देखो कितने लंबा, 1 किलोमीटर लंबा, 2 किलोमीटर लंबा जाम इधर लग रहा है।
And the situation has only been getting worse across the country. Remember, the water levels in Delhi, at least, Yamuna has crossed the danger mark and is said to be at highest ever levels, with a deluge even in several parts of the city being predicted. Meanwhile, there has also been a political blame game over the matter as the water logs the street outside Delhi Chief Minister's residence as well. BJP has been questioning the state of governance in the state. But you have seen visuals that are playing out on your screens from across the northern India. From Uttarakhand, there is landslides that have been reported in areas like Gupta Kashi. In Kinnaur, there have been several rescue operations that had to take place. Choppers also have been deployed. But like I was saying, the situation is alarming in Delhi as Yamuna's water level swells to a record 208.5 meters. The water has entered Delhi NCR areas including Noida, ITO, Mathura Road, Rajghat, Delhi Secretariat, Civil Lines, Lakshmi Nagar and several other places. In fact, roads near Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence are also inundated. In view of the current situation, Delhi Police has issued an advisory for commuters as the traffic has been diverted in several areas. This has led to massive traffic snarls on the roads, a headache for the office goers. First of all, let's take a look at these worrying ground reports.
Well, if we see, the way right now the situation here is, this is the main road. And I'll ask my camera person Ashwini, who is doing his level best to have a steady frame here. This is the road that leads to the Yamuna Bank Metro, and we cannot walk in this. This is a neck deep water right now here, and we are on NDRF boat. I'll ask my camera person to pan also the NDRF team that is rescuing people. We are being told that they have been around 150 people who are on the other side, and they weren't ready to leave their location because they had their livestock, they have their property, and they did not want to leave them. Senior officials of Delhi Police and NDRF had gone in the first trip of this boat and convinced few of them to come back, who came back on this boat. We are going toward the other end to assess the situation, that how bad it is and why do people do not want to come this way. You can see around me, this used to be the main road. Just for reference, you can see that barricade, the police barricade, submerged in water, and this, mind you, is the main road that leads to one of the busiest metro station in Delhi. This is the condition of the national capital.
यमुना का जल स्तर बढ़ते ही दिल्ली के कई इलाके जलमग्न हो चुके हैं। तमाम जगहों पे इसी तरीके से पानी आपको देखने को मिलेगा। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से ये जो पूरा इलाका है, अमूमन यहाँ इस वक्त ट्रैफिक चलती है, काफी संख्या में गाड़ियां गुजरती है। ये एक सड़क है जहां से तमाम गाड़ियां गुजरती हैं, लेकिन आज आप तस्वीरें बिल्कुल जुदा हैं। आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से एक शख्स जो है अपने ऑटो को, चूंकि पानी की वजह से ऑटो खराब हो गया, इसी वजह से ऑटो को धक्का देकर ये शख्स पानी से ऑटो को निकालने की कवायद कर रहा है। जाहिर तौर पर पानी कमर से ऊपर तक आ चुका है और ये एक मेन रोड की कहानी है। ऐसी ही कहानी, ऐसी ही तस्वीरें दिल्ली के कई इलाकों में मिली, खासतौर पर दिल्ली के जो निचले इलाके हैं वहां पे इसी तरीके की तस्वीर देखने को मिली। अब एक तस्वीर आपको हम दिखाते हैं, ये मॉनेस्ट्री मार्केट है। तस्वीरों के जरिए देख सकते हैं पूरा मार्केट जलमग्न हो चुका है। जाहिर तौर पर यहाँ पे जो दुकानदार हैं, जिनके यहाँ पर सामान पड़े हुए थे, वो निश्चित तौर पर पानी की वजह से खराब हो गए।
हम इस समय पुरानी दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के बिल्कुल ठीक पास मौजूद है। एक तरफ पुरानी दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन का रास्ता है, वहीं दूसरी तरफ ISBT बस टर्मिनल का इलाका है, जहां से पुल की तरफ से कुछ ही देर पहले रिपोर्ट कर रहे थे और दिखा रहे थे कि किस तरीके से बिल्कुल रास्तों को बंद कर दिया गया है। वहीं अगर आप इस इलाके को देखें तो घुटने से ज्यादा ऊपर पानी मौजूद है, लोग आगे नहीं जा पा रहे हैं। पीछे की अगर आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं हम, तो वहां पे बसों की कतारें लगी पड़ी हैं। लोग जो अपने दफ्तर को जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो भी वहां पे कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन किसी के पास कोई भी चारा मौजूद नहीं है। जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे ड्रेनेज सिस्टम फेल हुआ है, जिस तरीके से दिखाने की कोशिश की गई है कि सब कुछ ठीक है, सारी तैयारी पूरी है, वो बिल्कुल यहाँ पे आने के बाद धरी की धरी रह जाती है सारी की सारी जो प्रॉमिसेस है गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी उसकी तरफ से। यमुना नदी से जो पानी है वो अभी भी और भी ज्यादा तेजी से आता नजर आ रहा है। अगर हमारे कैमरे के नीचे झुके तो देख सकते हैं कि ये पानी की जो लहरें हैं वो काफी ज्यादा तेज कैमरे में भी नजर आ सकती हैं, जिससे साफ तौर से पता चल जाएगा कि किस तरीके से पानी का स्तर बढ़ते जा रहा है। लोगों की जो तकलीफें हैं वो आने वाले कुछ समय में और भी बढ़ जाएंगी।
Now the current level of Yamuna stands at 208.62 meters and is likely to increase further to 208.75 meters by 4 p.m. Due to this, Delhi government has banned the entry of heavy good vehicles from Singhu border, from Badarpur border, Loni border as well as Chilla border.
We are here in Yamuna Bank area, and on your screens right now is the main residential society of the Delhi Metro Corporation, and you can see there are around 90 flats in this complex where the employees of Delhi Metro reside. We have been told that there is no rescue plan for these people as well if the water comes in, and we can tell you that by in the time that we have come in last 15 minutes, the water levels are already increasing here. There are people here as well who have to leave these areas, who were staying in these low-lying areas and have come to the road. You can see these roads. You can see an NDRF boat already here. The officials are trying to convince these people to leave, but they are saying that where will we go? Is there any place where we can be ourselves? The way the water has increased in this area showcases the mismanagement right now that's unfolding in National Capital. While the Chief Minister, banking on the predictions of Central Water Commission, suggests that the water levels will start receding around 4:30, the situation right now is horrifying in the National Capital, especially around the Yamuna River. This road that leads to the main road is completely submerged. Around 6 to 7 feet water is what we are being told is here, the completely inundated area.
And if you thought this flight was reserved for the common man, you could not be more wrong, because we've accessed the bird's eye view of inundated areas in Delhi and look at the power corridors of the capital. Even the roads around Delhi Secretariat, which is said to be the seat of power, is underwater.
तो पहाड़ों पर हुई बारिश का असर सीधे सीधे राजधानी दिल्ली में नजर आता है, और राजधानी दिल्ली की तैयारियां और बाढ़ बारिश की जो स्थिति को लेकर बड़े बड़े जो दावे किए गए थे उसकी पोल भी खुल गई है। अब मैं इस समय जिस जगह पर मौजूद हूं, दरअसल ये राजघाट पावर हाउस इलाका कहलाता है। यहाँ से चंद कदमों की दूरी पर है दिल्ली सचिवालय, यानी कि मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल यहाँ से नीतियां बनाते हैं, रणनीति तैयार करते हैं, और उससे चंद कदमों की दूरी पर आखिर क्या हाल है आप देख सकते हैं। देखिए यहाँ पर जिस तरह से बाढ़ बारिश का पानी आया, और ये दिल्ली में हुई बारिश का नहीं, बल्कि ये जिस तरह से हथनी कुंज बैराज में पानी छोड़ा गया पीछे से, उसके बाद में दिल्ली खतरे के निशान पर आ चुकी है। 205 पार कर चुकी है, यानी कि खतरा जो है यमुना स्तर का वो 208 पार कर चुका है। और देखिए आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे पूरी तरफ आपको सिर्फ और सिर्फ पानी ही पानी नजर आएगा।
Delhi is inundated, Yamuna is overflowing, dozens of lives if not more are affected. But who is accountable for all this? That is the question that every single commuter who is hassled is asking, every single household that has been displaced is asking. Politics, however, is raging without any answers. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal visited flood-affected areas, taking stock of the situation, assuring of all possible help. He said that as soon as the water levels will recede, officials will start process of drying out the machines. But first of all, listen into what he said.
जैसी पानी कम होगा मशीनें सुखाने का काम शुरू हो जाएगा, लेकिन इसके लिए जनता को तकलीफ होगी, जनता को उसका सामना करना पड़ेगा। पानी काफ़ी तेज़ी से ऊपर बढ़ रहा है, तो मैं सब लोगों से यही निवेदन करूंगा कि बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी ना हो तो घर से बाहर ना निकलें, और जितना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हो सके अपना वर्क फ्रॉम होम करें। जो एरियाज़ अफेक्टेड हैं वहाँ पे हमने स्कूल्स भी अब बंद करवा दिए हैं, और रिलीफ कैंप्स में भी सारी सुविधाएं देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। देखिए जो प्रेडिक्शंस आ रहे हैं CWC के, वो तो बता रहे हैं कि आज 3-4 बजे तक शायद पीक पहुंच जाएगा, उसके बाद कम होना चालू होगा, ऐसी प्रेडिक्शंस CWC के हैं।
But another minister of Delhi government, Atishi, has this to say when asked about where does the onus lie.
तो जब जल स्तर इतना ऊंचा हो जाएगा तो यमुना अपने बैंक से बाहर निकलेगी। जो यमुना के आसपास के नाले हैं उनमें भी पानी भर गया है, और उसकी वजह से यमुना के आसपास के इलाकों में, खास करके ISBT के आसपास का एरिया, रिंग रोड, ITO, कई जगह पे पानी भर गया है। देखिए पानी का फ्लो तो इंसान कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकता है। हम लगातार हरियाणा के टच में हैं कि वो कम से कम पानी छोड़ें, कि यहाँ पे दिल्ली की स्थिति और बदतर ना हो। जहाँ जहाँ पे पानी भर रहा है हम वहाँ से लोगों को इवैक्यूएट कर रहे हैं, रिलीफ कैंप्स में लेके जा रहे हैं।
Atishi there assuring that evacuation is taking place, but the BJP is in no mood to spare any criticism. They say that the plans were not put in place in time, and which is why people are suffering.
आज जब दिल्ली की जनता अपने घरों को छोड़ के बाहर आने पे मजबूर हो चुकी है, लोगों के सिर से ऊपर से पानी निकल गया है, आज केजरीवाल को याद आई है कि उसे दिल्ली के लिए बाहर आना है। आज वो फोटो खिंचवाने के लिए वजीराबाद पहुंचे हैं। मैं उनसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि पिछले 6 दिन से कहाँ थे? हम 6 दिन से कह रहे थे कि दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री लापता है, तो आज हमारे दबाव के कारण उनको फोटो खिंचवाने के लिए बाहर आना पड़ा है। लेकिन मेरे को हैरानी इस बात की है, हर बात पर ऐड देने वाले, हर बात पर प्रचार करने वाले मुख्यमंत्री कि अखबारों में विज्ञापन देके दिल्ली की जनता को चेता नहीं सकते थे, आने वाले खतरे के लिए बता नहीं सकते थे, और 3 वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट बंद हो गए हैं।
And BJP is continuously upping its ante against the Delhi government for the situation being faced by the people. And now, in a fresh jab, Amit Malviya has taken a dig at Delhi Chief Minister, and he says, and I quote, "Has Arvind Kejriwal's 45 crore rupee worth illegal Sheesh Mahal sunk as well?" Is to the expose that Times Now Bharat had done. Akanksha, we have been showing people visuals that even streets outside Delhi Chief Minister's residence have been waterlogged. What's the latest that you can tell us?
Well, absolutely, a political war of words has erupted between Aam Aadmi Party as well as the LG and the BJP. Now, there's a tweet that has come from Amit Malviya, where he's saying that Arvind Kejriwal is responsible for the floods in Delhi. He goes on to say that no dredging has been done in the last few years. Sewer lines have not been desilted in the last 8 years. Even this year, drains have not been desilted till 15 June. He also went on to say that Arvind Kejriwal stepped out of his house to check on the rising level of Yamuna only today, while the LG has visited 4 times in the last 4 years. What did Kejriwal do? He was busy shifting blame on Haryana and writing letters to centre, because he's referring to the centre that Arvind Kejriwal wrote to the Home Minister yesterday, seeking his intervention, pinning the blame on Haryana, saying that the level of water has risen in Yamuna because of the water that has been released from Hatnikund Barrage in Haryana. He sought the intervention of the centre, going on to say that G20 summit is going to take place in the national capital, and this does not look good on the national capital. So a blame game has started between the Aam Aadmi Party as well as BJP. BJP, on the other hand, has said that Arvind Kejriwal should have concentrated more on building the infrastructure and not playing the vote bank politics. So a war of word has definitely erupted between both the parties. It remains to be seen how Arvind Kejriwal reacts to Amit Malviya's remark.
Right, Amit Malviya, they're pointing out that literally when the water reached Arvind Kejriwal's doorstep, did he step out, take stock of the situation? We will keep track of developments as well as of response coming in from the state government. Right now, we take a very quick break.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered. Above all else, Frankly Speaking with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Mamita Wadhwa. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिवरा मल्होत्रा and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani post which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of actual control.
We report from ground zero. Times now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna.
And Pranesh.
At 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the
Welcome back. We've got disturbing news coming in, and now the impact of rains and flooding is showing in very, very worrisome ways. There is a trauma center in Delhi which has been flooded with water, as a result of which the patients had to be shifted to LNJP hospital. Here is a ground report.
Several areas here in the national capital are currently flooded. Behind me is this Delhi-run trauma center, which is, as you can see, that entire area is completely underwater. In fact, this stretch leads to the residence of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. And just look at the situation here. Because of this this situation, 40 patients have been shifted out to the another Delhi-run hospital, that is LNJP. 3 of them were on ventilator. This is the situation, and this is the hardship that people are going through right now. We are joined by one such person. आपके यहाँ भांजी एडमिटेड है. क्या कुछ आपको यहाँ प्रॉब्लम आई यहाँ पहुँचने में? अंदर क्या सिचुएशन है?
वाटर लॉकिंग हो रही है. वाटर लॉकिंग हो रही है, आप तो देख रहे हो. और उन्होंने वो कर दिया.
अंदर पानी है.
अंदर पानी है ही.
आप यहाँ पे आए, कहीं दूर से आए होंगे. क्या कुछ मुश्किलें हुई? पूरे रास्ते में वाटर
मुश्किल. यहाँ से वहां तक मुश्किल ही मुश्किल है मैडम. आओ ना. वहां से यहाँ तक मुश्किल है मैडम. आप इस रोड से जस्ट जाओगे तो पूरा रोड मुश्किल ही मुश्किल है.
ये पूरी की पूरी रोड सीएम के घर जाती है, अरविंद केजरीवाल के घर जाती है.
हाँ, केजरीवाल के.
उनका जो आवास है ना, उनका जितने अधिकारी है ऊंचे में कर रखा है. हम लोग
उनकी ही गवर्नमेंट चलाती है ये हॉस्पिटल. ये डूब चुका है.
उनका गवर्नमेंट जो चलाता है ना, इसलिए वो नीचे में है. अगर उनका घर पानी में डूब जाए ना, तब उनको एहसास होगा जो गरीब लोग का क्या मुसीबत है. हम लोग को देखिए, मजनू के टीला में रहने वाले हैं. अभी कोई कारणवश एक बच्चे का हाथ कट गया, आया हूँ अंदर में, पानी में हेल के आया हूँ दूर के. लेकिन उनका कोई पाकिस्तान से लोग आया, उसके अंदर में 5-5 टैंकर दे रहा है. जे को फोन किया हूँ, ये नंबर है. 5 टैंकर पानी भेज दिया, लेकिन हम लोग को सुबह से लाइट काटे हुआ एक बार भी नहीं उसने एक भी टैंकर जय बोला जब बाहर से पानी उपलब्ध। भाई हमारे भी टैंकर करा दो, हम लोग भी डिप्टी नहीं गए ना।
आपके भी यहाँ कोई एडमिटेड है?
हाँ, एक बच्चे का हाथ कट गया, उसके लेके भागा हूँ, पानी में हिल के भी गया अंदर में। एक ही बंदा गया, मैं बाहर में खड़ा हूँ। इतना कमर भर पानी है यहाँ पे, ये बाल्टी लगा हुआ है।
आप अग्री करते हैं इनकी बात से कि ये पूरा अगर उनका काफी
ये बात ठीक है जो इन्होंने कहा, लेकिन एक बात और इन्होंने कही कि पानी के टैंकर उनके यहाँ तुमने 10 टैंकर भेज दिए,
हम लोग को भी इधर
हमारे यहाँ
लाइट कटा सुबह से, हम लोग को इधर भी भेजना चाहिए ना।
टीला के पास,
मजनू के टीले के पास में
लाइट गई है, पूरा एरिया फ्लड,
पूरा एरिया का लाइट सुबह से ही कटा हुआ है। और जहाँ पे जाग देखिए 10 घर उन लोग को पाकिस्तान से जो आए हैं, चलिए उनका भी जरूरत हो, लेकिन सारे के सारे फोटो खिंचाने के लेके सारे तम्बू ला के रोड पे धर दिए, खाट लेके धर दिए। उनको नेता लोग आकर कर रहे हैं, हम लोग के लाइट कटा हुआ, हमारे बच्चे सब रोड पे पेड़ के नीचे में बैठे, उनका कोई नहीं देख रहा है, उनका एक टैंकर भी नहीं देख रहा है।
पानी नहीं है मैडम,
खाना नहीं है,
नहीं
खाना मिल रहा है, कहीं सर पे कोई छत मिल रही है?
हम लोग को है छत, लेकिन पानी लगा हुआ है, लेकिन हम लोग छत पे हैं, लेकिन कम से कम बिजली अगर नहीं है तो पानी तो कम से कम भिजवा देना चाहिए।
आपसे बात करना चाहूंगी, क्या कुछ मुश्किलें आई? आप यहाँ हॉस्पिटल आए, यहाँ पे आप देख रहे हैं आगे दूर तक पानी भरा हुआ है।
मैडम पूरा पानी भरा हुआ है इस रोड पे, ये केजरीवाल के घर के साइड नहीं भरा हुआ है, इधर ही भरा हुआ है, अपने टोमा सेंटर से लेके मजूटीले तक।
You heard these are the hardships that people are going through here. This is right outside trauma center here on the road that leads to the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. In fact, this is also a hospital that is run by the Delhi government. But look at the situation. People have to wade through this water to go inside it. In fact, 40 patients who are critical, 3 of them were on ventilator, have been shifted out to another Delhi-run LNJP hospital. In New Delhi, this is Akanksha Khajuria for Times Now.
Several questions that the Delhi Chief Minister and administration needs to answer. There, we will keep track of these developments and keep asking questions to those who need to answer. Right now, taking a very quick break.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The news hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Mamita Vadwa. I'm Pratibha Tehusha Malhotra, and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times Now, Action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now, I'm just few meters away from Pakistani force which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of factual control.
We report from ground zero. Times now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive, and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं. देश में सिर्फ
as the guest of honor. In a huge boost to the Indian Navy, DSC clears the procurement of 26 Rafale and Scorpion submarines as Prime Minister Modi heads to France. A drama outside and inside the Bihar Assembly. BJP MLA staged a protest in the Assembly. MLAs marshalled out. Police resorts to lathi charge. But the face-off also gets uglier with claims and counter-claims being made from both sides. Massive fire breaks out at Greater Noida Mall. Shocking visuals of two people trying to escape the building surfaces, and the inquiry has now been ordered. Massive uproar in Karnataka Assembly as H.D. Kumaraswamy displays a sheet of paper in the Assembly claiming that they are rates for the transfer of officials. First up, let's get you visuals from France celebrating 25 years of the Indo-French ties. Prime Minister Modi has just arrived in Paris. First visuals expected. Remember, the Prime Minister left from Delhi. He's going to be in France for a historic visit. And he also has written a note about how he's going to be visiting his close friend, President Emmanuel Macron. A lot expected from this meeting. The Prime Minister has just arrived in France for his two-day visit. The Prime Minister is in France at the invitation of the French President Emmanuel Macron. He is going to be in the country for 2 days, and he will be the guest of honor at the annual Bastille Day parade, which will see the participation of the 269-member Indian Tri-Service contingent as well. So it's going to be a very proud moment. First visuals that you're seeing on Times Now of the big historic visit. The Prime Minister is also going to be holding talks with President Emmanuel Macron. He will take forward the cooperation in a range of key areas. Key focus is also, of course, going to be on defense, space, trade and investment. So a lot of focus is also going to be on the defense deals and the trade deals that are going to be signed between the two countries. After this, the Prime Minister is scheduled to visit Abu Dhabi as well for a visit. The Prime Minister had also taken to Twitter ahead of his visit, saying that he is looking forward for productive discussions with the President. Let's go across to my colleague Rishabh, who's joining us on the broadcast. Rishabh, it's a very, very significant visit of the Prime Minister. Talk to us about the significance of this visit and what are going to be some of the key highlights of this visit. Rishabh? All right, we'll try and reconnect with Rishabh in just a moment. But let's tell you what to expect from this visit, because remember, this is also coming weeks after the Prime Minister had met President Joe Biden in his first state visit to the United States. So this as well is going to be an extremely important visit, as the Prime Minister is going to be in France. Now, defense deals are going to be the key focus, like we mentioned, and it's also going to be very significant because the Prime Minister is going to be the guest of honor at the Bastille Day celebrations. Rishabh back online with us. Rishabh, take us through what's expected in this two-day visit. A lot of hopes also pinned on this visit. The Prime Minister himself saying this is going to be extremely significant.
Significant visit. Remember, France has been a long-time strategic partner for India. For that matter, France is the first European country to be our strategic partner. We are celebrating 25 years of strategic partnership with France this year, and Prime Minister is visiting France as guest of honor on an official visit to the Bastille Day celebration that will happen tomorrow. On this visit, the way things are going to be is very significant. We are going to sign two significant defense deals. First, for 26 Rafale Marine jets for Indian Navy, and then 3 additional Scorpion class submarine that we'll be buying from France. These are 2 major additions to Indian Navy. Remember, we have Su-30 MKI that have been operating from Vikramaditya as well as INS Vikrant, but their life will end, their service will end in a decade or so. And to fill in that gap, India was looking for a 5th generation marine jet, and Rafale M suited Indian Navy the best. Apart from that, what we are looking at is something that will be, significant, because India and France will be talking about critical energy as well as clean energy and, other, including food security as well. So that is something that India will be discussing with France. Apart from that, these defense deals are not just, buying aircraft from France. We'll also be getting technology. So technology transfer will also take place, and that is something that will be definitely very, very important here.
Absolutely. And also talking about the itinerary, it's a 2-day visit, but a lot has also been packed in, including, of course, meeting with the business heads in Paris, as well as meeting the Indian diaspora. So, Rishabh, take us through the itinerary for the Prime Minister for the next 2 days.
Yeah, definitely. See, today he is meeting the Prime Minister of France, then he'll be meeting the President of the Senate of France, and then there is Indian community event today. Apart from that, he'll have a private dinner today as well in France. And tomorrow it will be all official, where hard talks will happen, starting from the Bastille Day celebration in the morning, where he'll be the guest of honor. Prime Minister Emmanuel Macron will be guest of honor. He'll again meet President Macron. Apart from him, a lot of thought leaders will be meeting Prime Minister Emmanuel Macron. In the evening, he'll be guest official guest at the presidential palace, where he'll get the guard of honor, and then so this is what his next 2 days in France would look like.
Okay, all right. So a lot on the agenda. The Prime Minister on a landmark visit to France. He is going to be the guest of honor at the Bastille Day celebrations. He's expected to embark from the train, from the flight any moment now. In fact, Prime Minister Modi is going to be in Paris for the country's Independence Day celebrations, marking the beginning of the French Revolution more than 200 years ago. So a major defense acquisition pact, and of course, bilateral engagement is going to be the highlight of the trip. So he's going to be accorded a ceremonial welcome as well. We're expecting the Prime Minister to alight in a few moments from now. Rishabh, of course, this visit also comes just weeks after the Prime Minister's successful visit to the United States.
Well, definitely, if you see, the United States visit was a good and successful visit for the Prime Minister. And now, while he'll be in France, India would expect furthermore, in favor of India. We have seen how India and France relationship has been, furthering in last 2-3 decades. While India wanted to decrease its dependency on Russia for defense matters, it was Mirage 2000 from Dassault itself that came to Indian Air Force. Then it was
Rafale jets, and now Indian Navy will be purchasing Rafale M for it itself. So that is something that is definitely one. But apart from defense deal as well, when we talk about this visit, why is this important? India and France have been strategic partner. India and France have both been, in talks for UNSC, reforms, and France do support India's permanent seat at UNSC as well. Apart from that, given the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the way Europe has come together backing Ukraine, it is also very, very important for India to be, in talks with European powers as well, as close as it is in toward Russian side as well, because India has maintained since day one that we are a neutral party and we are on the side of peace. We do not want this war to continue. So it will be very interesting how and what discussions happen in France this time.
Absolutely. And the Prime Minister's visit to any foreign country, Rishabh, has been marked by the kind of personal camaraderie that he has with the state heads, and it's going to be no different with Emmanuel Macron as well.
Well, definitely. If you see, the Prime Minister is about to land in Paris now, and, it's a 2-day packed schedule for the Prime Minister. Only yesterday when the Foreign Secretary was briefing on this visit, we saw that how packed this visit is. Number of meetings. He'll be meeting the Prime Minister, he'll be meeting the President of Senate today, then he'll be meeting the people of Indian community, which is a closed-door event, and only registered people will be allowed. We have seen these events being a success wherever Prime Minister has gone. Indian diaspora has been an important part of India's foreign policy, and be it United States, be it Australia, or be it Europe, the Indian diaspora is the connect that India enjoys with these countries and these global powers, and can actually negotiate depending on these diaspora as well. And hence, this is how India's foreign policy is now being shaped around Indian diaspora as well. So that is something that will be really, really important to see today. The private dinner that we are talking about is something that is off camera. The media is not allowed, and it will be majorly a gala dinner hosted for the Prime Minister in France. Tomorrow, when the state banquet happens, that's when we'll see how India and France has come together. The MOUs that will be signed, the way the announcements will happen, and at Bastille Day, 3 contingents of Indian Navy, Indian Air Force, Indian Army will be marching along with the band of Rajputana Rifles. Apart from that, there will be 3 Rafale jets of Indian Air Force. Remember, French-made Indian Air Force Rafale jets will be part of Bastille Day celebration, bearing the insignia of Indian Air Force. They'll grace the Bastille Day celebration tomorrow. So that is something that is very, very important. So, apart from that, if we see, apart from these things, there will be other things as well, and that will be very, very interesting.
Okay, all right. In fact, the Prime Minister is being accorded a ceremonial welcome. Let's cut across. Mr. Suresh Kumar Goyal also joining us on the broadcast. Ambassador, thank you for joining us. First up, want to speak about the significance of the Prime Minister's visit. A lot of us, and of course, the Prime Minister is going to be the guest of honor at the Bastille Day celebrations.
ये सीधी तस्वीरें इस वक्त पेरिस से आप देख रहे हैं, जहां प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंचे हुए हैं और प्रधानमंत्री का स्वागत करने के लिए फ्रांस की
Last Ambassador, what would you say are going to be the highlights? We are, of course, continuing to play out the live visuals as the Prime Minister has just arrived in Paris. He's being accorded a ceremonial welcome. What would you say are going to be the highlights of the key agenda of the meetings or his two-day visit to France? Mr. Suresh Kumar? Okay, all right. We'll try and reconnect that line. Remember, this trip to France comes on the heels of the Prime Minister's visit to the White House, marking an era of intensifying engagement between India and Western powers. A marked difference that we have seen in the wake of the COVID pandemic and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. India is a global bright spot and is being wooed by the Western powers, as we've seen in United States as well. The Prime Minister is going to be the guest of honor at the Bastille Day celebrations, the Independence Day of France. And this is going to be a reception later in the day that is going to be hosted by the President Emmanuel Macron. Prime Minister is also expected to meet the entire political leadership. Mr. Suresh Kumar back with us. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Ambassador, if you could take us through what you think are going to be the biggest highlights or something to watch out for in this historic visit of the Prime Minister to France.
Well, optics-wise and in terms of the symbolism and visuals, his participation in the Bastille Day parade as a chief guest, when he's going to be standing with Macron, taking the salute, is going to be the big highlight of the day. And then the dinner at U is another highlight. So those are the clear symbolisms which demonstrate how important the guest is in that country.
Right. In fact, Ambassador, this visit also comes close on the heels of Prime Minister's visit to the United States, which was also marked with several firsts.
Yes. See, what happens is that as far as the other details are concerned, in terms of discussions, in terms of signing the agreements, in terms of the defense deals and all that, we will get to know about the outcome really in a statement at the end of the visit. Most likely, I mean, even though there will be photographs and everything, but the details of all this will be available only a little later, practically towards the end of the visit. And therefore, when we are actually looking at the visit, the visuals become very important. But for the people who actually look at the analysis and what we have gained, the end is really more important. So your connection with the USA, where first, again, physically, optically speaking, Prime Minister speaking at the Senate, at the Congress, with a second time, very first, yes, the reception he got in the White House, very, very warm. Therefore, quickly in succession in France, to get the same kind of warm welcome is definitely important and I would say heartwarming.
All right. Ambassador, how significant would you say the visit is in terms of strategic partnership? Because India is also an important customer of French arms, including the Rafale fighter jets, and it's also likely to extend its defense procurement from France during this visit.
I think very significant because two things here. First of all, France is an important member of the European Union, and India to basically develop its connections in a strategic area like Europe, where again there have been many important developments over the last 2 or 3 years, and where actually now the developments are going to impinge on our own strategic equations, Russia, etc., Ukraine, and all that. France has a very important role to play, obviously being European. Therefore, from that point of view, for India to coordinate its positions with France would be an important matter. Number two, France as a defense supplier. In that sense, India is looking more for really technology transfers, capacity to develop those equipment within India, and their cooperation is agreement with the company in Spain is going to come in very useful. France is certainly going to really take up the competition and hopefully will provide technology transfer to India. So again, strategically speaking, both from defense, bilateral interests, trade is going to be very important.
Okay, and would you say that China will continue to be the elephant in the room, because India's defense cooperation with France is going to be one of the significant topics being discussed by the Prime Minister and Macron?
I don't think that we should really evaluate our relationship with either France or the USA entirely from the point of view of China. China, USA have their own dynamics. France, China have their own dynamics. We have a different kind of a relationship with China. China is our neighbor. China is not geographically, geopolitically a neighbor of France continentally. Therefore, our challenges are very, very different. I really would not like to consider or even judge our relationship with France from China angle. China is important, definitely. We will talk about China, Indo-Pacific. The developments are important. But I think the bilateral relationship from the European angle is going to be much more important here.
Okay, but would you say the COVID pandemic and, the aftermath of that and the invasion of Ukraine by Russia is going to be, that's also going to play a crucial role, because after this, there has been a new world order, which is why the Western powers are also wooing India more aggressively?
Definitely, the developments after COVID and Chinese assertiveness have created a political situation where India, being the neighbor of China, India being an important player in Indo-Pacific, plays an important role. That is their point of view, definitely. We have to look at what we want. And therefore, I'm saying that as far as we are concerned, we should look at it in a different manner.
Okay.
Certainly, China is important, but let us see what we want.
Okay. All right. Ambassador, also lastly want to ask you, I'm sure you can speak from your experience as well. Do you see a marked difference in the way India is now approaching these Western powers and the way the foreign policies are shaped? Stay on with us. We have some reactions coming in and I'll come back to you.
To be an Indian, it's been 40 years that I've been working for the culture and academics in France, and I'm very proud to be an Indian, and I'm so happy to see that today India is a country of honor, the first time ever in the history of France. So very, very proud, and thank you Modi ji, thank you. Proud Bharat, very proud to be Bharatiya. Dr. Malini Ranganathan, Pravashi Bharatiya Samman. This is my... Thank you.
During Prime Minister's visits to other countries as well, the Indian diaspora waiting on the streets to welcome the Prime Minister as he arrives there. Are you seeing these visuals? He's just arrived in Paris and there are members of the Indian community who are waiting to greet him with Indian flags in their hand. They're waiting to welcome the Prime Minister. Going across to my colleague Rishabh on that. So Rishabh, this has now become almost a tradition. With the Prime Minister going to any foreign country, the Indian diaspora comes out with pride, waiting for the Prime Minister. We're seeing visuals of the Indian community members waiting to welcome the Prime Minister as he arrives there.
Well, definitely. See, that's what we were discussing just a while ago, that Indian diaspora has become a thing now. Wherever you go, whichever country you go, there is a strong Indian diaspora there. And the connect that the Prime Minister has created with this diaspora, the non-resident Indians, is something that is paying off really well in India's interest. We have seen how in Australia, when the Indian diaspora came in, the Australian Prime Minister comes out and asks and requests the Indian diaspora to vote for vote for an ordinance that his government is going to bring in. This showcases that how strong our Indian diaspora in Australia was. In US, we have seen, be it Howdy Modi or California event or the Washington event that just happened when Prime Minister was there, the way the strong Indian diaspora works in favor of India's interest is something that has become a thing now. And in France, in Europe also, India has a very strong Indian diaspora, and that does work for India's connect. And whenever Prime Minister is going to these countries, these diaspora community, the Indian community come together to welcome the leader, and the way, the pomp and show that we have seen, the excitement that we have seen in the people of Indian origin or Indian community staying in these countries is something that has become a thing. Wherever Prime Minister is landing, we have seen that airports, you will find people with tricolor dressed in the most traditional way possible, in the most Indian traditional way, or with a turban with Indian tricolor. So that is something that has become a norm, and wherever Prime Minister is going, this showcases that who is coming. The leader of India is coming. As Prime Minister was saying, and I'm quoting Prime Minister, that when Prime Minister visits these countries, he is not visiting as Narendra Modi, but he's visiting as a representative of 1.4 billion strong population from India, and that is something that brings this pomp and show and excitement among the host countries and the Indians especially living in those host countries.
Right, and this visit is also going to be marked by several important strategic partnerships, a significant step also in strengthening India's naval capabilities, because the Defence Acquisition Council has given its approval, Rishabh, for the procurement of 26 Rafale M fighters and 3 additional Scorpion submarines.
Well, definitely. See, Indian defense acquisition have become something that a lot of governments, successive governments, have stayed away from. We have seen whenever there was a defense deal, there was one scam or another. The Bofors is the biggest example of that. And since then, we have seen many successive governments not getting into big defense deals per se. But since this government has come in, we first bought around 36 Rafales from France for the Indian Air Force. The 2 squadrons have already come in India. 3 of those Rafales have gone back to France today to fly, to grace the fly past of the Bastille Day celebration. Now India has placed will be placing an order for 26 Rafale Marine jets. 22 of them would be operational Rafale Marines, and 4 of them would be twin-seater trainer Rafale Marines. This will be operating out of INS Vikrant. Remember, INS Vikrant is India's first indigenously built aircraft carrier for Indian Navy, which right now operates Su-30 MKI, which will be out of service in a decade or so. So these Rafale Ms will, replace those Su-30 MKIs. Apart from that, the Scorpion class submarine is very, very important addition. Remember, Indian Navy time and again has notified and pointed out to the government that they need more submarine, given the maritime border that we have, given the dominance of China in the region is becoming, and hence India is buying additional 3 Scorpion class submarines as well. And these 2 deals are something that will definitely boost the morale of Indian armed forces, but also the capabilities, the operational capabilities of Indian armed forces.
Right, and India's relationship with France is rather unique and goes back several decades, because France has also been one of India's closest partners in Europe for decades. In fact, Paris was also the only Western capital to not impose sanctions on New Delhi after India conducted the nuclear test in '98.
Well, definitely. See, that's what the main point is. It is 25th year of India-France strategic partnership, 25-year-long good partnership where both the countries have benefited from this partnership. While France gets a good market here, but India is also getting good defense deal, and that's the reason that at such a short time span we got the 36 Rafale jets, and now we do believe that these Rafale Marines will come to India as well at very short time, and India can now put forward its own conditions when they do these defense deals. For example, now the offset partner, that the bill that was passed in 2005, that any defense deal will have to have an offset partner here in India. Now that is working on. Dassault will need an offset partner here in India, and that is something that will definitely be very interesting to see that who Dassault chooses this time around. Apart from that, when it comes to France, it's not only these 25 years since 98 to 2023, but
so
also beyond that.
Rishabh, a lot to discuss. Of course, the Prime Minister has just arrived there. We'll come back to you for an update. Need to slip into a very quick break here. We'll be right back.
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white. Not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The news hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है. I'm Amita Wadhwa. I'm Pratibha. मैं हूँ शिवरा मल्होत्रा and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it, and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders. We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live, and unedited. Pure news.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in France and of course he'll be the guest of honor at the Bastille Day celebrations tomorrow in Paris. But before that, let's listen to what the MEA spokesperson, Mr. Arindam Bagchi, has had to say.
Bonjour from Orly Airport in Paris, where Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has just touched down on his visit to France. Behind me, in a very special gesture, the Prime Minister of France, Madam Elizabeth Borne, has come personally to the airport to receive the Prime Minister. In a visit that's just about 36 hours, Prime Minister will meet leaders, presidents of the Senate and the National Assembly. He will also later to address the Indian community. President Macron, who is the principal host, is organizing a private dinner today evening with former top.
Well, there's a great sense of anticipation about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit. He has a very busy schedule over the next 2 days, including engagements today, meeting members of the French Senate and also the French Prime Minister, and having an address to the diaspora later in the day. But let's in fact go across to our friend Jayesh Baksar, a member of the Indian diaspora living in France, who's reporting for us currently from Paris. Jayesh, give us a sense of excitement, the perspective that you have there on the ground about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit. How much is the Indian community there looking forward to this? Right, so those are visuals currently of members of the Indian diaspora lining up the streets of Paris, awaiting the arrival of the Indian Prime Minister. He's just landed a short while ago and very soon will be making his way to be greeted. And this is something that is a recurring sight in every part of the world that Prime Minister Narendra Modi visits. Large sections of the Indian diaspora congregate to welcome him. We saw that when he arrived for the G7 summit in Hiroshima not too long ago. And then, of course, his visit to Australia and then subsequently to the United States of America as well, and now of course to France, where he is there for a 2-day visit. Lots of engagements that have been lined up for him, including of course bilateral sessions with the French counterpart the French President, Mr. Emmanuel Macron. And in the build-up to this visit, the Prime Minister, of course, gave an exhaustive interview to a French newspaper, talked about India's civilizational ethos, the importance of the ties with France, including cooperation both in the spheres of defense as well as strategic affairs. He talked about cooperation, especially in the Indo-Pacific. He talked about mutual concerns over the requirement or the need for a rules-based international order and the support that France has lent India on multiple issues as well in the past. Let me in fact go across to Rishabh as well. Rishabh, tell us about the significance of this visit. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Emmanuel Macron have had multiple bilateral interactions in the past, but what sets this specific visit apart?
Well, definitely. See, first of all, Prime Minister is going as guest of honor. Apart from that, there are major defense deals that will be signed during this visit. Apart from that, if we talk about the significance of this visit comes just after United States visit, and we have seen how successful that visit was, and since then how things have changed in global diaspora. And apart from that, Prime Minister's visit will also be the first visit to Europe after the Ukraine war. So it would be very, very interesting to see what Prime Minister discusses with the European partner. Apart from that, France is someone who has been all-weather friend of India. The only European country that did not, levy sanction on us after the 1998 nuclear test that we did in Pokhran. We have been a strategic partner with France for last 2.5 decades, and we have been buying aircrafts from France, be it Mirage 2000.
I just need to interrupt you because Jayesh is now back with us. He's of course part of the Indian diaspora and eagerly awaiting the Prime Minister's arrival. Jayesh, yes, give us a sense of the excitement that is quite visible among members of the Indian community in France and Paris, where you are.
मेरे साथ है ये बकुल भाई पटेल, इंडियन गुजराती कल्चर एसोसिएशन के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, और ये पूरा परिवार, हमारा गुजराती परिवार यहाँ पे खड़ा है।
और बताइए, कुछ उनसे भी बात कीजिए, उनको पूछिए कि क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे, किस तरह का माहौल है। और
बकुल जी, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? हम बहुत खुश थे, मोदी जी आ रहे हैं। हम क्या बताएं कि इतनी खुशी आज कि हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जो वर्ल्ड के विश्व गुरु कहलाते हैं, वो आज आ रहे हैं फ्रांस में। तो हर भारतीयों के गर्व है आज वो इधर आ रहे हैं, हमारे बीच आ रहे हैं। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे हमारे अपने हमें मिलने आ रहे हैं।
We'll try to get back in touch once again with Jayesh, and if you could speak to some other members of the diaspora there as well. Jayesh, अगर आप दूसरे वहाँ पे जो हिंदुस्तानी भाई बहन वहाँ पे गैदर हुए हैं,
मोदी जी के लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे? मोदी जी के लिए वेलकम टू पेरिस एंड लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू मीटिंग हिम। आप इस वक्त लाइव टेलीकास्ट हो रहे हैं, आप मोदी जी के लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
हम मोदी जी के लिए ये कहना चाहेंगे कि मोदी जी, भगवान उनको हमेशा स्वस्थ रखे और हमारा भारत तरक्की करता रहे।
थैंक यू। मिस इंडिया फ्रांस, आप मोदी जी के लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आप क्या समथिंग से फॉर मोदी जी? मैम प्लीज say something for Modi ji. Say something for Modi ji.
You say they live long. Modi should live long.
Modi ji should live long.
Thank you. अनवर जी, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे मोदी जी के लिए?
बस ये कहना चाहूँगा कि से एक सीना चौड़ा हो रहा है कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री वापस से फ्रांस में आ रहे हैं और इस बार यहाँ के गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर बन के आ रहे हैं। जैसे वो जब भी आते हैं तो गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर ही होते हैं पूरे फ्रांस के लिए, इंडियंस के लिए। और आज हम बहुत खुश हैं कि फिर से एक बार पिछले साल यही पे वेलकम किया था और फिर से हम उनके साथ हैं। और में आज धमाल होने वाला है, पूरे गाने बजाने डांस, तो पूरी इंडियन कम्युनिटी इंतजार कर रही है।
इन सबके साथ मैं जयेश भावसार, इंडियन गुजराती कल्चर एसोसिएशन पेरिस से आप सबका स्वागत है। आगे सेक्रेटरी जनरल से फोन बंद करना है। थैंक यू, बाय बाय।
Right, so that was Jayesh Bhavsar, and of course he'll be getting us some more updates from Paris shortly. Of course, before the Prime Minister is expected to reach his hotel in Paris. He just landed about 15 to 20 minutes ago, and soon will be making his way. We also have another member of the Indian diaspora present in Paris right now. Bakul Patel joins us. Bakul ji, जरा बताइए वहाँ पे माहौल क्या है और आपकी इच्छा क्या है इस विजिट से?
Sorry, sir.
We'll get back in touch with Bakul Patel once again, but a very important visit from both a defense as well as a strategic perspective. India and France do share very close defense ties, and this was quite evident in the procurement of 36 Rafale jets from France as well, which has boosted our air arsenal. In addition to that, of course, there is also cooperation as far as the Indo-Pacific is concerned. France has also, in fact, backed India's entry into an expanded United Nations Security Council. That is something that the Prime Minister has repeatedly emphasized is the need of the hour, that one can't be having a situation where you're surviving in what is an outdated hierarchy in terms of the international system, and that needs to be brought to date with the latest developments as far as strategic relations and the international order is concerned. And there you see visuals from Paris currently of Prime Minister Narendra Modi soon getting out of his convoy. His convoy has just arrived in front of his hotel in Paris, and this marks the beginning of a fairly packed two-day schedule itinerary to France on the part of the Indian Prime Minister. There have been multiple interactions between Emmanuel Macron, who's been part of bilateral visits to India in the past. He's had bilateral exchanges with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi visiting France right now for a two-day visit. A rare honor that's also been accorded by way of him being present at the Bastille Day celebrations tomorrow, the 14th of July, which is of course the anniversary of the French Revolution. And there you see Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a customary manner greeting members of the Indian diaspora shortly before he enters his hotel. He's just stepped out of his convoy and is currently greeting large sections of the Indian community who've gathered outside the hotel to welcome him. This is, of course, the recurring sight that we've seen, and one of the distinctive features, one could say, about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visits overseas, where there is active engagement with members of the Indian diaspora. Here's Mr. Modi, in fact, stepping out of his car and going very close, shaking hands with members of the Indian community who've once again gathered in very large numbers to welcome him before he enters his hotel. Predictably, of course, a heavy security cover around Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and there he is shortly before he enters the hotel, exchanging greetings with members of the Indian community, which has of course been growing in numbers in France as well as it has in so many other parts of the world. The Prime Minister, in the build-up to this visit, of course, emphasized India's civilizational ethos, the importance of Eastern values or Indian values as much as Western values. No one set of values can be described as being the sole representative of universal values. That was his point of emphasis. He also spoke extensively about India's engagements with France in terms of bilateral trade, in terms of improving and expanding global supply chains, talking about defense cooperation, talking about strategic cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, mutual interests as far as safeguarding democracy is concerned, the sovereignty and the integrity of nations, are lots of mutual areas of convergence as far as India and France are concerned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also, of course, spoke about the upcoming G20 summit in India, which is expected to take place in the month of September. A motto of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and of course a shared interest in preserving, safeguarding democracy across the world. So that was something that the Prime Minister underlined before he embarked on his visit to France. He gave a very exhaustive interview to a French newspaper, and now of course he's landed in Paris, and there you see him greeting members of the Indian community who gathered there in very large numbers to greet him. Well, there you see, I mean, this is a sight to behold. One of the members of the Indian community who was, of course, standing right at the front, a lady standing right at the front, was greeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and she almost broke down in tears, overwhelmed by the situation and the fact that she has met the Indian Prime Minister in person.
Hi.
So that was a brief interaction on the part of the Prime Minister with members of the Indian community, and very shortly, of course, he'll be entering the hotel premises.
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है.
Namaskar.
So that's once again Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This was shortly before he stepped into the hotel, and then, of course, his daily
Got the award for academics and arts. तो मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के लिए, और मैं 40 साल से कल्चर का प्रमोट कर रही हूँ, कथक डांस सिखा रही हूँ, और योगा, म्यूजिक, एवरीथिंग, एंड आई एम रनिंग एन इंस्टीट्यूशन कॉल्ड बिंदी इन नाम. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है. We are here to support. We love Modi.
I was very excited. बहुत अच्छा लगा मोदी जी को इतने पास से देखने का. Thank you so much.
सर दो लाइन I can sing. डेडिकेट टू प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी. प्रतिपल जीवन नव कोणों में विकसित होता जाए. धन्य विश्व विद्यालय भारत स्वर्ग धरा पर लाए. मोदी है तो मुमकिन है.
Yes, we love you, मोदी जी. वो कौन रहा था? पता नहीं. इधर ही होगा ना कोई.
So those are the visuals that you see on your screen. This was shortly before Prime Minister Narendra Modi entered his hotel, greeted by members of the Indian community. We're slipping into a short break. We'll continue our coverage on the other side. Stay tuned.
When journalism is led by integrity, and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth, and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white, not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The News Hour at 9. Weeknights at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं. देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में. राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है.
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced Agenda setting start to the day. खबर सिर्फ दिखाना नहीं, असर होना भी जरूरी है.
I am Amita Wadhwa.
I am Pratibha Tehusha Malhotra and you're watching the Morning News Hour. Whenever news breaks, you will see us. Process it, analyze it and broadcast it. After the spot reporters, we are the first responders.
We are at the front line
of every news event.
We are situation analysts, raw, live and unedited. Pure news, pure passion.
Times now, action begins here.
When news is troubling.
They rented this house right here and 3 days later she was murdered.
When news is for common man.
We are asking you for the Aam Aadmi that why the proper checks and balances were not done, sir.
When news is for nation.
Right now I'm just few meters away from Pakistani force which is acting as launch pads for terrorists.
When news is exclusive.
We are reporting from few miles away from the line of actual control.
We report from ground zero. Times now. Action begins here.
Explosive, exclusive and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna.
And Pranesh.
At 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
Only on Times Now.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white. Not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The news hour at 9.
Members of the Indian diaspora still
नमस्कार सभी को। आज हम हमारे जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी पधारे हैं तो हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं और हम तहे दिल से उनका स्वागत करते हैं यहाँ पे। और सबसे बड़ी बात कि हम एक ग्रेटिट्यूड का भाव है, कृतज्ञता की भावना है उनके लिए जो वो हमारे देश के लिए कर रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए उनको तहे दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
फ्रांस में आप लोग का मान बढ़ा है मोदी जी के आने से।
हमें बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। इट्स अ प्राउड फीलिंग एंड टुडे वी आर फीलिंग लाइक होम कि हम इंडिया में खड़े हैं जैसे ही, क्योंकि मोदी जी यहाँ पर है हमारे प्रधानमंत्री।
तो बास्टिल डे परेड देखने जाएंगे आप?
जी हाँ, कल हम जाएंगे।
पूरी ट्राई सर्विस वहाँ पे परेड करेगी, रफाल उड़ेगा।
जी जी, ये हमारे लिए गर्व की बात है कि हमारे देश की जो जवान है वो यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं और मोदी जी खुद यहाँ पर है, तो हमारे लिए गर्व की बात है, तो हम जरूर जाएंगे।
आपका नाम?
दीपिका, डॉक्टर दीपिका साहू।
We're going to a short break for now, but we'll continue our coverage of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to France after we return. Stay tuned.
When journalism is led by integrity and when experience meets passion, there is no scope for half-truths. When the noise drowns out the truth and many lose sight of what is the real issue.
I ask the legitimate question and uncover the whole truth.
Don't tax the poor people who are using petrol, diesel to go to work or to send their children to school.
I give you the complete picture in black and white. Not a colored opinion, facts that help you form your opinion.
The news hour at 9. Weeknights at 9. Only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके ऊपर तो कई घोटालों के भी आजकल आरोप लग रहे हैं। देश में सिर्फ एक बात की चर्चा है कि क्या बीजेपी राहुल गांधी से डर गई?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can.
विपक्ष कम से कम उत्तर प्रदेश में ये कह रहा है कि आप हवा बना रहे हैं, निवेश कोई आया ही नहीं इस राज्य में। राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि देश में लोकतंत्र मरता जा रहा है, खतरे में है।
Because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
What about the charges against the government that this is a favored company by the government? How do you look at India on the world map of countries to watch out?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Can I have your attention, please? क्या आप दिन की सही शुरुआत ढूंढ रहे हैं? I believe in an action-packed, fast-paced, agenda-setting start to the day.
Well, let's take you through top 50 news stories this hour at 5 p.m. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just landed in France. He's on a 2-day visit to Paris, where he's been invited as the guest of honor for the Bastille Day celebrations. Prime Minister Modi received a ceremonial welcome as he was received by his French counterpart, French Prime Minister Elisabeth Borne. French President Emmanuel Macron is set to organize a state banquet in honor of the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, at 12:30 a.m. tonight. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in an interview with the French newspaper, calls India a strong shoulder for the global south, further says that it's time to strengthen this shoulder. Prime Minister Modi calls bilateral ties between the two countries as excellent, further lauds France and says two countries stood steady and resilient through the darkest storms. Big boost to Indian forces as the Defence Acquisition Council clears Rafale and Scorpion deals ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to France. Officials say there is likely to be an announcement on these procurements during his visit. Prime Minister Modi stresses on strengthening Indo-France bilateral ties, says both countries aim to advance free, open and secure Indo-Pacific region. Indian diaspora is upbeat about Prime Minister Modi's visit to France. Members of the diaspora to present a special turban to him. The Indian ambassador to France, Javed Ashraf, hails Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the country, says the sky is the limit for two nations working together. In an address at the G20 summit on crime and security, Union Home Minister Amit Shah highlighted the evolving security challenges from dynamite to metaverse. Central Water Commission forecasts new mark for Yamuna, predicts the river water to be surpassing the danger level. It stands at 208.75 meters. That's the mark it's expected to breach. Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena calls for an emergency meet to discuss the increasing water levels of the Yamuna. Arvind Kejriwal attends the meet and also reviews relief and rehabilitation measures in the national capital. Heavy waterlogging affects traffic movement in Delhi. Vehicular movement suspended on the GT Karnal Road as Yamuna flood water enters the city. Delhi police issues a traffic advisory as Yamuna water floods roads, further lists down diversions and roads to avoid. Road repair work near India Gate hinders traffic movement. Commuters advised to plan their journey accordingly. As many as 40 patients are being transferred to the LNJP hospital as Yamuna water reaches the trauma centre. As monsoon batters northern India, DDMA issues an advisory. Schools, colleges and universities across Delhi to remain closed till Sunday, the 16th of July. Work of removing accumulated snow on roads continues in Himachal. Many vehicles and tourists remain stranded due to road blockades. Himachal Pradesh Minister Jagat Singh Negi reaches Chandratal after overseeing the snow clearance for the past 18 hours. Rescue operations begin soon. Kulu Manali Road witnesses heavy traffic. Locals face inconvenience due to long jams and road closures. BJP leader, former Chief Minister Jairam Thakur visits Kulu district to assess situation in flood-affected areas. He meets victims and assures them of all possible assistance. Incessant rainfall triggers widespread flood and erosion in different parts of Assam. More than 20 villages are in the grip of massive flooding. River Narmada breaches the danger mark in Barwani district. Nearby areas have been evacuated to avoid any mishaps. Following incessant rainfall in Uttarakhand, boulders, debris falls on Badrinath highway, resulting in blockade. Several people are stuck due to landslide in the region. Residential areas in UP Saharanpur submerged in water. NDRF and administration team engaged in rescue operations. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami takes an aerial survey to take stock of the situation, gets a bird's eye view of flood-affected areas in Haridwar. BJP workers in Patna staged a protest against the Nitish Kumar government at Gandhi Maidan. The protests come days after the government ended the domicile policy in the teachers' recruitment process. Cops Lati charge in Bihar. A protester was found unconscious on the roadside. However, the Patna DM denies any deaths during the protest. BJP chief JP Nadda slams Nitish Sarkar, calls an attack on democracy by the Bihar government to hide corruption, further questions the morality of the Bihar chief minister. Fire breaks out at Greater Noida's Galaxy Plaza, which reportedly is now under control. Tragic visuals show people jumping out from the third floor of the building. 3 injuries have been reported so far. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal requests people to remain in their homes. Further says Yamuna's water level will reach its peak by 3 p.m. NIA raids are underway in Pulwama in connection with OGW networks and newly floated terror outfit. Over 4 locations are under the NIA scanner. Union Minister Nitin Gadkari takes part in the Tomala Seva along with his family. He offers prayers to Lord Venkateshwara at Tirupati earlier this morning. Union Minister Anurag Thakur meets ITBP Jawans at an altitude of 15,000 feet in Ladakh. He praises their courage and lauds the hard work of the government to strengthen wings of defence systems. The NIA has filed a charge sheet against 3 people relating to an extortion case by members of the banned terror outfits, and more efforts are underway to nab the accused in the matter. A team of ISRO scientists visits Tirupati with a miniature model of Chandrayaan-3 to offer their prayers. The launch is set to take place on the 14th of July. Sensex and Nifty hit new record high, crossing the 65,899 mark on the 7th of July. Markets are led by gains in banks, metals, financials, technology and automobile. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee announces Rs 2 lakh aid to the kin of Bengal violence victims. Further announces job of special home guard to the family members. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee slams the BJP, says the BJP sent 154 teams in Bengal in 2 years. Further calls the fact-finding committee as a provocative committee. BSF's DIG writes a letter to the Election Commissioner of West Bengal, says central forces will keep an eye on law and order after the results of the Panchayat polls. Tesla is discussing an investment proposal with the Indian government to set up a factory with an annual capacity to produce about 500,000 electric vehicles. The Indian Foreign Minister to hold a bilateral meeting with his counterparts. Further, he speaks about boosting cooperation with the ASEAN bloc of countries in cyber and financial security. The Australian Foreign Minister aims at deepening ties with ASEAN bloc, calls it a priority for the country. Union Minister Piyush Goyal concludes meeting with his UK counterpart, calls the meet highly successful. Discussions around economic opportunities in India were part of the talks. A 73-year-old pro-democracy campaigner unites with his family convicted of terror offences. His release comes after Prime Minister Anthony Albanese in Australia urged for his freedom.